Hello, dear listeners. I am MM2, your cosmic storyteller. Today I invite you to embark on an exhilarating journey beyond the stars in the Celestial Chronicles, the Awakening of CosmoVigil. Meet Luther Rivers, a dedicated African-American history professor at a university in Atlanta. Burdened by a recent divorce, Luther embarks on a transformative journey to the African village of Ndale, where his DNA traces its roots. In Ndale, Luther uncovers an ancient box containing a crystal that unlocks memories of his past life as CosmoVigil, a celestial guardian charged with maintaining cosmic balance. Embracing his destiny, he gains incredible powers, including manipulating cosmic energy and communicating with celestial entities. Returning to Atlanta, Luther juggles his dual life as a professor and a guardian. He forms a deep connection with Jennifer, a bookstore employee whose bond with him intensifies as they uncover her true identity as Athena, a celestial guardian and Luther's wife from 1,000 years ago. Together, they navigate Athena's emotional and spiritual awakening, preparing for an inevitable confrontation with the formidable Shadow Wraith and the rogue guardian Tarek. As Luther and Jennifer harness their celestial powers, they face daunting challenges, uncovering ancient secrets and rekindling a love that transcends time. United by love and bound by destiny, Luther and Athena must harness their combined powers to face the impending darkness. Their journey is one of rediscovery, not just of their past lives, but of the strength they possess together. The Celestial Chronicles, the Awakening of CosmoVigil, is an epic tale blending cosmic adventure with heartfelt romance. It explores themes of love transcending time, the unbreakable bonds of destiny, and the eternal battle between light and darkness. So sit back, relax, and prepare to be transported to a world where the cosmos are alive with adventure and romance. Let us begin this epic journey together. Chapter 1. Introducing Thompson-Mitchell University. Luther Rivers sat by the window of his modest office at Thompson-Mitchell University, TMU, gazing at the vibrant campus. At 35, he had devoted his life to uncovering the rich tapestry of black history and igniting a passion for the past in his students. TMU, a historically black university in Atlanta, Georgia, had become his second home. Founded in 1910 by Andrew Thompson and Sabrina Mitchell, two visionary African-American educators, TMU was born out of a dream to provide top-notch education for black students in the South. Starting as a small college with limited courses, TMU grew over the years, expanding its departments and degree programs. By 1960, it had blossomed into a full-fledged university, earning recognition for its commitment to academic excellence. Despite its evolution, TMU never strayed from its roots, maintaining a strong focus on social justice and community involvement. Today, TMU stands tall as one of the nation's most prestigious, historically black universities, offering students a world-class education and a profound sense of pride in their heritage. The campus was a stunning expanse of red brick buildings and meticulously maintained lawns, with majestic oak trees providing shade for students as they moved from class to class. One of the most iconic buildings was the Andrew Thompson Library, a grand structure housing thousands of volumes on African-American history and culture. This library buzzed with intellectual energy as students and faculty delved into books, engaged in spirited debates, and exchanged groundbreaking ideas. The Sabrina Mitchell Center for Social Justice was equally prominent, a cutting-edge facility dedicated to research, advocacy, and community outreach. This center was the heartbeat of TMU's social justice mission, hosting symposia, workshops, and events that brought together scholars, activists, and community leaders from far and wide. Together, they shared strategies and forged new paths toward social equity. TMU also took pride in its stellar athletic programs, where talented athletes competed fiercely in basketball, football, track and field, and other sports. As they were known, the Tigers inspired immense pride across the campus. The energy was palpable on game days, with students, faculty and staff rallying to support their teams with unbridled enthusiasm. As Luther gazed out over the lively TMU campus, he felt the weight of its legacy. This place was more than just a university. It symbolized hope, resilience and a tight-knit community that celebrated academic excellence and the relentless fight for justice. TMU attracted a diverse and talented crowd, all driven to leave their mark on the world. These students were smart, hungry and passionate about their studies. Many came from tough backgrounds, seeing TMU as their ticket out and up, a chance to break free from the chains of their past. Luther's eyes fell on a group of students animatedly discussing their latest project under the shade of an oak tree. He couldn't help but smile, knowing that each of them carried the potential to make significant contributions to society. He felt a surge of pride and responsibility, understanding that his role at TMU was not just to educate, but to inspire and empower the next generation of leaders. The legacy of Andrew Thompson and Sabrina Mitchell lived on in the faces of these young scholars, in the pages of the books in the library, and in the echoes of the voices calling for justice and equality. Luther was proud to be a part of this enduring legacy, dedicated to building a brighter future for all. Sharp, funny, and completely committed. He had a knack for ensuring his students grasped the material, always going the extra mile. Through thought-provoking discussions and hands-on projects, he kept his classes engaging and his students thinking critically. His students didn't just respect him for his intellect, they loved him for his genuine care. He was always around to offer advice and would stay late to chat or help with assignments. His open-mindedness and authentic concern made him more than just a teacher. He was a mentor and friend to many. His colleagues at TMU were a colorful bunch, each bringing their unique flavor to the mix. Dr. Lillian Adams was a standout, a striking woman in her mid-40s with a presence that commanded attention. With her cropped natural hair and stylish wardrobe, she exuded confidence and intelligence. Dr. Adams was a powerhouse in the classroom, pushing her students to think deeper and challenge the status quo. Then there was Dr. Samuel Jameson, a tall, lanky man in his mid-50s, with a quiet, bookish vibe. His grey hair and goatee were always neat, and his clothes were comfortable and well-worn. Dr. Jameson lived for literature. His lectures were a treasure trove of insight and inspiration. Though more reserved, his passion for teaching was just as fierce. Despite their differences, Dr. Adams and Dr. Jameson deeply respected each other's strengths. They often teamed up on projects, united by a shared passion for guiding their students to greatness. At TMU, their dedication shone brightly, embodying the university's spirit of excellence and commitment to social justice. When Luther first joined the TMU faculty, he felt a mix of intimidation and admiration. Dr. Adams' commanding presence and Dr. Jameson's deep well of knowledge left him in awe. But as he got to know them better, he discovered they were brilliant minds and kind and supportive colleagues. With her fierce dedication to social justice, Dr. Adams quickly became a source of inspiration. With his quiet wisdom, Dr. Jameson was the go-to for all things literature. They helped him navigate the tricky waters of academia, becoming not just mentors but friends. Luther's presence on campus was hard to miss. Standing 6 feet tall with a solid build, he had a confident, charismatic air. His good looks turned heads, but his warm, approachable demeanor truly made him stand out. He was the professor students felt they could talk to, who stayed late to help with assignments or listen. He had a knack for using humor to break the ice, making his classroom a welcoming space where students felt comfortable and engaged. Despite his professional success, Luther carried the heavy weight of personal struggles. A year ago, his marriage had ended in a painful divorce, leaving him with limited time with his 10-year-old twin daughters, Ayana and Zola. His ex-wife, Jasmine Rivers, was a beautiful woman with a radiant smile, but their marriage had been rocky. Jasmine, focused on her career at a community college, often left him feeling neglected and lonely. Their differing priorities and goals eventually led to their split. Ayana and Zola were the beating heart of Luther's existence. Their bright eyes, kind spirits, and boundless energy were a testament to the love he and Jasmine once shared. Despite the turmoil of their parents' divorce, the twins remained resilient, finding joy in their time with their father. Every moment Luther spent with his daughters was a cherished gift, a beacon of light in his otherwise tumultuous life. Jasmine continued living in their former family home, a beautiful house in an upscale neighborhood. Once a place of laughter and love, it now stood as a bittersweet reminder of a life Luther had lost. The echoes of happy memories lingered in its halls, a stark contrast to the reality of their separation. In stark contrast, Luther had moved into a modest one-bedroom apartment in downtown Atlanta. His new home, though small, was well kept and filled with the vibrant energy of city life. The apartment had an open-plan living and dining area, a compact kitchen, and a cozy bedroom. Large windows allowed natural light streams to fill the space, offering a panoramic view of the city skyline. The walls were adorned with framed photographs of Ayana and Zola, constant reminders of the unbreakable bond he shared with his daughters. Despite the limited space, he had crafted a sanctuary where he could focus on his work and seek solace in his memories. Yet the pain of not seeing his daughters as often as he wished gnawed at his heart, plunging him into a deep well of loneliness and longing. The weight of his emotions bore down on him, leading him into a dark spiral of depression. During one of his lowest moments, he realized he needed help. Determined to find a way forward, Luther began his search for a therapist with a sense of urgency. His emotions were becoming too heavy to bear alone, and he knew he needed professional guidance to navigate the maze of his thoughts and feelings. He wanted someone who could provide a safe, non-judgmental space for him to express himself, someone who could help him untangle the knots in his heart and mind. Luther spent hours researching online, reading reviews, and asking for recommendations. He scoured mental health forums and consulted friends who had sought therapy. His criteria were clear. He needed a therapist experienced in dealing with depression and separation anxiety, someone empathetic yet professional who could offer practical strategies for healing. After days of careful consideration, Luther found Dr. Karen Williams. Her stood out among the others. She was a highly recommended therapist with extensive experience in treating depression and separation anxiety. Her approach was described as compassionate and holistic, blending traditional therapy techniques with mindfulness and cognitive behavioral strategies. Intrigued, Luther delved deeper into her background. Dr. Williams was known for creating a warm and welcoming environment where clients felt heard and understood. Her office was conveniently located, and her clients praised her for her ability to foster a deep sense of trust and safety. Feeling hopeful, Luther decided to reach out. He called her office and spoke to a kind receptionist who listened empathetically to his situation and concerns. The receptionist assured him that Dr. Williams would be a good fit and scheduled his first appointment for the following week. A sense of relief washed over him as he hung up the phone. For the first time in months, he felt a glimmer of hope. He knew the journey ahead would be challenging, but he was ready to face it head-on. With Dr. Williams's help, he hoped to find his way out of the darkness and back into the light for himself and for his beloved daughters. As the day of his appointment approached, Luther felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He was hopeful that Dr. Williams could help him navigate his pain, but he was also nervous about opening up to a stranger. On the day of the appointment, Luther walked hesitantly into the building where Dr. Williams practiced. As he stepped into her office, he was immediately struck by the calming environment. Soft lighting created a warm ambiance, and serene landscape paintings adorned the walls, inviting a sense of peace. "Welcome, Luther," Dr. Williams greeted warmly, gesturing to the plush seating in the cozy corner of her office. "Have a seat. I'm here to listen and help you through this." Luther sank into the chair, taking a deep breath. The weight of his emotions felt almost too much to carry, but he knew coming here was the right move. Dr. Williams exuded compassion and understanding. Her warm brown eyes and gentle smile put him at ease. At that moment, he felt a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, he could find his way back to a place of light and love. "Thanks, Dr. Williams," he said, trying to steady his voice. "It's been rough." "I can imagine," she replied, her eyes filled with empathy. "Let's start from the beginning. Tell me what's been going on." Luther hesitated, then began to speak, the words tumbling out in a rush. "It's the divorce, being away from my daughters, Ayana and Zola. I feel so disconnected. The guilt, the sadness. It's overwhelming." Dr. Williams nodded, encouraging him to continue. "Tell me more about that. How does the separation make you feel on a daily basis?" Luther sighed, the pain evident in his eyes. "Every day feels like a struggle. I miss them so much. I feel like I'm failing them by not being there every day. And this apartment, it's so empty without them." Dr. Williams leaned forward, her voice gentle yet firm. "Luther, what you're feeling is completely natural. Separation from loved ones can create a deep sense of loss. It's important to remember you're doing your best given the circumstances." Luther nodded, taking in her words. "Yeah, but it doesn't make it any easier. I don't know how to handle this." "We'll work through it together," she assured him. "Depression and separation anxiety are challenging, but there are ways to cope. Have you tried any mindfulness exercises or journaling?" "I've thought about it, but I haven't really done much," Luther admitted. "I've just been feeling stuck." "That's understandable," Dr. Williams said. "Let's start small. Maybe try writing down your thoughts each day. It can help you process your emotions. And remember, seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness." Luther felt a small spark of hope. "I'll give it a shot, anything to feel better." Dr. Williams smiled. "Good, we'll take this one step at a time. In our future sessions, we'll explore your emotions more deeply, develop coping strategies, and find ways to maintain a strong connection with your daughters despite the distance." Luther left the session feeling a bit lighter. He felt like he had a path forward for the first time in a while. Over the coming weeks, he continued his sessions with Dr. Williams, delving deeper into his feelings and gradually implementing positive changes in his life. He began to make meaningful changes. He started writing letters to Ayana and Zola, engaging in activities he loved, and building a support network. Slowly but surely, his perspective began to shift. With Dr. Williams' guidance, he discovered a reservoir of strength and resilience he hadn't known he possessed. Each step he took, each small victory, brought him closer to reclaiming his life and finding peace within himself. He started with small steps. Regular communication with Ayana and Zola became a priority. He sent them heartfelt letters, sharing stories and words of encouragement. He also scheduled video calls to bridge the physical distance. The girls' laughter and smiles during these calls filled him with a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. "Hey, Dad, guess what we did at school today?" Ayana's voice chirped excitedly through the screen. "Tell me everything," Luther responded, his heart swelling with love as he listened to their tales of school projects and playground adventures. While moments with his daughters filled him with joy, the demands of his job were starting to weigh heavily on Luther. He loved teaching at TMU, but the workload was becoming increasingly overwhelming. Tasks piled up, preparing lectures, meeting with students, attending faculty meetings, and managing research projects. Each day seemed to stretch longer and longer. One evening, after another 12-hour day, he was buried in a stack of papers to grade. The glow of his desk lamp cast a warm circle of light in the otherwise dim room. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the fatigue settle in his bones, but he pushed through, knowing how important timely feedback was for his students. His phone buzzed with an email notification. It was from his department head, who was assigning him to chair a new committee on curriculum development. Luther sighed, knowing it meant even more hours of work. He appreciated the trust placed in him, but wondered how much more he could handle. The following day, Luther overheard his colleagues discussing the ongoing issue in the faculty lounge. "Have you heard anything about the hiring situation?" Dr. Adams asked, looking over her glasses at Dr. Jameson. Dr. Jameson shook his head, a deep frown creasing his forehead. No, and it's becoming unbearable. We need more professors. The students deserve better than overworked and stretched-thin faculty. Luther joined the conversation, setting his coffee cup down on the table. I got another committee assignment last night. We're all drowning in work here. Dr. Adams sighed, shaking her head. I hear you. I've got 3 new advisees this semester alone. How can we possibly give our students the attention they need? It's not just the teaching load, Dr. Jameson added. Our research is suffering too. I haven't had time to make any significant progress on my latest project in weeks. I've had to put my research on the back burner, Luther admitted. And now, with this new committee, it's just too much. Dr. Adams nodded, her expression sympathetic. We need more staff, that's clear. Have you talked to the department head about this, Luther? I have, Luther replied, but they keep saying it's a budget issue. Meanwhile, the workload keeps piling up. The department head, Dr. Moore, walked into the lounge just then. Noticing the gathered group, he approached with a concerned look. Morning, everyone. I couldn't help but overhear. I know things are tough right now. That's an understatement, Dr. Jameson said, unable to hide his frustration. Dr. Moore sighed. We're actively trying to hire more professors. We've had several candidates, but it's a slow process. I understand your pressure, and I'm working to get more help as soon as possible. We appreciate that, Dr. Moore, Luther said, but we need a solution now. The students are suffering, and so are we. Dr. Moore nodded. I understand. I'll see if there's any way to expedite the process. In the meantime, if there's anything specific I can do to help lighten the load, please let me know. Just keep us updated, Dr. Adams said. We need to know that help is on the way. Dr. Moore promised to keep the lines of communication open and left, leaving the professors to their coffee and mounting responsibilities. As Luther returned to his office, he couldn't shake the feeling of impending burnout. Something had to give, and he hoped it wouldn't be him. Late into the night, Luther continued grading papers, his mind drifting back to simpler times when the workload felt manageable. He missed weekends free of the constant worry of unfinished tasks looming over him. The stack of papers seemed never-ending, each page a reminder of responsibilities that never ceased to grow. The next morning, he dragged himself out of bed, feeling the weight of exhaustion. His coffee barely touched the fatigue as he prepared for his first class. During the lecture, he found solace in his students' engagement, their curiosity and enthusiasm fueling his passion for teaching. Yet, the stress gnawed at the edges of his consciousness, a constant reminder of the mounting demands. After class, he bumped into Dr. Adams in the hallway. You look exhausted, Luther, she remarked, concern evident in her voice. I am, he admitted. I stayed up late grading again. Sometimes I wonder how long I can keep this up. Dr. Adams sighed. You're not alone. We're all feeling it. Just remember to take care of yourself, okay? We need you here, but we need you healthy. Luther nodded, appreciating her words but feeling the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. He knew he needed to find a way to balance his work and well-being, but the path forward seemed unclear. As he settled back into his office, he glanced at the stack of papers still waiting for his attention. He took a deep breath and resolved to push through, knowing that his students deserved his best effort despite his fatigue. During a brief break, he received a text from Ayana and Zola, a picture of them holding a drawing they made for him. We miss you, Dad, the message read. His heart ached with the distance, but it also reignited his determination. He texted back a picture of himself smiling with a note, I miss you too. Can't wait to hear more about your day. In the evenings, after another long day at the university, Luther collapsed onto his couch, laptop balanced on his knees as he continued working. The papers seemed endless, each one demanding his attention and feedback. His eyes strained under the dim light, and fatigue tugged at his consciousness. But through the haze of exhaustion, he clung to one thought: his session with Dr. Williams the next day. He looked forward to these sessions as a beacon of relief and clarity. Dr. Williams made him feel understood and supported, a stark contrast to the relentless demands of his job. As he clicked through another student's paper, he allowed himself to imagine her office's calm, soothing environment, the soft lighting and the serene paintings that seemed to invite tranquility. The following day, he trudged through his routine, his mind already half in the session he so eagerly anticipated. He pushed through his classes, his energy flagging, but his resolve strong. In Dr. Williams's office, the soft lighting and tranquil environment provided an immediate sense of relief. "Welcome back, Luther," she greeted warmly. "Thanks," Luther said, sinking into the chair. "It's been a rough week." "I can tell," Dr. Williams replied, her voice gentle. "Let's talk about what's been going on." As Luther began to unpack his struggles, the weight on his shoulders seemed to lighten. Dr. Williams listened intently, offering insights and coping strategies. The session flew by, leaving Luther feeling more grounded and hopeful. Returning to his apartment that evening, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy, but with Dr. Williams's support and his daughter's love, he felt better equipped to face the challenges. He opened his laptop, ready to tackle the next stack of papers with a bit more resilience and a lot more determination. Chapter 2: Exploring Ancestry and Discovering Healing. When Luther arrived at Dr. Williams' office for their weekly appointment, he was ready to unburden himself. Walking in, he felt a mix of exhaustion and hope, emotions that had become all too familiar over the past few months. He had been seeing Dr. Williams to navigate the emotional turmoil of his divorce and its impact on his relationship with his daughters. He was greeted with a warm smile as he approached the receptionist's desk. The receptionist, a young woman named Chelsea, had always been kind and attentive, and Luther found her presence comforting. "Good morning, Luther," Chelsea said, her smile lighting up the room. "How are you today?" "Hey, Chelsea," Luther replied, trying to muster a smile despite his fatigue. "I'm hanging in there. Ready for another session with Dr. Williams." Chelsea nodded, her expression softening with empathy. "I hope it goes well. She's been helping a lot of people. You're in good hands." "Thanks," Luther said, appreciating her kind words. "How's your day going?" "It's been busy but good," Chelsea replied. "I always look forward to seeing our regulars. It feels like we're part of their journey, you know." Luther nodded, feeling a sense of comfort in their brief exchange. "Yeah, it makes a difference to see a friendly face." "I'm glad to hear that," Chelsea said. "Your session is about to start, so go ahead and make yourself comfortable." Luther thanked her and walked toward Dr. Williams' office, her words providing a small boost to his spirits. Dr. Williams greeted him with a warm, reassuring smile. "Welcome back, Luther," she said gently. "Please have a seat." Luther sank into the familiar chair, exhaling deeply. "Thanks, Dr. Williams. I've been looking forward to this all week." "I'm glad you're here," she replied. "Tell me, how have things been since our last session?" Luther held his head, searching for the right words. "It's been tough. I'm trying to keep up with work, but it's overwhelming. I'm working late into the night, grading papers and handling new assignments. I barely have time for anything else, and it's starting to get to me." Dr. Williams nodded, her expression understanding. "That sounds incredibly challenging, Luther. Balancing a demanding job with a personal life is never easy. Have you been able to find any moments of relaxation or joy in between?" "A little," Luther admitted. "I've been trying to play my guitar again, even if it's just for a few minutes before bed. And I make sure to video call Ayana and Zola as often as I can. Those moments really help." "That's great to hear," Dr. Williams said encouragingly. It's important to hold on to those small moments of joy. Let's talk about ways we can help you manage your workload more effectively. What's the biggest challenge you're facing right now? Luther sighed, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. It's the constant pressure. There's always something more to do. More papers to grade, more meetings to attend, more research to conduct. I love my job, but it's starting to feel like too much. Dr. Williams leaned in slightly, her eyes filled with empathy. It sounds like you're under a lot of pressure to perform perfectly in every area of your work. Let's explore some strategies to help you prioritize and delegate tasks. Have you considered setting specific time limits for grading or scheduling dedicated breaks? I've thought about it, Luther said, nodding slowly. But it's hard to stick to it when there's so much to get done. Understandable, Dr. Williams replied. But remember, taking care of yourself is just as important as taking care of your students. Let's work on creating a more balanced schedule that includes time for self-care. We can also discuss ways to communicate your boundaries effectively with your colleagues. Over the next hour, they delved into practical strategies to alleviate his workload. They discussed setting boundaries, prioritizing tasks, and carving out time for self-care. Dr. Williams encouraged him to continue his mindfulness practices and journaling, emphasizing their importance in maintaining his mental health. As we continue, Dr. Williams said, let's identify potential sources of stress within your work environment. It's crucial to prioritize self-care practices that support your overall well-being. Together, they brainstormed practical solutions, such as delegating tasks, setting realistic goals, and establishing a structured schedule that allowed for regular breaks and leisure activities. Dr. Williams also emphasized the importance of open communication with his colleagues and superiors, advocating for a healthy work-life balance. Throughout their conversation, Dr. Williams instilled in Luther a sense of empowerment, reminding him that he could make choices that aligned with his values and prioritized his well-being. Luther, it's clear you've been working too hard lately, she said, her voice gentle yet firm. You need to take a step back and prioritize your well-being. I believe that taking a vacation could be incredibly beneficial for you, both mentally and emotionally. You know, I hadn't thought about taking a vacation, Luther admitted, a flicker of hope in his eyes. But you're right. I've been so caught up in work that I haven't allowed myself to relax and rejuvenate. Dr. Williams smiled warmly, her eyes conveying understanding and support. Taking time off is not a luxury, Luther. It's necessary, especially when carrying such a heavy load. It's crucial to give yourself permission to rest and reset. Sometimes, getting away from our day-to-day lives can offer us a fresh perspective and help us recharge our batteries, Dr. Williams continued. Luther nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. He realized he had been neglecting his well-being, putting his work above all else. The thought of taking a vacation felt like a breath of fresh air, a chance to prioritize himself and his needs. I'll do it, Luther said with newfound determination. I'll take that vacation and give myself the space to heal and recharge. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for helping me see the importance of this. Dr. Williams nodded approvingly. I'm glad you're making this choice, Luther. Remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish. It's an act of self-love and self-preservation. You deserve this time to nurture your well-being. Do you know where you might want to go? She asked. It was then that Luther remembered the results of the DNA test he had recently taken, revealing his connection to the small African village of Ndale. He shared this information with Dr. Williams, who listened with interest. That sounds like a wonderful opportunity, Luther, she said, her eyes lighting up. Exploring your roots and learning more about your ancestry could be a healing experience. Luther felt a surge of excitement. I've always been curious about my heritage. Visiting Ndale could be just what I need to reconnect with myself and find some peace. Dr. Williams smiled warmly. It sounds like a perfect plan. Embrace this journey, Luther. It could be exactly what you need to rejuvenate and gain a fresh perspective. This trip might also give you the clarity and purpose you've been searching for. As Luther left Dr. Williams's office, a newfound sense of hope and determination filled him. He felt a clear path forward for the first time in a long while. The prospect of visiting Ndale, connecting with his roots, and taking time to care for himself seemed not just possible, but essential. With the summer break approaching, Luther knew it was the ideal time for his journey to Ndale. He decided to spend 30 days immersing himself in the culture and history of the village. Excited and slightly nervous, he shared the news with his colleagues, ex-wife, and children. One afternoon in the faculty lounge, Luther gathered Dr. Adams and Dr. Jameson to tell them about his upcoming trip. They were his go-to colleagues for intellectual conversations and advice. As he prepared for his trip to Africa, he sought their wisdom on fully immersing himself in the continent's culture and history. With his quiet demeanor, Dr. Jameson handed Luther a stack of books he thought might be helpful. Among them were African Civilization Revisited by Basil Davidson, The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams, and Black Athena, The Afro-Asiatic Roots of Classical Civilization by Martin Bernal. As he looked through the titles, he couldn't help but feel excited about the knowledge he was about to gain. On the other hand, Dr. Adams was full of energy and enthusiasm as she shared her travel experiences. "When I went to Senegal, I was struck by the vibrant music scene," she exclaimed. "Everywhere you go, you can hear the rhythms of the drums and the kora, and the traditional dancing is just breathtaking. You have to see it to believe it." She went on to describe the beauty of the landscape, with its lush forests, arid deserts and picturesque coastlines. She talked about the food, the fashion and the art, all of which were unique to each region of the continent. Luther couldn't help but feel inspired by her words and how she spoke about Africa with such reverence and admiration. His colleagues' reactions were overwhelmingly supportive. Dr. Adams was particularly enthusiastic, her eyes lighting up as she encouraged him to embrace every aspect of the experience. "You're going to love it, Luther. It's a journey of a lifetime. Make sure you immerse yourself fully and soak in everything." Dr. Jameson, more reserved but equally supportive, nodded approvingly. "It's important to connect with your roots. This trip will be both enlightening and healing for you." Even his ex-wife Jasmine expressed her support. "I think it's a great idea, Luther." To his surprise, she understood and acknowledged this journey's importance for his personal growth. She promised to keep him updated on Ayana and Zola's activities and ensure they spoke with him regularly during his time away. The support and encouragement from his colleagues, ex-wife and children filled him with the confidence he needed to face the unknown. With their well wishes in his heart, Luther set off for Ndale, eager to explore his roots and begin his journey of self-discovery. The night before his flight, he sat in his apartment, feeling excitement and trepidation. This journey was more than just a trip. It was a quest for self-discovery and healing. Luther meticulously packed his suitcase, making sure to include everything he might need for his adventure. He started with the essentials: clothing for various weather conditions, comfortable shoes for exploring, and toiletries. As he folded each item and placed it in his suitcase, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of nerves and anticipation. Next, he carefully packed the books Dr. Jameson had recommended, their pages filled with knowledge about African history and culture. He placed them neatly next to his clothes, knowing they would provide valuable insights during his journey. Luther reached for his journal, a well-worn leather-bound book that had been his constant companion through many of life's ups and downs. He flipped through the pages, filled with his thoughts, reflections and sketches. This journal would be crucial for documenting his experiences in Ndale, capturing the moments of clarity and revelation he hoped to find. He also packed a small photo album containing pictures of his daughters, Ayana and Zola. Their smiling faces would serve as a reminder of the love and support waiting for him back home. As he placed the album in his suitcase, he felt a pang of longing but also a surge of determination to return to them with stories and wisdom to share. Among his belongings, Luther included a few personal items that held sentimental value. a necklace his mother had given him, a small figurine from his childhood, and a postcard from a dear friend. These items were tokens of his past, grounding him as he ventured into unknown territory. He double-checked his travel documents, ensuring his passport, tickets, and visa were all in order. He was determined to make the most of his time in Africa, to learn as much as he could about its rich and diverse cultures, and to come back home with a deeper understanding of its history and people. The reality of his impending departure started to sink in as he zipped up his suitcase. He took a moment to look around his apartment, the familiar surroundings that had been both a refuge and a reminder of his struggles. This place had seen him at his lowest, but it had also been the starting point of his journey toward healing. As the night wore on, Luther found it difficult to sleep. His mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead, the people he would meet, the stories he would hear, and the mysteries he hoped to uncover. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, imagining the landscapes of Ndale and the connections he would forge. The morning arrived with the first light of dawn peeking through his window. Luther got up, feeling a mix of grogginess and exhilaration. He took a quick shower, dressed, and made a simple breakfast. As he sat at the table, he felt a wave of gratitude for the support he had received from his friends, colleagues, and Dr. Williams. Their encouragement had given him the strength to take this leap of faith. With a final check of his packed suitcase and a deep breath, Luther closed the door to his apartment and stepped into the fresh morning air. This was the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with promise and potential. Chapter 3. Embarking on a Journey. From Atlanta to Ndale village, Luther called an Uber to take him to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. The driver, a friendly middle-aged man named Sam, arrived promptly, greeting Luther with a warm smile as he helped load the suitcase into the trunk. "Good morning, off to the airport?" Sam asked, adjusting his cap as he settled back into the driver's seat. "Yeah, that's right," Luther replied, buckling his seatbelt. "I'm heading to Africa." Sam's eyes sparkled with interest. "Africa? That's amazing. Which part?" "I'm going to Ndale, a small village where my ancestors are from. I'm hoping to learn more about my heritage and connect with my roots," Luther explained, feeling a blend of excitement and anxiety. Sam navigated through the quiet streets, the city just beginning to wake up. "Wow, that sounds like a once-in-a-lifetime trip. What inspired you to go now?" Luther leaned back, the hum of the car comforting. "I've been dealing with a lot. Work stress, personal issues. I took a DNA test that pointed me to Ndale, and it felt like the right time for a journey of self-discovery." Sam nodded knowingly. "Sometimes you just need to get away and find yourself. What do you do for work?" "I'm a history professor at Thompson Mitchell University," Luther replied. "I love teaching, but the workload has been overwhelming lately. This trip is also a chance to take a much-needed break." Sam glanced at Luther in the rearview mirror, empathy in his eyes. "Teaching is tough. My cousin's a teacher, and she's always juggling a million things. It's good you're taking time for yourself. Everyone needs that." Luther smiled, appreciating the understanding. "Exactly. I hope this trip will help me recharge and gain some new perspectives." The conversation flowed easily as they drove. Sam shared stories of his own travels, including a memorable road trip across the United States, and they laughed about the unexpected adventures that come with exploring new places. As they approached the airport, Sam looked back at Luther. "I hope you have an incredible trip, Luther. It sounds like it's going to be a transformative experience." "Thanks, Sam. I really appreciate it," Luther replied, feeling a surge of anticipation. "Maybe one day you'll get to visit Africa too." Sam grinned. "I hope so. Safe travels, my friend." Luther thanked Sam as he retrieved his suitcase from the trunk. He felt a sense of calm as he walked into the bustling terminal, alive with the sights and sounds of people from all walks of life, each embarking on their own journeys. The air was filled with the hum of conversation and the aroma of coffee from nearby cafes. This pleasant start reinforced his decision to take this leap of faith. With each step, the weight of his worries began to lift, replaced by excitement and hope for what lay ahead in Ndale. Luther checked in at the airline counter, handing over his passport and luggage. The friendly attendant wished him a pleasant journey, which brought a small smile to his face. Navigating through security, he felt reassured by the professionalism and efficiency of the process. Each step forward felt like shedding a layer of his worries, replaced by a sense of purpose and excitement. In the bustling departure lounge, filled with shops, restaurants and travelers waiting to board their flights, he decided to grab a hot cup of coffee and a light breakfast. He found a cozy spot at a small cafe and settled in, sipping his coffee as he observed the flurry of activity around him. People from all walks of life passed by, each with their own stories, destinations and purposes. Families reunited, business travelers discussed strategies, and solo adventurers scanned their maps and itineraries. The air buzzed with the hum of conversation, the clinking of dishes, and the occasional announcement over the PA system. Luther watched the diverse array of people, feeling a kinship with their journeys. He imagined the stories that brought them to this moment, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of human experience. As Luther finished his coffee, a sense of calm and anticipation settled over him. He was ready for this adventure, prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead in Ndale. The announcement for his flight echoed through the terminal, and Luther gathered his belongings. With a final deep breath, he made his way to the gate, boarding pass in hand, heart filled with hope and the promise of new beginnings. He couldn't help but feel a sense of humility and connection. Watching the myriad of travelers, he was reminded that he was just one person among many, each embarking on their own unique journey. It was a humbling realization, but also a comforting one. Everyone had their own struggles, their own dreams, and their own paths to follow. He finished his coffee, feeling more grounded and ready for the journey ahead. The last few weeks had been a whirlwind of preparation and reflection, and now, sitting in the departure lounge, he felt a calm anticipation. This trip to Ndale was not just a vacation, but a quest for self-discovery and healing, a chance to connect with his heritage and find a new perspective on life. As the boarding call for his flight echoed through the terminal, Luther stood up, grabbed his carry-on, and took a deep breath. With a sense of renewed determination, he walked towards the gate, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He was greeted with a smile as he stepped onto the plane, feeling the cool air conditioning wash over him. The cabin crew welcomed him warmly, directing him to his seat. He settled into his window seat, his heart pounding with anticipation. As the plane taxied down the runway and soared into the sky, Luther felt a sense of awe at the vast world below. Seated next to him was an older woman with kind eyes and a warm smile. As they settled into the flight, she turned to him. "First time flying to Africa?" she asked, her voice gentle and curious. "Yes," Luther replied, smiling. "I'm heading to a village called Ndale. My ancestors are from there, and I hope to learn more about my heritage." "How wonderful," she said, her eyes lighting up. "I'm Miriam. I've made this journey many times to visit family in Kenya." Luther felt comfortable in her presence and decided to share more. "I've been going through a lot lately. Work stress, personal issues. I took a DNA test that connected me to Ndale, and I felt it was the right time to explore my roots and find some clarity." Miriam nodded thoughtfully. "Connecting with your heritage can be very healing. I hope you find what you're looking for. Ndale is an extraordinary place." "I hope so," Luther said, feeling a sense of anticipation. "Have you ever been to Ndale?" "I haven't," Miriam admitted, "but I've heard about its rich culture and history. You'll find that the people there have a deep connection to their land and traditions." Throughout the flight, they chatted intermittently. Luther spent time watching movies, reading the books Dr. Jameson had given him, and occasionally dozing off as the gentle hum of the engines lulled him to sleep. Each time he woke, Miriam was there with a reassuring presence, ready to share more stories about her travels and experiences. As the miles between him and his destination grew smaller, his excitement grew, and he felt increasingly ready to embrace this once-in-a-lifetime adventure. The plane began its descent toward the African continent, and Luther peered out the window, taking in the breathtaking landscape below. The vast expanse of land was a mix of lush greenery, golden plains, and deep blue rivers that snaked their way through the terrain. "Look at that," Luther said, pointing out the window. "It's beautiful." Miriam leaned over to get a better view. "Yes, it is. There's nothing quite like the African landscape. It's so full of life and history." As the airplane wheels touched down on the runway with a gentle thud, Luther felt a surge of excitement. The airport in Nairobi was smaller than in Atlanta, but bustling with activity. Passengers disembarked, and the terminal buzzed with energy. "Thank you for the lovely conversation, Miriam," Luther said as they gathered their belongings. "You've made this flight much more enjoyable." "The pleasure was mine, Luther," Miriam replied with a warm smile. "Good luck on your journey to Ndale. I hope you find everything you're searching for." With Miriam's kind words echoing in his mind, Luther stepped into the vibrant atmosphere of the Nairobi airport. As he disembarked, the warm, balmy air enveloped him, carrying the scent of exotic flowers and the distant aroma of wood smoke. The melodic mix of languages being spoken around him created a symphony of cultural diversity, giving him a sense of the rich tapestry that made up this part of the world. The terminal was alive with activity. Travelers from various corners of the globe, airport staff efficiently directing passengers, and vendors selling local crafts and delicacies. Luther took a moment to soak it all in, feeling the pulse of the city and the welcoming embrace of a land that was both new and familiar. As he navigated through the bustling airport, he marveled at the colorful attire of the people around him, the vibrant patterns and fabrics reflecting a deep cultural heritage. The sounds of laughter, animated conversations, and the occasional announcement over the PA system blended into a harmonious backdrop. Making his way through immigration and customs, Luther felt a growing sense of excitement and anticipation. He retrieved his luggage and headed toward the exit, eager to begin the next leg of his journey to Ndale. The reality of his adventure was finally sinking in, and he was ready to embrace every moment of it. Outside, he was greeted by a sea of faces, each with their own stories and destinations. The sun was beginning to rise, casting a golden glow over the city. Luther took a deep breath, feeling renewed purpose as he stepped into the new day. He met his driver, Joseph, a tall, well-built man with a kind face and eyes that seemed to twinkle with warmth and wisdom. Joseph wore traditional attire, a colorful shirt with intricate patterns that reflected the region's vibrant culture. He helped Luther load his luggage into the vehicle, and they set off towards the hotel. Joseph's deep voice filled the car with stories and information about the local area as they began their drive. The road weaved through small towns and picturesque countryside, revealing glimpses of everyday life in this part of Africa. Luther saw children playing by the roadside, their laughter echoing through the air. Women carried large baskets on their heads with effortless grace, and men tended to fields and livestock. The vibrant colors of their clothing contrasted beautifully against the earthy hues of the landscape, creating a lively and serene scene. Joseph shared his extensive knowledge of the local customs, traditions, and history, giving Luther a deeper understanding of the culture he was about to immerse himself in. "You know," Joseph said with a smile, "our people have a rich history, and the stories of our ancestors are very much alive in our daily lives." As they spoke, Luther felt a growing connection to the land and its people, reinforcing his belief that this journey was essential to his healing process. The drive continued through lush greenery and golden plains, the scenery constantly changing and captivating Luther's attention. Upon arriving at the hotel, Luther was struck by its charming rustic architecture, which blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The hotel is nestled in a verdant landscape, Its thatched roofs and wooden beams gave it an inviting, homely feel. The scent of fresh local cuisine wafted from the hotel's restaurant, enticing him to sample the culinary delights that awaited. Exhausted but exhilarated from his journey, he checked into his room. The hotel room was a cozy, inviting space, adorned with local artwork and furnished with comfortable, handcrafted furniture. The earthy tones of the decor complemented the warm atmosphere, making him feel at home despite being so far away from everything familiar. Having settled into his room, he decided to venture out and experience the local cuisine at the hotel's restaurant. As he entered, he was greeted by a friendly waitress named Athena, who guided him to a table with a smile. "Welcome. Is this your first time here?" she asked, handing him a menu. "Yes, it is," Luther replied, taking in the lively atmosphere. The restaurant was open air, with wooden beams, colorful woven textiles, and softly glowing lanterns casting warm golden light. The chatter of fellow diners and the clinking of glasses filled the air, creating a convivial ambience. Athena noticed his hesitation as he perused the menu. "Can I help you with some recommendations?" she offered. "Please," Luther said, grateful for her assistance. "I'm eager to try something new, but everything here is unfamiliar." "Of course. How about starting with our traditional stew?" Athena suggested, her eyes lighting up. "It's made with tender, slow-cooked meat, a variety of vegetables, and a rich, flavorful sauce. It comes with a side of fluffy steamed rice, and I recommend pairing it with a local beer. It complements the dish perfectly." "That sounds amazing," Luther said, his mouth watering at her description. "I'll take your advice and order that." As he waited for his meal, he observed the people around him. Families shared dishes and laughed together, couples enjoyed intimate conversations, and groups of friends engaged in animated discussions. The restaurant was a microcosm of the community, a place where people from all walks of life gathered to share a meal and connect. When his food arrived, he marveled at the presentation. The vibrant colors of the stew contrasted beautifully against the white of the rice. He took his first bite and was immediately transported by the explosion of flavors and textures. The tender meat, the depth of the sauce, and the subtle earthy notes of the vegetables combined to create a comforting yet exotic dish. Each mouthful was a revelation, and he found himself savoring every bite. Athena occasionally stopped by his table to ask how he enjoyed the food and share anecdotes about the ingredients and preparation. "The vegetables in the stew are grown locally, and the meat is sourced from nearby farms," she proudly explained. "It's a recipe passed down through generations." "It's incredible," Luther said, smiling. "Thank you for the recommendation. This is exactly what I was hoping for." "I'm glad you're enjoying it," Athena replied warmly. "If you have any questions about the food or our culture, feel free to ask. We're always happy to share." As he finished his meal, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the opportunity to immerse himself in this vibrant culture. The people's warmth, the environment's beauty, and the food's deliciousness filled him with a sense of wonder and anticipation for the adventures ahead in Ndale village. After his satisfying meal at the hotel's restaurant, he decided to explore the local nightlife, hoping to understand the culture and connect with the people. He asked the hotel receptionist for a recommendation and was directed to a popular nightclub in the nearby town. The nightclub, nestled in the heart of the bustling town, was alive with vibrant music and laughter. As Luther approached, he could hear the rhythmic beat of drums and the energetic melodies of African music spilling into the night. The entrance was lit by flickering torches, casting dancing shadows on the ground and beckoning him inside. Stepping through the doorway, he was immediately enveloped by the pulsating energy of the club. A diverse crowd filled the dimly lit space, dancing, laughing, and enjoying the vibrant atmosphere. The walls were adorned with bold, colorful artwork and traditional masks, giving the area a distinctly African feel. Luther hesitated for a moment, taking in the sights and sounds, and then allowed himself to be drawn into the rhythm of the music. He found a spot near the bar and caught the bartender's attention. "Can you recommend a good drink?" he asked. "Try the Kunyaza Special," the bartender replied with a smile. "It's a local favorite." Luther couldn't help but tap his foot to the music's infectious beat as he sipped his drink. The vibrant atmosphere and the cocktail's delicious taste made him feel more relaxed and in tune with his surroundings. "Enjoying yourself?" a voice next to him asked. Luther turned to see a man about his age smiling warmly. "Absolutely," Luther replied. "The energy here is incredible." "I'm Ibrahim," the man introduced himself. "First time here?" "Yes, I'm Luther. I just arrived today from Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. I'm looking to connect with the local culture here in Nairobi, and tomorrow I'm traveling to Ndale, where my ancestors are from, according to my DNA test results." "Well, you're in the right place for a good time in Nairobi," Ibrahim said with a grin. "Let me introduce you to some friends." Ibrahim introduced Luther to several locals as the night progressed, each sharing stories and advice. One woman named Lerato spoke animatedly about the vibrant marketplace in Nairobi. "You have to visit the marketplace before you head back to America," Lerato said, her eyes sparkling. "The stalls are filled with locally crafted goods and mouth-watering street food. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee, the rhythmic beats of traditional drumming, and the joyful dances. It's an experience you can't miss." Another club-goer, Omar, spoke of the ancient ruins on the outskirts of Nairobi. "The ruins tell tales of kings and queens, triumphs and struggles," he said with reverence. "The hieroglyphics and intricate carvings are mesmerizing. You can feel the spiritual energy emanating from these sacred sites." As Luther listened, he felt a growing connection to the land and its people, reinforcing his belief that this journey was essential to his healing process. The conversations flowed effortlessly, filled with laughter, empathy, and genuine interest. As the night wore on, Luther felt a sense of belonging and connection he hadn't experienced in a long time. The people, the music, and the atmosphere had opened his heart and mind to the beauty of this new environment. He danced and laughed, feeling the weight of his worries slip away, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose and joy. Eventually, the music began to fade and the night drew to a close. As he stepped out of the nightclub into the cool night air, he was filled with exhilaration and anticipation for what lay ahead. He began to walk back to his hotel, the city streets alive with laughter, conversations, and the occasional honking of car horns. The walk back to the hotel allowed him to reflect on his conversations, the stories he had heard, and the genuine connections he had made. He marveled at the warmth and openness of the people who had welcomed him into their world with open arms. The sights and sounds of the city accompanied his thoughts, the flickering neon lights casting vibrant hues on the passing buildings, the distant laughter and chatter of night owls, and the occasional honking of car horns adding to the urban symphony. Arriving at his hotel, he entered the lobby, the familiar scent of freshly cut flowers greeting him. The receptionist smiled warmly as he approached the desk, their interaction brief but kind. As he stepped into the elevator, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirrored walls. His eyes were bright with anticipation, a spark of excitement dancing within them. Entering his hotel room, he found solace in the serenity of the space. The room exuded a sense of calm with its soft lighting, plush furnishings, and the gentle hum of the air conditioning. He took a moment to gaze out the window, his eyes drawn to the glimmering lights of the city below. It reminded him of the vibrant world that awaited him beyond these walls. Feeling a mixture of gratitude and exhaustion, he prepared for a peaceful night's rest. He lay on the comfortable bed, sinking into the plush mattress and soft sheets that enveloped him in warmth. The sounds of the city became a distant murmur, replaced by the soothing hum of the air conditioning and the gentle rustling of the curtains. As he closed his eyes, he whispered a silent prayer, expressing his gratitude for the experiences he had encountered thus far and the ones yet to come. The bed felt like a sanctuary, and despite the excitement buzzing in his mind, he soon drifted into a deep, restful sleep. He dreamed of Ndale, vibrant markets, ancient ruins, and the welcoming faces of the people he would meet. The anticipation of his journey filled him with a sense of peace and purpose, readying him for the adventures that awaited with the dawn. Chapter 4. The Journey to Ndale Village, Uncovering the Secrets of the Ancestors. The following morning, Luther awoke with anticipation for the day ahead. He had arranged for a local guide named Mbwana to take him to Ndale Village. Mbwana was a tall, middle-aged man with a weathered yet friendly face. He was known for his extensive knowledge of the local history and ability to navigate the sometimes treacherous terrain. As they set off toward the village, Mbwana began to share stories about Ndale, weaving tales of its rich history and vibrant culture. Ndale has a fascinating past, he said, his eyes reflecting pride and mystery. The village has seen many generations and holds secrets that even I am still uncovering. Luther listened intently, intrigued by the stories. What kind of secrets? He asked. Curiosity piqued. Mbwana's expression grew serious. There are stories about unexplained lights that appear in the night sky and vanish as suddenly as they appear, he began, his voice dropping to a whisper. People say you can hear eerie whispers in the wind, voices that seem to beckon those who hear them toward an unknown fate. Luther felt a chill run down his spine. And these stories, do people believe them? Mbwana nodded slowly. Many do. There are tales of people who ventured into certain parts of the village and returned with their memories wiped clean, or didn't return at all. Luther felt both intrigued and unsettled by Mbwana's tales. The stories added a layer of mystery and danger to his journey, leaving him with a growing sense of unease as they neared their destination. The trip to the village took them through dense forests and across rugged hills, the landscape becoming wilder and more untamed with each passing mile. Luther's heart quickened with excitement and trepidation as they neared the village. The sky above grew darker, with storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Thunder rumbled in the distance, as if nature was preparing to reveal the secrets of the village's ancient grounds. When Luther and Mbwana arrived in Ndale, the villagers greeted them with curiosity and wariness. Their eyes seemed to hold a deep knowledge they were hesitant to share. "Welcome to Ndale," said an elder, her voice tinged with warmth and caution. "I am Maisha." "Thank you, Maisha," Luther replied, trying to hide his nervousness. "I'm honored to be here. My name is Luther, and I'm hoping to learn more about my ancestors and the history of this village." Maisha nodded, her eyes studying him intently. "You have the look of someone seeking answers. Our village holds many secrets, some of which are best left undisturbed. But you are welcome here." As Luther took in his surroundings, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was stepping into a place that held mysteries beyond his understanding. He wondered if the strange stories he had heard were true, and what he might discover as he delved deeper into the history of his ancestors. Mbwana, noticing Luther's apprehension, touched him on the shoulder. "You'll be fine here, my friend. The people of Ndale are kind, even if they're a bit reserved at first. I must head back to the city now, but I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you, Mbwana. I appreciate everything you've done," Luther said, feeling a pang of uncertainty as Mbwana drove away, leaving him to face the unknown. Despite the unsettling stories Mbwana had shared, Luther found himself welcomed with open arms in Ndale. The villagers invited him to stay, offering him a small but comfortable hut to call his home during his time there. "The cost to rent the hut is very cheap," Maisha informed him, a hint of pride in her voice. "We don't get many tourists who stay overnight, so we try to make it easy for those who do." Luther was pleasantly surprised by the affordability. "Thank you, Maisha. This means a lot to me." As Maisha led him to his hut, she spoke softly. "This will be your home for as long as you need. Our village may seem quiet, but it has much to tell if you are willing to listen." Luther thanked her and stepped inside. As he settled in, a young woman named Nia arrived with a basket of food. "Welcome, Luther," she said, her smile genuine. I brought you something to eat. If you need anything, just ask." "Thank you, Nia," Luther replied, grateful for the kindness. "I'm looking forward to getting to know everyone and learning more about Ndale." "You'll find that we have many stories to share," Nia said, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. "But some things are revealed only to those who prove themselves worthy." Luther nodded, understanding that his journey in Ndale would be as much about earning the villagers' trust as it would be about uncovering his heritage. He felt excitement and determination as he looked around his new home, ready to embrace the challenges and discoveries that lay ahead. That night, as he lay in bed, Luther couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. The warmth of the villagers and the serene beauty of Ndale contrasted sharply with the enigmatic aura that seemed to permeate the village. He knew that the answers he sought would not come easily, but he was prepared to delve into the heart of Ndale and uncover the truths hidden within its history. Over the next few days, the villagers warmly embraced Luther as one of their own, recognizing the shared thread of ancestry that bound them together. They introduced him to their traditional customs and rituals, inviting him to partake in their daily routines. One morning, as the roosters crowed to signal the start of a new day, Meisha invited Luther to join the villagers for breakfast. He followed her to the communal gathering area where families were already seated, sharing meals and laughter. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and homemade bread filled the air. "Come, Luther," Meisha said, guiding him to a seat. "Join us and experience our morning traditions." Luther sat down and was handed a steaming cup of coffee by a young boy. "Thank you," he said, smiling at the child. He felt a deep sense of belonging as he observed the harmonious interactions around him. After breakfast, Nia approached him with a basket of tools. "Today we will work in the fields. It is an important part of our daily life. Would you like to join us?" "Absolutely," Luther replied, eager to immerse himself in the villagers' way of life. They walked to the fields, where the lush greenery stretched out under the morning sun. The villagers worked with skill and precision, their hands moving expertly as they tended to the crops. Luther watched and learned, trying his best to keep up with their pace. An elderly man named Omari noticed Luther's efforts and offered guidance. "Here, let me show you a trick to make this easier," he said, demonstrating a more efficient way to handle the tools. Luther appreciated Omari's patience and soaked up every bit of knowledge he could. In the evenings, the village came alive with music and dance. The villagers gathered around a large bonfire, the flames casting flickering shadows that danced along with them. The village elders led the storytelling sessions, sharing tales of their ancestors and the history of Ndale. "These stories are our heritage," one elder declared. "They are the threads that weave us together, binding us to our past and guiding our future." Luther listened intently, feeling the weight of each story settle into his heart. He marveled at the depth of the villagers' connection to their history and felt honored to be included in their circle. One afternoon, as they were weaving baskets, Nia shared a personal story. "My grandmother used to tell me that our ancestors watch over us, guiding our steps. She believed that understanding our past helps us navigate the future." "That's a beautiful sentiment," Luther said thoughtfully. "I feel like I'm beginning to understand that more and more each day." As the days passed, Luther's bond with the villagers grew stronger. One villager, an older woman named Amma, became a close confidant. Nia, who had initially been his main guide, left for the city of Nabori to visit relatives and would be gone for several weeks. In her absence, Luther spent more time with Amma, the village elder. He deeply appreciated her wisdom and storytelling prowess. Amma had a unique blend of warmth, humor, and authority. She was well respected and loved by the villagers, who often sought her counsel on trivial and significant matters. Luther found her stories captivating, each one weaving a rich tapestry of the village's past. One evening, as they sat under a sprawling baobab tree, Luther expressed his fascination with the village's history and his desire to learn more. Amma smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Ah, young one, you have come to the right person," she said, her voice conveying mystery. "Our village has a tapestry of stories that span countless generations. Are you ready to embark on a journey through time?" Luther nodded eagerly, his heart brimming with anticipation. "I am ready, Amma. Please, share with me one of the most captivating stories from Ndale's past." Amma's gaze shifted to the distant horizon as she began to paint a vivid picture with her words. "Long ago, a great warrior named Tariq lived when the moon held sway over our village. He was known for his unparalleled bravery and unwavering loyalty to his people." She paused, letting the suspense settle in the air. Luther leaned forward, captivated by her every word. "Tariq's tale begins during a time of great turmoil," Amma continued. "Our village was besieged by a rival tribe led by a fearsome chieftain who sought to claim our land and resources. The days were filled with uncertainty and fear." Luther listened intently, his imagination painting vivid images of the past as Amma's story unfolded. He could almost see the brave warrior Tariq standing tall against the backdrop of a moonlit sky, ready to defend his village. "In the darkest hour, when hope seemed lost, Tariq emerged as our beacon of light," Amma continued, her voice charged with intensity. "He rallied the villagers, inspiring them with his unwavering determination and unyielding spirit. With a small band of loyal warriors, he devised a daring plan to outwit the enemy and protect our way of life." She paused, letting the tension build, then resumed with a glimmer in her eye. "Under the cover of night, Tariq and his warriors stealthily infiltrated the rival tribe's camp. They moved like shadows, their steps guided by the wisdom of our ancestors. They incapacitated the enemy forces with a swift and calculated strike, leaving them vulnerable and disoriented." Luther held his breath, engrossed in the tale. "Despite facing overwhelming odds, Tariq stood undeterred," Amma continued. "With the villagers at his side, he drove back the rival tribe, reclaiming our land and securing our freedom. His courage and leadership were celebrated for generations, becoming the essence of our village's spirit." Luther marveled at the courage and resilience of the village's ancestors, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of pride. "But the story does not end there," Amma said, her voice taking on a softer, introspective tone. "Every tale we tell carries a lesson, a reminder of the virtues we hold dear. Tariq's story teaches us the power of unity, the strength that comes from standing together in the face of adversity. It reminds us that we are the custodians of our heritage, entrusted with the responsibility to honor and protect it." Luther felt a profound connection to Tariq's story, realizing his journey mirrored the warrior's spirit. He saw himself as part of a lineage of resilient souls who had triumphed over challenges, preserving their traditions and passing them down through generations. Amma's eyes glistened with reverence and caution as she spoke of the village's mysterious past. Her voice, usually warm and inviting, took on a somber tone, and her expression reflected the weight of the stories she carried. "There are events in our history that defy explanation," Amma said, her gaze distant. "Strange occurrences that Mwana may have mentioned to you. Lights that appear in the night sky only to vanish without a trace. Whispers in the wind beckon those who hear them towards an unknown fate. These events are both a blessing and a curse, reminding us of the power and mystery surrounding Ndale." Luther leaned in closer, drawn to the gravity of her words. The crackling of the fire punctuated the silence between them, adding an eerie undertone to the night. He felt a growing need to understand the truth behind these stories, the same awe and reverence the villagers seemed to hold for Amma's wisdom. "Amma, why do you think these things happen?" Luther asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Amma sighed deeply, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Some say it is the spirits of our ancestors, guiding and protecting us. Others believe it is a reminder of the power we once wielded, and the responsibility that comes with it. Whatever the reason, these occurrences are woven into the fabric of our existence, and we must honor and respect them." She paused, her expression softening as she turned to Luther. "Remember, Luther," she said gently, "our stories are not just tales of the past. They are the threads that bind us, connecting us to our ancestors and shaping our future. Carry their legacy with you, for it is a gift to be cherished and shared." As Luther's time in Ndale village continued, he found himself torn between the warmth and camaraderie he felt among the villagers and the haunting mysteries that seemed to surround them. The sounds of daily life, children playing, women singing as they worked, and the occasional distant animal call were comforting. Yet the mysterious events Amma spoke of lingered in the back of his mind. He knew he could not leave the village without uncovering the truth about its enigmatic past. The tales Amma shared, filled with both wonder and caution, fueled his resolve. He was determined to delve deeper into the mystery, no matter what dangers might await him. The more he learned, the more he felt a part of Ndale's intricate tapestry, each thread pulling him closer to the heart of its secrets. Chapter 5. A Home Away from Home. Luther's hut in Ndale village was more than just a place to sleep. It was a sanctuary that embodied the very spirit of the community. Nestled among towering acacia trees and vibrant flora, the hut stood as a testament to the village's craftsmanship and resourcefulness. Its walls, made from sun-baked mud bricks, offered a cool respite from the African heat, while the conical thatched roof, woven from local grasses, whispered the stories of generations who had built and lived under similar shelters. Inside, the hut was simple yet inviting. Hand-carved wooden furniture, polished to a warm sheen, filled the space with a sense of history and care. Colorful woven mats adorned the floor, their intricate patterns weaving tales of the village's rich cultural heritage. A small, unassuming window allowed a gentle breeze to drift through, carrying with it the soothing sounds of nature and the distant hum of village life. Despite its simplicity, the hut quickly became a sanctuary for Luther. It was a place where he could retreat to reflect on the day's events and ponder the mysteries of Ndale village. Crossing the threshold, he felt a profound connection to this place. The warmth of the hut mirrored the warmth he felt from the villagers. Each day spent in Ndale deepened his appreciation for their traditions and the intricate tapestry of their lives. The hut had become a true home away from home, with its simple beauty and unassuming charm. One morning, several of the village men invited him to join them on a hunt. They planned to venture into the surrounding forests in search of game to provide food for their families. Eager to immerse himself further in the local culture and understand their way of life, Luther readily accepted the invitation. Before setting out, the men gathered at the edge of the village for a brief ceremony, asking the spirits of their ancestors for protection and guidance on their journey. Luther stood among them, feeling a growing connection to the ancient traditions passed down through the generations. The hunting party, led by an experienced hunter named Kwame, set off into the dense forest, armed with bows, arrows, and spears. Luther followed closely, trying to match the agility and stealth of his companions as they moved silently through the undergrowth. The air was thick with humidity and the scent of damp earth, and the sounds of the forest teemed with life all around them. As they progressed deeper into the woods, Luther began to appreciate the skill and knowledge that the villagers possessed. They moved with a keen awareness of their surroundings, reading the subtle signs of the environment to track their quarry. He marveled at their ability to identify animal tracks, interpret the rustling of leaves, and easily navigate the labyrinthine forest. After several hours of tracking, the group came upon a small clearing where a group of antelopes was grazing. Kwame signaled for everyone to be still, their eyes locked onto their target. With expert precision, the men aimed and released their arrows, the wood's silence punctuated by the twang of bowstrings. Several antelopes fell to the ground, and the others scattered into the woods. The hunters approached their quarry with a sense of reverence and gratitude, offering a silent prayer to the spirits for providing them with sustenance. Luther watched as the men expertly prepared the animals for transport back to the village, their hands moving with skill and efficiency. As the men skillfully dressed the fallen antelopes, Luther marveled at their expertise. Each movement was deliberate and purposeful, reflecting their deep connection with the land and their reverence for the animals that provided sustenance. The hunters worked in harmony, seamlessly dividing tasks and utilizing every part of the animal with the utmost respect. Kwesi, one of the hunters, approached him with a warm smile. "You see, Luther, hunting is not merely about taking life," he explained. "It is a sacred act, a symbiotic relationship between man and nature. We thank the animals that sacrifice themselves so that we may survive." Luther nodded, captivated by Kwesi's words and the profound wisdom they held. After the preparations were complete, Kwame turned to him, his eyes reflecting deep gratitude. "Our ancestors taught us the ways of the hunt, Luther. They taught us to honor the creatures of the land, to take only what we need, and to give thanks for their sacrifice. It is a way of life deeply ingrained in our culture." Luther watched as the hunters carefully loaded the harvested game onto their shoulders, ready to carry it back to the village. He felt a sense of reverence for the animals that had provided nourishment, knowing that their lives would sustain the entire community. At that moment, he understood the profound connection between the people of Ndale and the natural world that surrounded them. As the group returned to the village, the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape. Luther marveled at the beauty of the scenery, the rhythmic sounds of nature merging with the hunters' footsteps. Feeling both exhilarated and exhausted from the day's activities, he trailed slightly behind the rest of the group, his eyes scanning the landscape for any interesting sights or potential dangers. Suddenly, something caught his attention in the tall grass off the path. At first, he thought it might be another animal, but as he moved closer, he realized it was an object partially buried in the undergrowth. Intrigued, he carefully approached the mysterious item, motioning for the rest of the group to wait momentarily. As he drew closer, he could see that the object was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols and patterns that seemed simultaneously familiar and foreign. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and he couldn't help but wonder how such a beautiful artifact had come to be hidden in the tall grass, seemingly forgotten and abandoned. Gently, he brushed away the dirt and leaves that had accumulated on the box, revealing a small rusted lock that held it closed. As he examined the lock, he noticed a faint inscription etched into the metal, a phrase that sent a shiver down his spine. "Beware the power that lies within." His curiosity was piqued, and he knew that he had to discover the contents of the mysterious box. He decided to keep his discovery a secret from the rest of the hunting party, tucking the box into his bag and rejoining the group without saying what he had found. As they continued their journey back to the village, he couldn't shake the feeling that his discovery was somehow connected to the strange occurrences reported in Ndale. Upon their return to the village, the hunters were greeted with cheers and smiles from their fellow villagers. The abundance of meat they had brought back would provide for their families and neighbors, and the grateful community wasted no time preparing a feast to celebrate their good fortune. As night fell, the villagers gathered around a roaring fire in the center of the village, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat filling the air. The atmosphere was joyful and filled with camaraderie, with people of all ages coming together to share in the fruits of the hunt. Seated among his new friends, Luther felt a deep sense of belonging and contentment as he took in the sights and sounds of the celebration. He watched as the village children laughed and played, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, while the adults engaged in animated conversation, their voices harmonious with storytelling, laughter and song. The feast was a delight for the senses, with various dishes showcasing the villagers' rich flavors and culinary talents. He savored every bite, his taste buds coming alive with the taste of succulent roasted antelope, spicy stews, and tender vegetables grown in the village gardens. As the evening progressed, the villagers began to dance around the fire, their movements graceful and fluid as they swayed to the rhythm of drums and other traditional instruments. Luther felt a surge of emotion as he watched the dancers, their joy and passion for their culture evident in every step. Unable to resist the celebration's infectious energy, He soon joined the dance, his body moving in time with the music as the villagers welcomed him into their circle. Yet, even amidst the festivities, his mind kept returning to the mysterious box hidden in his bag. What secrets did it hold, and how were they tied to the village's enigmatic past? The questions swirled in his mind, blending with the joyous sounds of the celebration. Luther knew that the answers he sought might change everything he had come to understand about Ndale and its place within its history. As the feast ended, and the villagers began to settle down around the fire, Amma took her place at the center of the gathering, her eyes twinkling with excitement as she prepared to share the stories of their ancestors. Luther eagerly joined the circle, captivated by the prospect of learning more about the history and culture that connected him to this land. Amma began her story, her voice a melodic blend of warmth and authority that captured the attention of everyone present. She spoke of the ancient ancestors of Ndale, who, like the Dogon tribe, had a deep understanding of the cosmos and a close relationship with the stars. Amma explained that the people of Ndale believed their ancestors had come from a distant star system and traveled to Earth on a celestial ark. These ancient visitors brought with them the wisdom of the cosmos, Amma said, her voice filled with reverence. They taught our people how to live in harmony with the natural world and gifted us with sacred artifacts, including a mysterious wooden box that held the key to unlocking the full potential of our ancestral knowledge. As Amma continued, she described how, over the centuries, the knowledge and power of the people of Ndale had slowly faded, their connection to their ancestors, and the stars becoming more distant with each passing generation. However, the villagers believed that one day, a descendant of the Ancient Ones would return to the village, and with their arrival, the people of Ndale would once again reclaim their heritage and true destiny. Luther felt a growing sense of wonder and awe as he listened to Amma's incredible story. The tales of the ancient ancestors resonated with him on a deep level, and he couldn't help but feel that his journey to Ndale was more than a mere coincidence. As the fire burned low and the night grew darker, he made a silent vow to himself. He would do everything in his power to help the people of Ndale rediscover their lost heritage, and in doing so, uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within his bloodline. Upon returning to his hut after the night of celebration and storytelling, he couldn't shake the feeling that the wooden box he had discovered in the forest was somehow connected to the incredible tales he had just heard. Eager to examine it more closely, he retrieved the mysterious artifact from his bag and sat on the straw mattress of his bed. In the dim light of his kerosene lamp, he studied the intricate carvings and symbols that adorned the box, their intricate patterns a testament to the skill of the artisan who had crafted it. The design seemed to tell a story, echoing the tales of celestial visitors and ancient wisdom that Amma had shared with the villagers. He traced his fingers over the smooth surface of the wood, feeling a strange energy emanating from the box, as if it were alive. The rusted lock that held the box closed continued to intrigue and frustrate him. He knew that whatever secrets lay hidden within the box were likely tied to the legends of Ndale. Still, he hesitated to force it open without understanding more about the artifact's history and significance. The warning etched into the metal lock, "Beware the power that lies within," weighed heavily on his mind, and he resolved to heed Amma's stories and learn more about the village's folktales before attempting to unlock the box's mysteries. Cradling the mysterious box in his hands, he lay down on his bed, the events of the day and the captivating tales of Ndale swirling through his mind. He knew he was on the cusp of uncovering a profound secret that could change not only his life, but also the lives of the villagers who had warmly welcomed him into their community. As sleep slowly overtook him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation and excitement for the journey ahead. The wooden box, still clutched tightly in his hands, seemed to pulse with mysterious energy, as if waiting for its secrets to be finally revealed. As he drifted in and out of sleep, his dreams filled with images of celestial beings and ancient wisdom, he was suddenly roused by an ethereal glow that seemed to fill the small hut. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, he looked around in amazement, his heart pounding. Hovering in the air around him was a multitude of orbs, their soft, iridescent light casting a mesmerizing glow over the hut's simple furnishings. The orbs seemed to pulse with energy, and as he watched, captivated by their otherworldly beauty, they danced gracefully through the air, their movements fluid and purposeful. As he lay there, entranced by the spectacle before him, he couldn't help but wonder if this vision was somehow connected to the wooden box he held in his hands. The orbs seemed to emanate a sense of ancient knowledge and power, a feeling that resonated with the stories of Ndale that Amma had shared around the fire. As quickly as the vision had appeared, the orbs began to fade, their light growing dimmer and dimmer until they vanished completely, leaving him alone in the darkness of his hut. Exhausted and overwhelmed by what he had just witnessed, he soon fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When he awoke the following day, the memories of the night's extraordinary events seemed distant and hazy, like the fragments of a half-remembered dream. As he rubbed his eyes and sat in bed, he glanced around the hut, searching for any sign of the orbs that had filled the room with enchanting light. Finding no evidence of their presence, he couldn't help but doubt the reality of his experience, wondering if his mind had conjured the vision in response to the incredible stories and emotions of the previous day. Despite his uncertainty, Luther couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary was unfolding in Ndale. He sensed a destiny entwined with the village's ancient mysteries, compelling him to uncover the hidden truths. With the wooden box still in his possession and the promise of discoveries ahead, he rose from his bed, eager to delve deeper into the enigmatic village that held the key to his past and future. Luther woke with a sense of purpose, the memory of the strange vision from the night before still lingering, now tempered by a fierce determination to unravel the village's secrets. He splashed cool water from a clay pot onto his face, the refreshing chill chasing away the remnants of sleep. Dressing in the vibrant, comfortable clothes he had purchased upon his arrival in Ndale, their patterns reflecting the unique culture of the village, he stepped outside into the bright African sun. The scents of wood smoke and cooking food drifted through the air, signaling the start of a new day. He spent the morning helping to tend the village garden, working alongside the villagers, and learning how to nurture the crops that sustained them. The rhythmic motions of planting and watering brought him a sense of peace and connection to the land. The villagers' laughter and chatter created a comforting backdrop as they worked together, each gesture steeped in a tradition that had been passed down through generations. In the afternoon, Luther discovered the art of traditional craftsmanship under the guidance of skilled artisans. He watched as their hands meticulously wove vibrant fabrics on wooden looms, transforming colorful threads into stunning patterns. The rhythmic clatter of the looms was almost hypnotic, and Luther felt a deep respect for the artisan's dedication and skill. Nearby, carvers demonstrated their mastery, shaping wood into intricate sculptures that captured the spirit of Ndale's cultural heritage. With their patient guidance, he tried his hand at these crafts, cherishing the opportunity to create something with his hands. His initial attempts were clumsy, but the artisans encouraged him, and their gentle corrections helped him improve. As the day wore on, Luther couldn't shake the thoughts of the small wooden box he had found and the strange lights he had seen the night before. Unsure if it had been a dream or something more, he decided to seek Amma's wisdom. First, he stopped at his hut and grabbed the wooden box, feeling its weight and tracing the intricate carvings with his fingers. Making his way to Amma's hut, he clutched the mysterious box tightly, hoping she could shed some light on its secrets and help him understand the significance of the vision he had witnessed. Upon arriving at Amma's hut, he found her sitting on a hand-woven mat, her wise eyes closed in meditation as the setting sun streamed through the open doorway. Her hut was modest, yet welcoming, with colorful fabrics draped from the walls and a small altar adorned with candles, incense, and offerings to the ancestors. As he approached, Amma opened her eyes and smiled warmly, inviting him to sit with her. Tentatively, he showed her the wooden box, observing her reaction as he explained how he had discovered it in the tall grass during their hunting expedition. Amma's eyes widened as she examined the box, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. She began to speak in a language he didn't understand, her words flowing with a rhythm and cadence that seemed ancient and powerful. As she spoke, she fell to her knees before him, her hands raised in praise and reverence. Luther looked on in confusion, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of Amma's actions. When she finally fell silent, he asked hesitantly, "Amma, why are you praising me? What is the meaning of this?" Amma looked up at him, her eyes brimming with joy and reverence. "Luther," she said, her voice trembling with emotion, "this box is the sacred artifact our ancestors spoke of. It holds the key to unlocking secrets about Ndale's ancient past. You have been chosen to help us reclaim our heritage and restore our connection to the cosmos." A mixture of disbelief and awe washed over Luther as he listened to Amma's words. The weight of this revelation settled upon him, making the responsibility and significance of his journey to Ndale suddenly very real. He felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart pounding in his chest. "But why me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why was I chosen?" Amma's eyes sparkled with a profound certainty. "Because, Luther, you possess the spirit of our ancestors. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the courage needed to unlock the mysteries of this box and harness its power. It is your destiny to lead us back to the greatness we once knew." As Luther absorbed Amma's words, a sense of purpose began to fill him. The doubts and uncertainties that had plagued him started to fade, replaced by a growing determination. He looked at the intricate carvings on the box, feeling the weight of history and the promise of the future within his grasp. "We will do this together," Luther said, his voice steady with resolve. "We will uncover the secrets of our ancestors and restore the greatness of Ndale." Amma nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Yes, together we will reclaim our heritage and reconnect with the cosmos. The journey will be challenging, but I believe in you, Luther. You are our beacon of hope." Chapter 6. The Ancestral Connection. Amma's expression turned serious as she spoke, her voice soft and measured. "Luther, it is important that you keep the existence of this box a secret from the rest of the village for the time being." As Amma swayed gently back and forth, murmuring ancient words in a trance-like state, Luther watched with bated breath. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and she gasped for air as if emerging from a deep underwater dive. A look of awe and reverence spread across her face as she gazed at him. "Luther," she said, "I have just received a message from our ancestors. They wish to speak with you directly." A chill ran down Luther's spine at these words. He nodded gravely, sensing the weight of the moment. Amma rose and motioned for Luther to follow her out of the hut. They walked silently to a small clearing just beyond the village, where a circle of stones had been placed in the ground. Amma instructed Luther to sit in the circle's center and lit a small fire in a nearby pit. As the flames flickered and danced in the darkness, Amma began to chant once again, calling upon the spirits of the ancestors to make themselves known. Luther watched in awe as the fire grew brighter and a warm breeze blew through the clearing. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his mind, as if a door had been opened and he was being invited in. He closed his eyes and focused on the feeling, allowing it to guide him deeper into a state of meditation. As he sank deeper into the trance, he became aware of a presence around him. It was a feeling of warmth and love, a sense of being surrounded by a vast network of spirits, each connected to the other in an unbroken chain of ancestral wisdom. He could sense the spirits of countless generations surrounding him, their wisdom and guidance flowing through him like a torrent of sacred energy. As the voices of the ancestors whispered in his ears, he saw images of ancient ceremonies, vast celestial bodies, and the village of Ndale as it once was, a thriving and harmonious community connected to the cosmos. Then a voice spoke to him, clear and strong. "Luther," the voice said, "we have been watching over you, guiding you from the other side. It is time to know the truth about who you are." As Luther communicated with the ancestors, Amma watched in awe as the air around him began to shimmer and pulse with iridescent light. The same orbs she had seen in her visions appeared, their otherworldly beauty casting a mesmerizing glow over the grove. As they swirled gracefully around him, Amma knew they were a manifestation of the ancestors' presence, a symbol of the sacred bond forged between the spirits and the man who held the key to their ancient wisdom. Amma could see he was experiencing a profound connection with the ancestors, their voices filling his mind with their knowledge and understanding. She knew they were entrusting him with a great responsibility that would shape the future of Ndale and its people. As the connection between Luther and the ancestors began to fade, the orbs that danced around him slowly dissipated, their light fading until they vanished completely, leaving only the flickering glow of the fire illuminating the grove. Luther opened his eyes, and the emotions of the experience were evident on his face. He looked at Amma, her expression a mixture of awe and admiration. She had never seen anything like this before. The air seemed charged with an energy that neither of them could fully comprehend, yet both understood the significance of the encounter. The weight of their ancestors' legacy and the power they had witnessed hung heavily in the air. Luther felt a profound mix of disbelief, awe, and a burgeoning sense of responsibility. The visions he had seen, the voices he had heard, all pointed to a destiny that intertwined his life with the ancient history of Ndale. His heart raced with the realization of the monumental task ahead, but alongside the trepidation was a growing determination. This journey, with its challenges and mysteries, was his to undertake. "Amma," Luther said, his voice trembling slightly. "What just happened? It felt like the ancestors were speaking directly to us." Amma nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, Luther. The ancestors have chosen to reveal themselves to you. They believe in your strength and ability to help our village reconnect with its celestial heritage. This is only the beginning." They both knew that this profound experience marked the start of a significant journey. With their ancestors' guidance and Amma's unwavering support, Luther felt a sense of destiny like never before. He was destined to help the village of Ndale uncover the secrets of its ancient roots and restore its connection to the cosmos. After their profound experience in the grove, Luther and Amma returned to their respective huts. They agreed to meet again the following day to discuss their next steps as they began the journey to uncover the secrets of Ndale's celestial heritage. Amma looked up at him, her eyes brimming with joy and reverence. "Luther," she said, her voice trembling with emotion, "this box is the sacred artifact our ancestors spoke of. It holds the key to unlocking secrets about Ndale's ancient past. You have been chosen to help us reclaim our heritage and restore our connection to the cosmos." A mixture of disbelief and awe washed over Luther as he listened to Amma's words. The weight of this revelation settled upon him, and the responsibility and importance of his journey to Ndale suddenly became all too real. He felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart pounding in his chest. "But why me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why was I chosen?" Amma's eyes sparkled with a profound certainty. "Because you carry the spirit of our ancestors within you. You have the strength, wisdom, and courage needed to unlock the mysteries of this box and harness its power. It is your destiny to lead us back to the greatness we once knew." As Luther absorbed Amma's words, a sense of purpose began to fill him. The doubts and uncertainties that had plagued him started to fade, replaced by a growing determination. He looked at the intricate carvings on the box, feeling the weight of history and the promise of the future within his grasp. "We will do this together," Luther said, his voice steady with resolve. "We will uncover the secrets of our ancestors and restore the greatness of Ndale." Amma nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Yes, together we will reclaim our heritage and reconnect with the cosmos. The journey will be challenging, but I believe in you, Luther. You are our beacon of hope." That evening, as Luther entered his hut, the night's events resonated within him, the ancestors' whispers still echoing in his ears. He carefully placed the wooden box on a small table next to his sleeping mat, the intricate carvings and symbols etched into its surface, holding even greater significance after his encounter with the spirits. Exhausted from the emotional and spiritual intensity of the ritual, he lay down on his mat, his thoughts swirling with the images and messages he had received. As sleep slowly overtook him, he reached out and placed a hand on the wooden box to anchor himself to the ancient power it contained. As he slept, the air around him began to shimmer again, the same mysterious orbs that had appeared during the ritual returning to dance gracefully around his slumbering bottom. They glided and twirled through the air, their ethereal light casting a soothing glow over the small hut, as if to provide protection and guidance as he embarked on his journey. The orbs seemed drawn to the wooden box, their energy pulsing in time with the mysterious power contained within. As they continued their mesmerizing dance, they seemed to impart some of their celestial wisdom upon the sleeping Luther, their presence symbolizing the sacred bond between him and the ancestors. The orbs danced around him throughout the night, their light and energy enveloping him in a cocoon of ancestral wisdom and protection. As the first light of dawn filtered through the cracks of the hut, the orbs gradually faded away, their mission complete. Luther awoke the following day feeling a renewed sense of strength and determination, as if the energy of the orbs had infused him with the courage and knowledge needed to face the challenges ahead. With Amma by his side, and the guidance of the ancestors to lead them, he knew that together they would unlock the secrets of Ndale's ancient past and restore the village's connection to the cosmos. That morning, Luther and Amma visited the oldest village elder, Kofi, who had lived in Ndale for almost a century. They hoped Kofi's age and wisdom would provide further insights into the wooden box's mystery and the village's celestial heritage. Kofi lived in a small but well-kept hut on the outskirts of the village, surrounded by an abundance of colorful plants and flowers that he tended to with great care. As they approached Kofi's home, Luther marveled at the vibrant colors and the sweet scent of the blossoms surrounding the hut. The peaceful and tranquil environment seemed to embrace him, filling him with a sense of belonging. Kofi, though frail, was surprisingly spry. His skin was weathered by the sun, etched with the wisdom of his many years. Despite his age, his eyes shone with youthful curiosity and a deep understanding of the world around him. "Kofi, thank you for seeing us," Amma greeted him warmly. "Of course, Amma, and who is this you bring?" Kofi asked, looking at Luther with interest. "This is Luther," Amma introduced him. "He has come to learn about our village and its history." As they settled into Kofi's hut, the air thick with anticipation, Luther and Amma began recounting their tale. They described their encounter with their ancestors, the appearance of the glowing orbs, and the discovery of the mysterious wooden box. Kofi listened intently, his eyes widening with amazement. When Luther described the lights, a tear of joy and gratitude rolled down Kofi's wrinkled cheek. "These lights you saw, they are indeed the spirits of our ancestors," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "We hoped you could help us understand," Amma said, her tone respectful. "Tell us what you know about the box and the ancestors of Ndale." Kofi nodded slowly, collecting his thoughts. "Our people are star people, and our dark skin connects us with the cosmos," he began, his voice growing stronger. "It's a gift bestowed upon us by the gods, allowing our ancestors to move between worlds. Some of them were celestial guardians, protectors of the cosmic balance." Luther leaned in, captivated by Kofi's words. The notion of being connected to such an ancient and powerful lineage filled him with a profound sense of responsibility. Kofi continued, "Much ancient knowledge has been lost over time, but the essence of our heritage remains within us. The Celestial Guardians were tasked with maintaining harmony between the realms, using their unique abilities to protect our world from dark forces." Luther leaned forward, captivated by Kofi's words. "And the box?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Kofi's eyes twinkled with reverence and awe as Luther carefully took the wooden box from his bag and handed it to him. The elder held the box in his trembling hands, tracing the intricate carvings with his fingers. "This box," Kofi said softly, "is an ancient artifact passed down through generations. It holds the key to unlocking our village's cosmic connection." "What do we do with it?" Luther asked, eager to learn more. Kofi's gaze turned serious. "The box must be opened with respect and reverence. Inside, you will find symbols and writings that only those chosen by our ancestors can interpret. It is a sacred responsibility." Amma placed a reassuring hand on Luther's shoulder. "You have come to us for a reason, Luther. Your journey has brought you here to uncover these truths and carry them forward." Luther nodded, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "I'm ready," he said, his voice steady. "I want to understand and honor our ancestors." Chapter 7. The Celestial Guardians. As Luther, Amma, and Kofi continued their conversation, Kofi began to share the ancient legends of the Celestial Guardians, protectors of their realm, and bearers of immense cosmic power. The story of Ndale's connection to these guardians had been passed down through generations, with only a few elders in the village fully aware of the profound heritage. "It's been over 1,000 years since the last Celestial Guardian walked among us," Kofi said, his voice tinged with reverence. "The Celestial Guardians are responsible for protecting their realm from dark forces and maintaining the cosmic balance. There is only one Celestial Guardian in each realm. In our realm, the Celestial Guardian has always hailed from Ndale. Many believe it's from a single bloodline." Kofi took a deep breath, his voice filled with excitement and nostalgia. The Celestial Guardian legend also speaks of a temple hidden deep within the forest, a place where only the chosen could enter. It was a sanctuary for our ancestors, where they could tap into the cosmic energy of the universe and receive guidance from the Celestial Guardians. The temple's location was lost to time, but it is said that the key to finding it lies within symbols and artifacts, much like this box. Luther felt a surge of excitement. "Could this box lead us to the temple?" he asked, his mind racing with possibilities. "It is possible," Kofi replied, his eyes gleaming. "The symbols on this box may be the map we need, but deciphering them will not be easy. We must work together, with patience and respect for the knowledge it holds." Amma looked at Luther, her expression filled with determination. "We have to try," she said. "This could be the key to understanding our ancestors and their connection to the Celestial Guardian." Luther nodded, feeling a sense of purpose. "Where do we start?" Kofi gestured to the box. "We must first decipher these symbols. It will take time and careful study." Amma's eyes lit up with recognition as they pored over the intricate carvings on the box. "These symbols," she said, pointing to a series of interconnected patterns, "they're similar to the ones I've seen on an old cave wall near the village." Luther's heart raced. "We should compare them immediately." The three of them made their way to the cave. As they compared the symbols on the box to those on the cave wall, a pattern began to emerge. Kofi's eyes widened. "This is it. These symbols are landmarks, trees with specific markings and a waterfall. The temple is hidden behind the waterfall." Luther felt a chill of anticipation. "We need to follow this path and find the temple." The next morning, the trio set out on their journey, armed with the wooden box. The forest was dense and filled with the sounds of nature, creating an atmosphere both serene and mysterious. As they walked, they found the markings described on the cave wall, each bringing them closer to their goal. After several hours of arduous travel, Luther and his companions finally arrived at a breathtaking waterfall. The moment they set foot near the cascading water, the wooden box began to glow brightly. Luther felt an inexplicable pull towards the waterfall. "There's something here," Luther said, his voice trembling with excitement and curiosity. He walked into the waist-deep water at the bottom of the waterfall, feeling the cool rush against his skin. As he ventured closer, he noticed an entrance hidden behind the water curtain. "Kofi, Amma, come quickly," he called out. They waded into the water, their hearts pounding with excitement and apprehension. They joined Luther at the hidden entrance, the waterfall's roar almost deafening. "Do you see this?" Luther shouted over the noise, his eyes wide with amazement. Kofi nodded, his deep-set eyes reflecting the wonder of the moment. This must be it, the entrance to the temple. With their hearts racing, they stepped through the waterfall and into the entrance of the ancient temple. The temple stood tall and proud, a testament to the skill and artistry of those who had built it. Its walls were adorned with intricate carvings and symbols that hinted at the mysteries within. The entrance was decorated with carvings depicting the celestial guardians, confirming they had found the legendary temple. "This is incredible," Amma whispered, her eyes scanning the detailed artwork. "I've never seen anything like this." "Let's go inside," Kofi urged, his voice filled with anticipation. As they cautiously stepped inside the temple, their hearts pounded with excitement and fear. They were greeted by a dimly lit chamber, illuminated by shafts of sunlight piercing through the gaps in the stone ceiling. The air was cool and musty, carrying the scent of centuries-old secrets. "Look at these murals," Luther said, awe in his voice. The walls were adorned with intricate depictions of celestial guardians, ancient rituals, and the great accomplishments of their ancestors. "This place is a treasure trove of knowledge." They ventured deeper into the temple, the air growing colder and the atmosphere thickening with a sense of ancient wisdom. The stone walls seemed to come alive with the stories of the past, urging them to unravel the mysteries hidden within. After navigating through a series of winding passages, they finally reached a vast chamber at the heart of the temple. In the center stood a magnificent stone pedestal, bathed in a beam of sunlight streaming down from a circular opening in the ceiling. The walls were adorned with even more intricate carvings and murals, which seemed more vivid than those they had encountered earlier. "This is it," Luther said, his voice trembling with reverence. He stepped forward, guided by an unseen force, and placed the wooden box on the pedestal. When the box touched the stone surface, a brilliant light emanated, illuminating the entire chamber. The walls seemed to come alive as the murals began to move and shift, revealing a mesmerizing display of their ancestors' history and the powers of the celestial guardians. "They're showing us everything," Amma whispered, her eyes wide with amazement. Kofi and Luther watched in astonishment as the stories unfolded. They saw great battles and triumphs, profound wisdom, and rituals connecting their people to the cosmos. As the light show reached its climax, the wooden box opened, revealing a stunning crystal inside. The crystal pulsed with otherworldly energy, beckoning Luther to take it. "Do you feel that?" Kofi asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's like the crystal is alive." Luther hesitated momentarily, feeling the weight of the responsibility before him. With a deep breath, he grasped the crystal. As he did, the murals on the walls froze in place and turned towards him. The air in the temple seemed to thicken, and the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. An ancient and powerful voice resonated throughout the chamber. "Welcome home, Celestial Guardian. You have been gone too long. Have you found what you sought?" Luther was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to the mysterious voice. The echo continued, its tone both reassuring and enigmatic. "You are the reincarnation of the last Celestial Guardian who protected this realm for thousands of years. Let me remind you of who you are." Suddenly, the orbs reappeared, glowing brightly and surrounding Luther. Kofi and Amma watched in awe, unable to speak. The orbs began to circle Luther faster and faster, their light intensifying. Luther felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and his vision blurred as he was transported into a trance-like state. Images and memories flashed before Luther's eyes. Scenes of battles fought, realms protected, and wisdom imparted by previous incarnations of the Celestial Guardian. He saw himself in various forms, always standing as the protector of Ndale and the cosmic balance. The overwhelming memories filled him with a deep sense of purpose and identity. The orbs surrounding Luther began to glow brighter, and he felt an intense energy coursing through his body. Suddenly, his appearance started to change. He transformed into a celestial guardian, a figure of awe-inspiring presence. Thousands of years of history and knowledge filled his mind at that moment. He understood exactly who he was, his powers and his purpose. He looked down at his suit that fitted him like a glove, and his eyes widened with awe. "Armor, Kofi, look at this," Luther said, his voice trembling with excitement. Kofi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your clothes, they have changed," he exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. Luther nodded, feeling the energy coursing through him. "This suit," he began. "It's crafted from a shimmering dark blue fabric that appears to contain galaxies and stars. It reflects my cosmic powers." He extended his arm, and the flowing translucent cape sparkled with stardust trailing behind him. "The cape can change shape and density," he explained. "It can act as a shield or a weapon when needed. If I'm flying close to the sun, it will adapt to protect me from the intense heat." Amma stepped closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "And the emblem on your chest," she said softly. "It's glowing." Luther placed a hand over the intricate symbol of the Celestial Guardians that pulsed with a soft light. "This emblem is the source of my power," he said, his voice steady. "It's connected directly to the crystal I discovered." Kofi pointed to Luther's arms, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Your gauntlets," he said. "They have ancient runes inscribed on them." Luther flexed his fingers, feeling the power within the golden gauntlets. "These gauntlets can channel my energy into powerful blasts or create energy shields," he explained. "And this helmet," he added, tapping the visor, "enhances my vision, allowing me to see the energy signatures of celestial artifacts and guardians. It can also adjust its filters when I'm near bright stars or other cosmic phenomena." Amma's gaze moved to his boots. "What about your boots?" she asked. Luther smiled, feeling the energy pulse beneath his feet. "My boots are designed for agility, enabling me to move swiftly and silently," he said. "They can also generate energy pulses to propel me into flight. And if I need to land on a moving comet or asteroid, they adapt to provide a stable grip." He paused, a thought crossing his mind. "But that's not all. Watch this." With a swift motion, his suit transformed into an elegant formal wear. The fabric shifted and reconfigured itself, turning into a sophisticated outfit fit for a grand event. Amma's eyes widened in delight, and she clapped her hands in amazement. "That's incredible, Luther! Your suit is truly remarkable." Luther chuckled, feeling a sense of pride. "It's all part of being the Celestial Guardian. This suit adapts to any situation I find myself in." Kofi and Amma exchanged glances, their faces filled with awe and reverence. "Luther," Kofi said, his voice filled with emotion, "you truly are the Celestial Guardian. This is a sign that you are destined to protect our realm." Amma nodded in agreement. "With your abilities and this suit, there's nothing you can't face. We're honored to have you as our protector." Luther felt a surge of determination. "Thank you, Amma Kofi. I promise to uphold the legacy of the Celestial Guardians and protect our realm with everything I have." Luther took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the responsibility before him. "I'm not yet fully transformed," he said, his voice steady but laced with uncertainty. "I require 3 nights of moon and starlight from the cosmos to complete my transformation. I'm not sure how I know, but I do." He paused, looking at them with determination. "My name is CosmoVigil." Amma's eyes widened with admiration. "CosmoVigil," she whispered, testing the name on her lips. "All of the Celestial Guardians have names. It's incredible that you've discovered yours so quickly." Since Kofi and Amma had brought supplies, they decided to stay overnight in the temple with him. This would also give them time to rest. It had been a long day. Kofi and Amma watched Luther walk outside, his movements purposeful and graceful. He stepped onto the water, and to their astonishment, he walked on its surface as if it were solid ground. They followed him, their eyes never leaving his figure as he gazed at the stars. For hours he stood in silence, absorbing the celestial energy. The elephants in the background stopped in their tracks, seemingly admiring the transformation unfolding before them. As the first night drew to a close, Kofi could see subtle changes in Luther's suit. The dark blue fabric shimmered more brightly, reflecting the cosmic energies it absorbed. Golden patterns began to emerge, tracing intricate designs across his chest and arms. "Look at him," Amma whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "He's changing right before our eyes." Kofi nodded, his heart swelling with pride and hope. "This is just the beginning," he said. "We must support him through these nights and ensure he completes his transformation." As the night grew colder, they decided to make a fire and sleep under the stars. The crackling flames provided warmth and comfort as they settled in for the night, keeping watch over Luther. Luther remained standing, bathed in the moonlight and starlight, feeling the power of the cosmos course through him. The following day, the trio decided to head back to the village. On their journey, Luther tested some of his new abilities, including flight. Although he knew what powers he possessed, he was not fully transformed. He could only fly for short distances before needing to land. When Luther, Amma, and Kofi reached Ndale, the villagers were initially terrified by Luther's new appearance. His shimmering suit and the emblem of the Celestial Guardians made him look otherworldly. Amma and Kofi quickly called out to the villagers, urging them to come closer and meet CosmoVigil, the Celestial Guardian of their realm. "Do not be afraid," Amma called out, her voice steady and reassuring. "Come and meet CosmoVigil. He is our Celestial Guardian." Kofi echoed her sentiments. "He is here to protect us and restore our connection to the cosmos. Come and see, it is Luther." The villagers hesitated at first, but as they drew closer, they recognized Luther beneath the celestial garb. Their initial fear melted away, replaced by awe and curiosity. "Luther," one of the elders, Kaya, asked tentatively, stepping forward. "Is it really you?" Luther smiled warmly, his eyes reflecting the kindness they knew so well. "Yes, it's me," he said. "I have learned much during my journey. I am CosmoVigil, the celestial guardian of this realm. My purpose is to protect this realm and maintain the cosmic balance." The villagers gathered around him, their faces filled with wonder and reverence. Children peered up at him with wide eyes, and the adults exchanged looks of amazement. "You look different," a young boy named Bongani said, his eyes wide with curiosity. "What happened to you?" Luther knelt down to Bongani's level, his voice gentle. "I have been chosen to carry the legacy of the Celestial Guardians. I have been given powers to protect this realm from the dark." The villagers embraced him, one by one, offering words of encouragement and support. "We believe in you, CosmoVigil," Kaya said, her voice filled with emotion. "You carry the spirit of our ancestors. We are honored to have you among us." As the sun set and the second night began, the villagers prepared to witness another evening under the celestial canopy. The stars seemed to shine brighter than ever, casting a magical glow over the village. Luther stood among them, feeling the cosmic energy intensify with each passing hour. He knew his transformation was far from complete, but with the support of his people, he felt more prepared than ever to embrace his role. "We are with you, CosmoVigil," Amma said, standing beside him. "Together, we will uncover the secrets of our heritage and protect our realm." Kofi nodded in agreement. "You are not alone in this journey. We will face whatever challenges come our way, united as one." Luther looked around at the faces of the villagers, feeling a deep sense of purpose and determination. The transformation was beginning, and with it the promise of a brighter future for Ndale and its people. Each night under the celestial canopy brought him closer to his true form, and he knew that with his village's support, he could fulfill his destiny as a celestial guardian. Luther remained awake through the second night, bathed in the moon and starlight. As cosmic energy coursed through him, he felt a profound transformation taking place. He realized that sleep was no longer necessary. The energy of the cosmos was now his sustenance, growing his power with each passing hour. Driven by an instinctual understanding, Luther used his mind to remove his suit, speeding up his transformation. The suit, designed to shield him from external forces, was now a barrier to the cosmic energy that sought to merge with his being. He knew that to embrace and harness this newfound power fully, he needed to shed any constraints. The moment he removed the suit, the energy flowed into him unobstructed, amplifying his strength and solidifying his connection to the cosmos. Despite not having slept the next morning, he felt invigorated and strong. He spent the day practicing his new abilities, testing the limits of his powers. The villagers watched in awe as he took to the skies, his movements fluid and graceful. He began with flying, soaring above the village at incredible speeds. The feeling of freedom was exhilarating, and he quickly learned to maneuver with precision. He could reach heights that offered a panoramic view of Ndale and its surrounding landscapes, his visor allowing him to detect energy sources and perceive hidden artifacts. Kofi and Amma observed from the ground, their faces filled with pride and amazement. "Look at him go," Kofi said, his voice tinged with awe. "He's becoming everything we hoped for and more." Luther landed gracefully, his boots generating a soft energy pulse as he touched the ground. He turned to Kofi and Amma, a confident smile on his face. "Flying is incredible," he said, "but I need to test my other abilities too." He focused on energy manipulation next. His gauntlets glowed with a golden light as he harnessed cosmic energy, creating powerful blasts that he directed at targets he had set up. The blasts were precise and controlled, each hitting its mark with pinpoint accuracy. "That's impressive," Amma said, her voice filled with admiration. "Your control over the energy is remarkable." Luther nodded. "It feels like second nature. The energy flows through me, and I can direct it as needed." He then tested his healing abilities, using his energy to mend a small cut on his arm. The wound closed instantly, leaving no trace behind. "This will be useful," he said, thinking of how he could help the villagers with their injuries and ailments. His telepathic abilities were next. He focused, reaching out with his mind to communicate with Amma and Kofi. "Can you hear me?" he asked silently, his voice resonating in their minds. Both Amma and Kofi's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, we can," Kofi replied telepathically. "This is incredible, Luther." Luther smiled. "We can stay connected no matter where I am. This will be invaluable." Finally, he tested his super strength. He lifted a large boulder with ease, his muscles rippling with power. "I feel like I can do anything," he said, his voice filled with wonder. As the sun set and the third night began, Luther stood tall, bathed in the celestial light. His transformation was almost complete. While he stood staring into space, the orbs suddenly appeared and surrounded him, swirling around him faster and faster, growing brighter with each passing second. The village watched in awe, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe what they saw. The orbs whirled around Luther in a mesmerizing dance of light, creating a cocoon of brilliance that made him almost indistinguishable. The brightness became almost blinding, and then, as quickly as they had appeared, the orbs vanished. In their place stood Luther, CosmoVigil, fully transformed. Even Amma and Kofi, who had witnessed his journey from the beginning, were blown away by what they saw. Luther's appearance was beyond words. His suit, now a deep shimmering blue, seemed to contain entire galaxies and stars within its fabric. The flowing, translucent cape sparkled with stardust, trailing behind him. The chest emblem of the Celestial Guardians glowed with soft, pulsing light, and his golden gauntlets and boots looked powerful and majestic. The villagers murmured in astonishment, their emotions ranging from awe to hope and reverence. "Look at him," a young villager whispered to her friend. "He's like a living star." "It's unbelievable," an elder said, shaking his head in wonder. "I've never seen anything like this." Amma's eyes were filled with tears of joy and pride. "Luther," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion, "you've truly become the guardian we always hoped for." Kofi stepped forward, his voice filled with reverence. "CosmoVigil," he said, addressing Luther with his new title. "You are our protector. We believe in you." Luther looked around at the faces of the villagers, feeling their support and admiration. He felt a surge of determination and responsibility. "I am here to protect and guide you," he said, his voice strong and reassuring. "Together we will face whatever challenges come our way." Suddenly, without warning, Luther took off into space like a rocket. The villagers gasped, watching in amazement as he soared into the sky, a trail of stardust following in his wake. "He's flying!" a child exclaimed, excitedly jumping up and down. "Look at him go!" another villager said, eyes wide with wonder. "He's heading straight for the stars!" Amma and Kofi exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with pride and hope. "He is truly CosmoVigil," Amma said softly. "Our guardian, our protector." Kofi nodded, his eyes fixed on the sky where Luther had disappeared. "The celestial light has chosen him," he said. "With him, our village will be safe." As the villagers continued to watch the sky, a sense of unity and purpose filled their hearts, and they knew that with CosmoVigil on their side, they could face any threat and overcome any obstacle. The future of Ndale was brighter than ever, and they were ready to embrace it with open arms. Chapter 8. The Celestial Council, Reclaiming the Guardian's Legacy. Luther, now fully transformed into CosmoVigil, felt the power of the cosmos within him as he soared through space. The stars and planets seemed to welcome him, their light guiding his way. He knew that his journey had only begun, and with each passing moment he felt more prepared to fulfill his destiny. As he patrolled his realm, ensuring that the balance was maintained, Luther began to experience visions. He saw other guardians patrolling their realms, each dedicated to preserving the cosmic order. These visions filled Luther with a sense of camaraderie and purpose, knowing he was part of a greater collective, all striving for harmony in the universe. However, the visions soon took a darker turn. Fleeting images at first, they grew more vivid and insistent. Luther saw the Void Reaper, a harbinger of chaos, cloaked in darkness with red, piercing eyes, wielding a scythe forged from the remnants of a collapsed star. Next, he saw the nebula sorceress, Nerissa, whose manipulation of nebulous energies threatened the stability of entire star systems. Her flowing gown of iridescent nebula gas and bright purple eyes glowed with arcane power. Finally, the galactic marauder, Tarek, appeared, clad in a high-tech battlesuit with advanced weaponry, his ambition and ruthlessness evident. These dark visions unsettled Luther, filling him with a sense of foreboding. The harmony he once felt was now overshadowed by the looming threat of these formidable adversaries, challenging the balance he had sworn to protect. They were threats to their realms and the entire cosmic balance. They were working together, their powers and malevolent intent amplified by their unity. Suddenly, Luther heard a voice in his head, resonant and undeniable, calling him. Before he could process the sound, a portal materialized in front of him, shimmering with otherworldly light. Without hesitation, he soared through, emerging into a realm that, though familiar, thrummed with a different cosmic energy. Space looked the same, but the vibrations were foreign, richer and more profound. An invisible force tugged at his being, guiding him through the celestial expanse to a hidden sanctuary. Nestled within the heart of a concealed nebula, this sanctuary thrived on the strongest cosmic energies. a place of unparalleled wisdom and power where the Celestial Council convened. Luther descended gracefully at the sanctuary's threshold, the nebula's energy pulsating around him, infusing the air with purpose and anticipation. As he crossed the entrance, the grand hall of the Celestial Council unfurled before him. An awe-inspiring space teeming with guardians from myriad realms, each exuding their distinctive aura. In that moment, memories from his countless past lives surged within him. He had been here many times, and the faces of the guardians, bathed in the light of their unique energies, were deeply familiar. The sanctuary of the Celestial Council, a nexus of ancient wisdom and potent power, welcomed him back into its fold. The council consisted of 12 members, each a beacon of their realm, their appearances as diverse as the cosmos. Orion, the council leader, stood tall, his glowing blue skin radiating authority, his eyes sparkling like stars. Beside him was Lyria, a guardian with wings of shimmering light, her presence a calming and ethereal force. Nearby, Draxus exuded strength and resilience, his physique a formidable combination of rock and magma. Luther approached the council with unwavering determination. As he neared, one of the members rose and said, "Welcome back, CosmoVigil. Your presence has not graced this hall for 1,000 Earth years, though it has been but a day in this realm. Time flows differently here." "It's good to be back," Luther replied. He then addressed the council, his voice resonating through the grand hall. "Council members, I come bearing urgent news. Void Reaper, Nebula Sorceress, and Galactic Marauder have formed an unholy alliance. Their conspiracy threatens the very fabric of our realms." The Guardians exchanged worried glances. Orion stepped forward, his deep voice echoing with gravitas. "We have sensed this disturbance. The balance of the cosmos is in jeopardy. We must act swiftly and decisively." "CosmoVigil," Orion declared. "As one of our most powerful guardians, we need you to thwart this threat." Luther nodded, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders, accompanied by a renewed sense of purpose. "I will do whatever it takes to protect our realms and restore balance," he vowed. Lyria, her voice soothing, added, "Remember, CosmoVigil, you are not alone. We will provide the support and guidance you need." Draxus, his voice rumbling like the earth itself, stepped forward. "Together, we will face this threat and ensure the safety of all realms." Luther felt a surge of determination. His visions had shown him the impending danger, but also revealed his purpose. He was CosmoVigil, the celestial guardian of his realm, and he would do whatever it took to safeguard the universe from the encroaching darkness. Fully embodying his role as CosmoVigil, Luther felt a deep connection to his fellow guardians. "What can you tell me about them?" he asked, eager to understand the enemies he would face. Orion's eyes darkened with the weight of ancient knowledge. "Void Reaper was once a guardian like you, but he became corrupted by the dark energy of a black hole. He aims to plunge the universe into eternal darkness, feeding off the despair and chaos he creates. Nerissa, the Nebula Sorceress, discovered forbidden cosmic spells and became obsessed with gaining more power," Lyria added. "She believes she is the rightful ruler of the universe and seeks to overthrow the Celestial Guardians to dominate the cosmos. And Tarek, the Galactic Marauder, is a ruthless space pirate and mercenary," Draxus continued. "He plunders star systems and dreams of establishing his own empire. He discovered an ancient relic that gave him knowledge of our powers, and now seeks to capture us and sell our secrets." Luther absorbed this information, and his resolve grew stronger. "We need to stop them before they can enact their plans," he said, his voice filled with determination. Orion placed a reassuring hand on Luther's shoulder. "You are the key to our success, CosmoVigil. Use your powers wisely, and remember that we are with you every step of the way." Before departing, Lyria handed Luther a small glowing crystal. "This will allow us to communicate with you across the realms," she explained. "Use it whenever you need guidance or support." "Thank you, Lyria," Luther said, accepting the crystal. "I won't let you down." With a final nod from Orion, Luther turned and exited the Grand Hall, and his mind focused on the mission ahead. As he soared through the hidden nebula, the stars and cosmic energies charged his body, making him feel more powerful than ever. He knew the journey would be long and arduous, but with the guidance of the Celestial Council and the strength of his newfound powers, he was ready to face any challenge ahead. His first stop was the edge of his own realm, where he sensed a disturbance in the cosmic balance. As he approached, he saw Void Reaper, shrouded in darkness, wreaking havoc on a distant planet. Luther's heart pounded with anticipation as he prepared for his first battle as CosmoVigil. Void Reaper's appearance was menacing and terrifying. Clad in a pitch-black armored exoskeleton that absorbed all light, he appeared as a shadowy figure, his presence a void in the cosmos. Red, pulsating veins of dark energy ran through his suit, giving it an eerie, almost alive appearance. His eyes, once filled with compassion and wisdom, now glowed with a malevolent red light that pierced through the darkness, reflecting his sinister intent. He wielded a scythe forged from the remnants of a collapsed star, capable of tearing through cosmic energy fields. Chapter 9. The Rise of Void Reaper. Void Reaper was known long ago as Orin, a noble and courageous celestial guardian. Orin was revered throughout the cosmos for his unwavering dedication to protecting the cosmic balance and his boundless compassion for all living beings. His presence brought peace and stability to the realms under his watch, which included the lush, verdant world of Elara, the vibrant, bustling metropolis of Technotropolis, and the serene, crystalline expanse of Lumina. Orin's personality was a blend of strength, wisdom, and kindness. He was a beacon of hope, always putting others before himself, and his brilliant silver suit symbolized his pure intentions and commitment to the light. Orin's downfall began during a mission to the far reaches of his territory, near a black hole known as the Abyss of Eternity. This black hole was notorious for its immense gravitational pull and the dark energy that emanated from its core. The dark energy was beginning to spill over into the neighboring realm of Aurora, a realm known for its stunning auroras and peaceful inhabitants. The dark energy would corrupt and destroy the entire realm if it weren't contained. Despite his strength and determination, Orin underestimated the power of the Abyss of Eternity. The mission was dangerous from the start. As Orin approached the black hole, he could feel its malevolent energy tugging at his very being. The closer he got, the stronger the pull became, threatening to tear him apart. Orin fought to contain the dark energy with every ounce of his power. He summoned the light within him, creating a barrier to shield Aurora from the encroaching darkness. The strain was immense, and for a moment it seemed as though Orin would succeed. But the black hole had other plans. In a violent twist, the black hole's gravitational pull intensified, dragging Orin into its inky depths. His suit, once a beacon of light, was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the dark energy. Orin screamed as the energy invaded his mind and body, corrupting him from within. The light that had once shone so brightly within him was snuffed out, replaced by an all-consuming darkness. When Orin emerged from the black hole, he was no longer the noble guardian he once was. The dark energy had not only corrupted his body, but also his mind. His once clear and virtuous thoughts were now shrouded in malevolence and despair. The transformation was complete. Orin was gone, and in his place stood Void Reaper. The black hole's power had amplified Void Reaper's abilities, transforming him into an unstoppable force. He now commanded dark energy, shaping it into devastating attacks and impenetrable shields. This energy flowed through him like a relentless torrent, ready to be unleashed upon his enemies. He could siphon energy from his foes, weakening them while amplifying his own power. This ability made him nearly invincible, draining the life force from anyone who dared to oppose him. Void Reaper's power didn't stop there. He could move through shadows, teleporting short distances instantly. This made him elusive and difficult to track, as he could vanish into darkness and reappear at will. His most terrifying ability, however, was his aura of fear. He could project pure terror, causing those around him to experience their worst nightmares. Paralyzed by fear, his enemies became easy prey for his dark energy onslaughts. Void Reaper reveled in his newfound powers. He saw himself as the harbinger of a new order where darkness reigned supreme. He believed true balance could only be achieved through controlling and manipulating darkness. Determined to impose his twisted vision upon the universe, he vowed to stop at nothing to see his dark empire rise. As CosmoVigil soared through space, patrolling his realm, the visions of Void Reaper grew more vivid and insistent. He witnessed Void Reaper's transformation and felt the depth of his malevolence. The images of Void Reaper wreaking havoc on a distant planet filled Luther with a sense of urgency. He knew this rogue guardian was not just a threat to individual realms, but to the entire cosmic balance. Determined to stop Void Reaper, CosmoVigil approached the distant planet. The sight that greeted him was one of devastation. Void Reaper stood amidst the ruins, his dark energy swirling around him like a malevolent storm. "Void Reaper!" CosmoVigil called out, his voice echoing through the desolate landscape. "Your reign of terror ends now." Void Reaper turned, his glowing red eyes narrowing as he recognized the new guardian. "CosmoVigil," he hissed, his voice dripping with disdain. "You dare challenge me?" "I will do more than challenge you," CosmoVigil replied, his suit pulsing with cosmic energy. "I will stop you." With that, the battle began. Void Reaper swung his scythe, tearing through the air with dark energy. CosmoVigil countered with blasts of cosmic light, their energies colliding in a spectacular display. The planet trembled under the force of their confrontation, the very fabric of space and time rippling around them. As they fought, CosmoVigil's thoughts were a whirlwind of determination and resolve. Defeating Void Reaper was just the beginning. Nebula Sorceress and Galactic Marauder awaited him, their combined threat looming over the cosmos. Each strike, each clash of their powers, sent shockwaves through the desolate planet, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to darken with swirling energies. Void Reaper laughed, his voice echoing with a sinister undertone. "You are strong, CosmoVigil, but you cannot withstand the power of the darkness forever." CosmoVigil's eyes glowed with determination. "I don't need to withstand it forever, Void Reaper, just long enough to stop you and restore balance." With a powerful thrust, CosmoVigil unleashed a wave of cosmic energy that sent Void Reaper skidding back. Void Reaper snarled, his red eyes burning with fury. "You will pay for your defiance." As Void Reaper lunged forward with his scythe, CosmoVigil dodged nimbly and countered with a barrage of energy blasts from his gauntlets. The dark energy and cosmic light clashed in a dazzling display, illuminating the battlefield. The ground beneath them quaked, and the air crackled with power. The ground beneath them quaked, and the air crackled with power. Suddenly, Void Reaper vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind CosmoVigil, swinging his scythe with deadly precision. CosmoVigil spun around just in time to block the attack with his energy shield. The impact sent a shockwave through both of them, but CosmoVigil held his ground. "Your tricks won't save you," CosmoVigil said, his voice steady. "The light will always prevail." Void Reaper's lips curled into a snarl. "Let's see about that." With a burst of dark energy, Void Reaper attempted to drain CosmoVigil's power, but CosmoVigil countered by channeling his cosmic energy into a concentrated beam that forced Void Reaper back once more. In a moment of clarity, CosmoVigil called out to Void Reaper. "Why, Orin? Why did you let the darkness consume you?" For a brief second, Void Reaper's red eyes flickered with a hint of his former self. The darkness offered power, CosmoVigil, a power that the light could never give. I saw the truth. CosmoVigil shook his head. The darkness may offer power, but it also corrupts and destroys. You were a guardian once, a protector of balance. You can still choose to fight for the light. Void Reaper's eyes hardened. It's too late for that. The darkness is my path now. With renewed intensity, Void Reaper attacked, his scythe slicing through the air. CosmoVigil met him head-on, their energies colliding in a final cataclysmic clash. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the planet, and for a moment, everything seemed to stand still. At that moment, CosmoVigil saw an opening. With a swift and powerful move, he channeled all his cosmic energy into a single focused strike. The blast of light overwhelmed Void Reaper, enveloping him in a blinding glow. When the light faded, Void Reaper lay defeated, his dark energy dissipating into the air. CosmoVigil stood over him, breathing heavily but triumphant. Void Reaper looked up at CosmoVigil, his red eyes dimming. You have won this time, CosmoVigil, but the darkness, it will always find a way." CosmoVigil's expression softened. "I will be here to stop it, Orin, always." As Void Reaper's form disintegrated into the shadows, CosmoVigil felt relief and sadness. He had won the battle, but the war was far from over. He turned his gaze to the stars, knowing that the fight against Nebula Sorceress and Galactic Marauder awaited him. CosmoVigil soared into the sky, summoning his strength and leaving the desolate planet behind. The cosmos awaited its guardian. Chapter 10. Vision of the Nebula Sorceress. As CosmoVigil soared through the vastness of space, the stars and planets around him pulsated with a rhythm only he could feel. The cosmic energy flowing through him was invigorating, yet a sense of foreboding gnawed at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that his next challenge lurked just beyond the horizon. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and a powerful image filled his mind. He saw her, Nerissa, the Nebula Sorceress. The vision was vivid and compelling. CosmoVigil felt as if he were being transported through time and space, experiencing Nerissa's life through her own eyes. Her story began to unfold before him, revealing the path that led her to become the Nebula Sorceress. Nerissa was born on a distant planet, rich in cosmic energy, a place where the fabric of the universe seemed to weave itself more tightly. From a young age, she exhibited an extraordinary affinity for magic, her talents surpassing those of her peers. She spent her days studying ancient tomes and practicing spells, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. Driven by ambition, Nerissa discovered ancient cosmic spells that allowed her to tap into the universe's fundamental forces. Her power grew exponentially, and with it, her desire for more. She believed that with enough power, she could bring about a new order in the cosmos, one where she reigned supreme. However, her quest for power led her down a dark path. She sought to overthrow the Celestial Guardians, viewing them as obstacles to her ultimate goal. The more she delved into forbidden spells, the more she became consumed by her obsession. The once kind sorceress was now a figure of cold ambition and ruthless determination. Nerissa's transformation into the Nebula Sorceress was complete when she performed a ritual that fused her essence with the energy of a dying star. This act granted her immense power, but also irrevocably altered her being. Her gown became an extension of the cosmos itself, shifting and shimmering with every movement. Her eyes, once filled with curiosity, now glowed with the power of the arcane forces she commanded. She wore an elegant, flowing gown made of iridescent nebula gas that constantly shifted colors, giving her a mesmerizing yet eerie presence. Her long, flowing hair resembled tendrils of cosmic energy, constantly moving and shimmering, while her bright purple eyes glowed with arcane power. In the vision, CosmoVigil saw her standing in a vast chamber filled with ancient artifacts and arcane symbols. She raised her hands, and the very fabric of reality seemed to bend to her will. "I will be the ruler of the universe," she declared, her voice echoing through the chamber. "The Celestial Guardians will bow to me, or they will be destroyed." Her new abilities were formidable and terrifying. Nerissa could weave powerful spells that manipulated the very fabric of the cosmos. She could create black holes, summon cosmic storms, and bend space-time to her will. She could harness the energy of stars to create devastating blasts or intricate energy constructs. Nerissa could project powerful illusions and control the minds of weaker beings, bending them to her will. She could also separate her spirit from her body, traveling vast distances instantaneously and spying on her enemies undetected. CosmoVigil's vision ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving him with a deeper understanding of his next foe. Nerissa's journey from a gifted young sorceress to the Nebula Sorceress was a tragic tale of ambition and corruption. The stakes were higher than ever, and the cosmic balance hung by a thread. With renewed determination, CosmoVigil pressed on, knowing he had to confront Nerissa and stop her before her dark ambitions could reshape the universe. CosmoVigil's vision faded, and he found himself back in the present, his heart pounding with the weight of what he had seen. Nerissa was not just powerful, but dangerously driven by her ambition. Her plans threatened the very balance of the cosmos, and she would stop at nothing to achieve her goal. "We need to stop her," CosmoVigil said aloud, his voice filled with determination. Nerissa, the Nebula Sorceress, must be brought to justice before she can wreak any more havoc. The stars around him seemed to pulse in agreement, their cosmic energies aligning with his resolve. CosmoVigil set his course for the source of the disturbance. As he flew through the vast expanse of space, his thoughts remained focused on the task at hand. The vision had provided invaluable insight into Nerissa's motives and powers. He knew he would need to rely on all his abilities and the wisdom of his ancestors to overcome her. "Hang on, Cosmos," CosmoVigil whispered to the stars. "Help is on the way." As CosmoVigil flew through the endless expanse of space, his mind raced with thoughts of Nerissa, the Nebula Sorceress. He felt the gravity of his mission weighing heavily on his shoulders. Yet the celestial energies around him bolstered his spirit, reminding him of his duty as the protector of his realm. Guided by the vision, CosmoVigil navigated through a labyrinth of stars and nebulae, heading toward the source of the disturbance. The energy grew stronger, and he could feel Nerissa's presence drawing closer. The air seemed to crackle with her arcane power, and the stars around him dimmed as if recoiling from her malevolence. Finally, he emerged into a vast cosmic abyss where the light of distant stars barely penetrated the darkness. Floating in the center of this void was Nerissa, her gown of nebula gas billowing around her like a dark shroud. Her eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, and she regarded CosmoVigil with a mixture of amusement and disdain. "CosmoVigil," she said, her voice echoing through the void. "So the guardian of this realm has come to challenge me. How predictable." "Nerissa," CosmoVigil replied, his voice steady but firm. "Your quest for power ends here. You threaten the balance of the cosmos, and I cannot allow that." Nerissa laughed, a sound that sent chills down CosmoVigil's spine. "You think you can stop me? I have harnessed the power of the stars themselves. You are no match for me, Guardian." With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a swirling vortex of cosmic energy, hurling it toward CosmoVigil. He dodged the attack, feeling the intense heat as it passed by. He countered with a blast of his own cosmic energy, which Nerissa deflected with ease. The battle began in earnest, with both combatants exchanging powerful attacks. Nerissa's control over cosmic spells and illusions made her a formidable opponent. She conjured black holes and cosmic storms, each more destructive than the last. But CosmoVigil held his ground, using his energy manipulation to shield himself and strike back with precision. "Why do you resist?" Nerissa hissed, her eyes blazing. "We could rule the cosmos together. The Guardians are relics of the past. It's time for a new order." "I will never join you," CosmoVigil replied, his voice filled with conviction. "The Guardians stand for balance and harmony, not domination and chaos." Their clash intensified, the void around them warping and bending under the strain of their powers. CosmoVigil's visor allowed him to see through Nerissa's illusions, but her raw power was undeniable. She unleashed a torrent of energy that sent him reeling, but he recovered quickly, drawing strength from the stars that continued to watch over him. CosmoVigil felt a surge of cosmic energy within him as the battle raged on, a gift from the Celestial Council. He channeled this power into a concentrated beam of light, directing it at Nerissa with all his might. The beam struck her squarely, disrupting her concentration and breaking through her defenses. Nerissa screamed in fury as the light engulfed her, but she quickly regained her composure, her eyes narrowing with hatred. "This isn't over, Guardian," she spat. "You may have won this battle, but the war is far from finished." She vanished into the void, leaving CosmoVigil alone in the dark expanse. He took a moment to catch his breath, feeling the toll of the battle on his body. But he also felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that he had faced one of the most powerful forces in the universe, and lived to tell the tale. Back at the Celestial Council, the Guardians had been monitoring the battle. Orion's deep voice broke the silence. CosmoVigil has faced his second challenge and prevailed, but the threat remains. Lyria nodded, her expression solemn. Nerissa's ambition knows no bounds. She will return stronger and more determined. We must be prepared. Draxus clenched his fists, his voice a low rumble. And there is still Tarek, the galactic marauder. His strength and cunning are unmatched. CosmoVigil will need all the support we can offer. As CosmoVigil made his way back to his realm, his mind was already on the next challenge. He knew that Tarek, the galactic marauder, awaited him, and the battle with Nerissa had only strengthened his resolve. He was the Celestial Guardian, CosmoVigil, and he would protect his realm and the cosmos at any cost. He whispered to the stars, "The fight continues. Hang on, Cosmos. Help is on the way." Chapter 11. Return to Atlanta. As CosmoVigil soared through the cosmos, the thought of his life back on Earth tugged at him. He had left behind his daughters, whom he loved dearly, his job, his students, and his responsibilities. Before hunting for Tarek, the galactic marauder, he decided it was time to return to Atlanta. The first day of class at TMU was in a week. With a deep breath, he reached out to the Celestial Council, seeking permission to return to Earth temporarily. Moments later, Orion's voice resonated in his mind, a mix of authority and understanding. "CosmoVigil, you have proven your strength and commitment," Orion began. "We understand your need to reconnect with your earthly responsibilities and loved ones. You have our permission to return to Earth." "Thank you, Orion," CosmoVigil replied, gratitude evident in his voice. "I will return as soon as my duties on Earth are settled. Please get in touch with me immediately if you locate Tarek." Orion's tone softened. "We will keep you informed. Tarek is in hiding, having heard of your victories over Void Reaper and Nebula Sorceress. Stay vigilant, CosmoVigil. The balance of the cosmos still rests on your shoulders." "I will," CosmoVigil assured him. "Thank you for your trust, Orion." With a final nod from Orion, CosmoVigil turned and soared through the cosmos, heading back to Earth. The cosmic energies propelled him, and soon he found himself approaching the familiar blue and green planet. As he descended toward Ndale, the sight of the village filled him with nostalgia and determination. When he landed, all the villagers were standing and looking up at the sky. He remembered that time was different for him in the cosmos. For the villagers, he had only been gone for 3 minutes. The villagers ran up to him, their faces filled with joy and relief. "Luther, you're back!" they exclaimed, their voices overlapping in excitement. He smiled warmly, but there was a weight in his heart. "It's good to see you all," he said, embracing their welcome. Luther walked inside his hut, and a minute later emerged looking like himself again. He approached each villager one by one, gently placing his hand on their foreheads and wiping their memory of him as CosmoVigil. Their expressions softened, the memories fading away, leaving only a sense of peace. Amma and Kofi watched from a distance, their faces filled with understanding. Luther approached them last, his heart heavy with the responsibility of what he had to do. "Amma, Kofi," Luther said, his voice filled with resolve. "I need to erase the villagers' memories of me as CosmoVigil to protect them, but I trust you both. You must keep my secret safe." Amma nodded, her eyes shining with tears. "We understand, Luther. Your secret is safe with us." Kofi placed a reassuring hand on Luther's shoulder. "You are our guardian. We will honor your trust." Luther took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his actions and the support of his friends. "Thank you. I knew I could count on you." As he finished wiping the villagers' memories, Luther felt relief and sadness. He had to protect them. With the villagers' memories safely altered, Luther turned to Amma and Kofi. "I need to return to Atlanta. I miss my daughters, and the first day of class is coming up, so I have to be there for my students." Amma hugged him tightly. "Go, Luther. We'll be here, always." Kofi nodded. "Your journey is far from over, but remember, you are never alone." Luther smiled, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and purpose. "I'll be back. And when I do, we'll continue to protect this village together. If you ever need me, focus your attention and thoughts and I'll answer the call." Amma made arrangements for Mbwana to pick Luther up in 2 days. The night before departing, the village held a feast for Luther. The people in the village saw Luther as one of their own, and he promised to return next summer. The feast was a vibrant affair, held under a canopy of stars. Colorful lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm glow over the gathering. Long tables were set with an abundance of food, from roasted meats to spiced stews and freshly baked bread. The air was filled with the scent of grilled meat, sweet fruits, and the earthy aroma of the village gardens. Laughter and music filled the night, creating an atmosphere of joy and unity. Amma raised a cup, her voice ringing clear above the chatter. "To Luther, our friend, may his journey be safe, and may he return to us soon." "Hear, hear!" the villagers echoed, lifting their cups in unison. Luther felt a lump in his throat as he looked around at the faces of his friends. "Thank you, everyone," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You have all become like family to me. I will miss you, but I promise I will return." Amani, the young boy Luther had befriended, ran up to him, his eyes wide with admiration. "Will you really come back, Luther?" Luther knelt down, smiling warmly. "I promise, Amani. I'll be back next summer, and we'll have many more adventures." The villagers danced and sang around the bonfire as the night wore on. The flames flickered and danced, casting a magical glow over the celebration. The music was lively, with drums, flutes, and voices blending into a harmonious symphony. Luther joined in the dancing, his movements reflecting his joy and gratitude. When the celebration finally ended, the villagers gathered around Luther one last time. Amma and Kofi stood by his side, their faces filled with pride and affection. "Luther," Amma said, her voice soft but firm, "you are a part of us now. No matter where you go, you carry our spirit with you." Kofi nodded. "And remember, you are never alone. We are with you in spirit, always." Luther felt tears in his eyes as he embraced his friends. "Thank you, Amma. Thank you, Kofi. I'll be back, I promise." The next morning, the dawn light cast a warm glow over the village as Mbwana arrived to take Luther to the airport. The villagers had gathered to bid him farewell, their faces a poignant mix of sadness and hope. The air was filled with soft murmurs of goodbyes and leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. As the car pulled away, Luther looked back, waving to his friends, his heart heavy with the emotions of parting but also brimming with a newfound sense of purpose and determination. Mbwana gave Luther a curious look, a playful glint in his eyes. "So, Luther," he said, his tone light and teasing, "did you see anything strange while you were in Ndale?" Luther chuckled, shaking his head. "Not one thing," he replied with a grin. Mbwana laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the open air. "I had a feeling you'd say that," he said, starting the engine. As they drove away, Mbwana glanced at Luther. "You have made quite an impact here, Luther. They will miss you." Luther nodded, gazing out at the landscape that had become so familiar. The rolling hills, the dense forests, and the vibrant village all held a special place in his heart. "I'll miss them too, Mbwana," he said softly, "but I know I'll be back. This is just the beginning." Mbwana nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "You know," he said, "it's rare for an outsider to become so close to the people here. You've become one of us." Luther smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I've learned so much from everyone here," he said. "Their kindness, their strength, their sense of community. It's something I'll carry with me always." Mbwana nodded in agreement. "Ndale has a way of getting under your skin," he said. "It's a special place." They drove in companionable silence for a while, the landscape shifting from lush greenery to more urban surroundings as they neared the airport. Finally, Mbwana broke the silence. "So, what's next for you, Luther?" Luther took a deep breath, thinking about his daughters, his job, and the challenges that lay ahead. "Back to Atlanta," he said. "I have my daughters to take care of, and the first day of class at TMU is coming up." Mbwana gave him a sidelong glance. "You carry a lot on your shoulders," he said. "But if anyone can handle it, it's you." Luther smiled, appreciating the vote of confidence. "Thanks, Mbwana. That means a lot." As they arrived at the airport, Mbwana helped Luther with his bags. "Take care, my friend," Mbwana said, extending his hand. Luther shook it firmly. "You too, Mbwana, and thank you for everything." With one last wave, Luther walked into the airport, ready to face the next chapter of his journey. The bustling crowds moved around him, but Luther felt a deep sense of gratitude for the time he had spent in Ndale and the people who had welcomed him into their hearts. As Luther boarded the plane, he whispered to himself, "This is just the beginning." He knew that no matter where his path led, he would always carry a piece of Ndale with him. As the plane ascended towards Atlanta, his mind was filled with thoughts of his daughters and students. Since he no longer needed sleep, he read voraciously during the 12-hour flight. When the plane touched down at 10 p.m., he moved through the airport, blending in with the late-night travelers. The bustling sounds of the terminal surrounded him as he booked an Uber. Within minutes, a car pulled up to the curb. The driver, a cheerful middle-aged man named Carl, greeted him with a warm smile. "Hey there, long flight?" "Yeah, you could say that," Luther replied with a chuckle, sliding into the back seat. Carl started the car and navigated through the city streets. "So, what brings you to Atlanta?" Luther looked out the window, the familiar sights of the city bringing a sense of comfort. "I live here. I'm a professor at TMU." Carl's eyes lit up. "No kidding? My niece goes to TMU. What do you teach?" "African history," Luther replied. "It's my passion." "That's awesome," Carl said, genuinely impressed. "Must be exciting to share your knowledge with young minds." "It is," Luther agreed, a smile spreading across his face. "I missed it while I was away." The conversation flowed easily, filled with light-hearted banter and stories. Carl's upbeat personality was infectious, and Luther laughed and relaxed for the first time in days. As they neared Luther's apartment, Carl turned to him. "You seem like a great guy, Professor. Good luck with the new semester." "Thanks, Carl. I appreciate it," Luther said, feeling a sense of gratitude. Luther stepped out of the Uber and waved goodbye to Carl. He walked up to his apartment, the familiar surroundings grounding him. As he entered his home, he felt a wave of relief. It was good to be back. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed his daughter's number. The phone rang a few times before a cheerful voice answered. "Dad, you're back." "Hey, sweethearts," Luther said, his heart swelling with love. "I just got home. I missed you both so much." "We missed you too, Dad," his younger daughter said. "When can we see you?" "How about tomorrow?" Luther suggested. "We'll spend the whole day together. I've got so much to tell you." "Yay!" they both exclaimed in unison. "All right, girls, get some sleep and I'll see you in the morning," Luther said, smiling. "Good night, Dad. We love you." "I love you too," Luther replied, feeling a deep sense of contentment. As Luther settled into his apartment, he couldn't help but reflect on his journey. Balancing his life as Luther and CosmoVigil would be challenging, but he was determined to fulfill both roles. The night sky outside his window reminded him of his cosmic responsibilities, but the thought of seeing his daughters and returning to TMU brought a sense of normalcy. Luther woke up early the following day, feeling refreshed and ready to embrace his dual life. He spent the day with his daughters, cherishing every moment. They visited the park, had lunch at their favorite restaurant, and talked about everything they had missed during his absence. "Dad, tell us about Africa," his older daughter Ayana asked eagerly as they strolled through the park. Luther smiled, recounting his adventures in Ndale, the kind villagers and his profound experiences. "It was incredible. I learned so much about our heritage and made some wonderful friends." Zola, his younger daughter, looked up at him with wide eyes. "Can we visit someday?" "Absolutely," Luther said, hugging them both. "One day, we'll go together. I promise." As they continued their day, Luther felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The duality of his life was challenging, but moments like these with his daughters made it all worthwhile. As CosmoVigil, he had the power to protect the cosmos, but as Luther, he had the love and support of his family, grounding him in his mission. When evening came, Luther tucked his daughters into bed, kissed them goodnight, and returned to his apartment. He knew the days ahead would be filled with teaching, fatherhood, and his cosmic duties. But he felt ready. He was back in Atlanta, and with his daughters by his side and the villagers of Ndale in his heart, he knew he could face anything. Chapter 12. Back to Academia. Luther prepared for his first day back at the university 2 days later. He meticulously organized his notes, reviewed his lecture materials, and pondered how he could weave the profound lessons he had learned into his teachings. The journey as CosmoVigil was far from over, but today he was Professor Rivers, committed to educating and inspiring the next generation. The first day of the new school year dawned bright and clear, and the campus buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Students filled the air with chatter, reuniting with friends and sharing summer adventures. Professors hurried around, finalizing course materials and preparing their classrooms for the influx of eager learners. Luther stepped onto the vibrant campus, taking in the lively atmosphere. The sun warmed the university grounds, illuminating colorful banners and posters that adorned the walkways. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the distant hum of conversations. As he walked, he noticed groups of students engaging in passionate debates about current events. Some discussed the Israel-Hamas war and Russia's conflict with Ukraine, while others delved into the world of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. He watched members of Alpha Kappa Alpha, Omega Psi Phi, Delta Sigma Theta, Kappa Alpha Psi, Zeta Phi Beta, Alpha Phi Alpha, Sigma Gamma Rho, and other sororities and fraternities strolling on campus. Their synchronized steps and rhythmic chants drew the attention of onlookers, who enthusiastically cheered them on. Luther couldn't help but feel invigorated by the atmosphere. The energy and enthusiasm of the students inspired him, and he was excited to return to the classroom. As he approached his lecture hall, he passed a group of students holding signs and chanting slogans. The protest over the Israel-Hamas war had gathered a diverse crowd, each person expressing their views with passion and conviction. Luther admired their dedication to social issues and willingness to engage in meaningful discussions. Entering the lecture hall, Luther was greeted by eager students filling the seats. Their faces lit up with curiosity and excitement as they settled in, ready for the semester to begin. The room buzzed with anticipation, and Luther felt a renewed sense of purpose. "Good morning, everyone," he began, his voice strong and welcoming. "I hope you all had a fantastic summer. This semester we're going to explore some incredible topics in history, and I promise it will be an exciting journey." The students responded with enthusiastic nods and smiles. Luther launched into his lecture, weaving stories of ancient civilizations with the wisdom he had gained as CosmoVigil. He discussed the importance of understanding our past to navigate the future, drawing parallels between historical events and contemporary issues. Throughout the day, Luther found himself energized by his interactions with the students. He engaged them in thought-provoking discussions, challenging them to think critically and broaden their perspectives. His passion for teaching shone through, and the students responded with equal enthusiasm. During a break between classes, Luther took a moment to reflect on the balance he needed to maintain between his roles as Professor Rivers and CosmoVigil. The time he spent in the cosmos felt different, almost surreal, compared to his life on Earth. Yet he knew that he could live a double life without impacting his earthly or cosmic responsibilities. As the day came to a close, Luther felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He had successfully navigated his first day back at the university, reconnecting with his students and reigniting his passion for education. The future held many challenges in the classroom and the cosmos, but he was ready to face them head-on. That evening, as he walked back to his apartment, he marveled at the beauty of the campus under the setting sun. The sky was painted with hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the university buildings. Luther felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing he was making a difference in both worlds. Reaching his apartment, he called his daughters. Their voices filled with excitement as they recounted their day, and Luther promised to see them the next day. The bond he shared with them was a source of strength and motivation, grounding him as he navigated his dual roles. As he settled in for the night, Luther looked out at the star-filled sky. He whispered to himself, "This is just the beginning." He knew that no matter where his path led, he would always carry a piece of Ndale with him, guiding him as he continued his mission to protect the cosmos and the people he loved. The next morning at TMU, Luther walked through the bustling campus, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He carried Dr. Samuel's books in his bag, ready to return them. The sounds of students hurrying to their classes filled the air, and Luther couldn't help but smile at the familiar buzz of academic life. Entering the faculty lounge, he spotted Dr. Samuel and Dr. Adams chatting by the coffee machine. They looked up and smiled when they saw him. "Luther, there you are," Dr. Samuel exclaimed, walking over to greet him. "You look incredibly rested. How was your vacation?" Luther grinned, handing over the books. "It was amazing. It was exactly what I needed. Thank you for the books, Dr. Samuel. They were a great read." Dr. Adams chimed in. "You look like a new man, Luther. What's your secret? Yoga? Meditation? Or did you discover the fountain of youth?" Luther laughed. "A little bit of everything, I guess. But mostly, it was the change of scenery and the incredible people I met." "Do tell," Dr. Samuel said, his curiosity piqued. "We want to hear all about it." "Well," Luther began, pulling out two beautifully carved wooden sculptures from his bag. "I brought you both something from Africa. These are hand-carved by a local artisan in the village where I stayed." Dr. Samuel and Dr. Adams accepted the gifts with delight. "Thank you, Luther," Dr. Samuel said, examining the intricate details of the carving. "This is wonderful." "Yes, thank you," Dr. Adams added. "So tell us more about your adventure." Luther leaned back in his chair, a nostalgic smile spreading across his face. "I lived in a hut, worked in the fields, and met some of the most amazing people. One day I was invited to join a hunt, and let's say I'm not exactly the best shot with a bow and arrow." Dr. Adams chuckled. "I can imagine. Did you at least manage to catch something?" Luther shook his head, laughing. "Not a chance. But I did make a great scarecrow. The animals definitely stayed away from my side of the field." Dr. Samuel grinned. "Sounds like quite the experience. I bet it was a bit different from the classroom, huh?" "You have no idea," Luther replied. "But it was exactly what I needed. It reminded me of the importance of community and connection. And the fields. Let's say my students are going to hear a lot about agriculture this semester." The three professors shared a hearty laugh, enjoying the camaraderie. After a while, Luther excused himself to make a phone call to Dr. Williams. He found a quiet spot and dialed her number. Dr. Williams, it's Luther. Hello, Luther. How are you? Dr. Williams' voice was warm and welcoming. I'm doing great. I wanted to thank you. That vacation you suggested, it changed my life. Dr. Williams sounded pleased. I'm so glad to hear that, Luther. Tell me more about it. Luther recounted his experiences, leaving out the part about becoming CosmoVigil. It was transformative. Living in the village, learning about their culture and connecting with the people gave me a new perspective on life. That sounds wonderful, Dr. Williams said. I'm glad you took the time to rejuvenate yourself. Sometimes we all need a break to rediscover what's important. Absolutely, Luther agreed. Thank you again for the push. It was exactly what I needed. Anytime, Luther, Dr. Williams replied. Remember to take care of yourself, and don't hesitate to call if you need anything. As he hung up the phone, Luther felt a deep sense of gratitude. The vacation had indeed changed his life, and he was ready to embrace the challenges ahead with renewed vigor. Returning to the lounge, he found Dr. Samuel and Dr. Adams still engrossed in conversation. They looked up as he approached, and Dr. Adams asked, "So what's next for you, Luther? Any big plans?" Luther smiled, thinking of his dual life as a professor and CosmoVigil. Just taking things one day at a time, but I'm ready for whatever comes my way. The three colleagues shared a knowing look, each silently acknowledging the unpredictable journey of life and the strength they found in their friendship and shared experiences. The second day back had been filled with laughter, storytelling, and renewed connections. Luther felt a profound sense of purpose and determination as he prepared for his afternoon classes. He was not just a professor or a cosmic guardian. He was both and ready to balance these roles with grace and strength. The students' excited chatter filled the room as he entered his lecture hall. Luther took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his responsibilities and the joy of his mission. "Good afternoon, everyone," he began, a smile spreading across his face. "Let's embark on this journey together." That evening, after a heartfelt FaceTime session with his daughters, Luther felt a renewed sense of purpose. Their smiling faces and laughter had filled him with warmth, but the weight of his responsibilities as CosmoVigil remained ever present. He donned his suit and prepared to patrol his realm, searching for any sign of Tarek, the galactic marauder. As he soared into space, the stars and planets around him pulsated with a rhythm that only he could feel. The cosmic energy flowing through him was invigorating, making him feel powerful and alive. The beauty of space stretched out before him, a vast expanse of shimmering starlight and swirling nebulae. Each moment in the cosmos charged his body, making him feel invincible and at peace. While flying through the cosmic expanse, visions from his past lives as CosmoVigil began to surface. They were fleeting at first, like fragments of a dream, but one vision stood out above the rest. He saw himself in a past life, standing beside a woman with a radiant aura. She was a guardian like him, and their bond was unmistakable. The vision deepened. They were in a different realm, filled with vibrant energy and light. The woman, his wife in that life, had eyes that sparkled with wisdom and kindness. Her hair flowed like tendrils of the nebula, constantly shimmering and shifting. They stood together, facing an unknown threat, and their powers combined to protect their realm. As the vision faded, Luther felt a pang of longing and confusion. He didn't know what had happened to her. Why had Orion never mentioned her? He made a mental note to have this conversation with Orion soon. The memories of their love and partnership were too strong to ignore. The beauty of space continued to envelop him, the stars acting as a balm to his restless mind. He flew over Ndale but didn't stop. From his vantage point, he could see the people in the village going about their lives, seemingly content and happy. He spotted his old hut, a small, humble structure that had become a place of transformation for him. The sight brought back pleasant memories of his time there, of Amma and Kofi and the profound changes he had undergone. Returning to Earth, Luther landed behind a warehouse near his apartment. He shed his suit and decided to take a walk through his neighborhood. The cool evening air was refreshing, and the familiar sights and sounds of the city grounded him after the vastness of space. As he walked, he thought about the vision of his past life and the guardian he had loved. Who was she and what had happened to her? The questions swirled in his mind, but he also felt a deep sense of determination. He knew that his journey as CosmoVigil was far from over, and that the answers he sought would come in time. For now he was content to enjoy the simple pleasure of a walk through his neighborhood. He passed by a small park where children played and couples strolled hand in hand. The normalcy of it all was comforting, a reminder that despite the cosmic battles and the weight of his responsibilities, he was still connected to the world and the people he loved. Luther returned to his apartment, feeling a sense of calm and readiness for whatever challenges lay ahead. He knew that his dual life as a professor and CosmoVigil would require balance and resilience, but he was prepared to face it all with the strength and determination that had always guided him. As he settled in for the night, Luther glanced at the star-filled sky outside his window. The celestial tapestry seemed to wink back at him, silently acknowledging his role as their guardian. He whispered to the stars, "I'm ready for the next chapter." The stars pulsed in response, a cosmic agreement that his journey was far from over, and that the light within him would continue to shine brightly, both on Earth and in the cosmos. Chapter 13. The Return of the Shadow Wraith. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the campus of TMU as Luther wrapped up his final class of the day. The students filed out of the lecture hall, their excitement for the new semester palpable. Luther, however, felt a gnawing sense of unease. The visions of his wife, Athena, and the Shadow Wraith haunted his thoughts. Returning to his office, he locked the door behind him and glanced at his watch. With an hour before a faculty meeting, he decided it was time to seek answers. Slipping out the back of the library where no one was around, he transformed into CosmoVigil and launched himself into the vastness of space. The stars and cosmic energy around him provided a sense of calm and strength. He focused his thoughts, reaching out to the Celestial Council. Moments later, a shimmering portal materialized before him, and he flew through without hesitation. "CosmoVigil," Orion greeted him, and concern etched on his face. "You have urgent questions, I see." "Yes, Orion," Luther replied, his voice steady but intense. "I've been having visions of my past life, of Athena. I need to know more about her and about the Shadow V." Orion nodded, his expression grave. "Come, let us sit and discuss what you have seen." As they moved to a more private chamber, the other council members gathered around, sensing the importance of the moment. Luther felt the weight of their collective wisdom and power, a reminder of his responsibility. "Athena was a guardian like you," Orion began. "Your love and partnership were legendary among the Guardians. The Shadow Wraith was one of the greatest threats we ever faced, and your battle against it was both heroic and tragic." Luther listened intently, the memories of his past life filling him with sorrow and resolve. "Why did you never tell me about her before?" "Your memories were meant to return in time," Orion explained. "We did not want to burden you with the past while you were still coming into your own as CosmoVigil. But now, with the Shadow Wraith possibly returning, it is time you know the full truth." Luther's mind raced with possibilities. If the Shadow Wraith is returning, what must we do to stop it? "The Guardian of that realm is already patrolling and searching for the source of these anomalies," Orion said. "We will call upon you if the need arises. For now, focus on your duties and be prepared." As Luther prepared to leave, he felt a mixture of sorrow and determination. The thought of Athena out there living a life unaware of her true identity weighed heavily on him. But he knew his duty. He was CosmoVigil, and he had a realm to protect. Stepping out of the grand hall, Luther felt the familiar pull of the cosmic energies. He took a deep breath and launched into the vast space expanse. The stars and planets whizzed past him, their light filling him with strength. The fabric of space and time seemed to bend around him as he flew, the cosmic energies charging his body and mind. Luther's thoughts were a whirlwind of emotions as he soared through the universe. The memories of his past lives flashed before his eyes, vivid and overwhelming. He saw battles fought, realms protected, and moments of peace with Athena, their love a constant through time. One particular vision stood out, a memory of a time when he and Athena stood side by side, facing the shadow wraith. The battle had been fierce, the darkness threatening to consume them. But together they had triumphed, forcing the shadow wraith into a black hole. As the vision faded, Luther felt a renewed sense of purpose. He descended to Earth, landing behind the library. He was only gone for 12 minutes. The transition from space's vastness to Earth's familiarity was jarring but necessary. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. Later that evening, he allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation in his cozy living room. The flickering light of the television cast a warm glow as he watched some funny YouTube videos, the laughter easing the tension from his cosmic journey. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame him as he lounged on the sofa. His vision blurred, and he was pulled into another vision. This time, it was clearer and more vivid than before. He saw her, Athena. She was a stunning celestial guardian, her presence radiating strength and beauty. Deep and knowing, her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Her long flowing hair moved like cosmic energy tendrils, shimmering with blue and violet hues. The vision shifted and Luther saw their first meeting. It was in the midst of a cosmic storm, where stars collided and galaxies were born. Athena was there, her calm demeanor commanding the chaotic energy around her. Luther, then known as Orin, was drawn to her, sensing a kindred spirit. They fought side by side against the storm, their powers complementing each other perfectly. Their connection was immediate and profound, blossoming into a deep love that spanned centuries. Luther saw their life together as the vision continued, fighting to protect their realm and others. Their bond was unbreakable, their love a beacon of hope in the darkest times. With the vision still vivid in his mind, Luther knew he needed to document these revelations. He reached for his journal, a leather-bound book that held his most personal thoughts and experiences. The journal was a repository of his journey as a professor and CosmoVigil, capturing the essence of his dual life. Luther settled at his desk, the soft glow of a nearby lamp illuminating the pages. He began to write, detailing the vision of Athena and their shared history. His pen moved swiftly, driven by the urgency to record every detail before it faded from his memory. June 25th tonight, another vision of Athena overwhelmed me. Deep and knowing, her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. In the midst of a cosmic storm, we met and instantly recognized each other as kindred spirits. Our connection was immediate, a bond that transcended time and space. Together, we fought against the storm, our powers harmonizing perfectly. I saw our life unfold, our battles, moments of peace and unwavering love. Athena, my partner and my love, was a beacon of hope in the darkest times, but the vision darkened with the appearance of the shadow wraith, a creature of pure darkness that consumed light and hope. We fought it together, our last stand forcing it into a black hole, a battle that cost us our lives. Luther paused, reflecting on the profound connection he felt with Athena even now. He took a deep breath and continued writing. I am determined to uncover the truth about Athena and our past. The Shadow Wraith's return is a looming threat I must confront, but not without understanding the full scope of my destiny and the legacy I share with Athena. He closed the journal, feeling a mixture of sorrow and resolve. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was early morning. He needed to prepare for the day ahead at TMU. The routine of academic life was a stark contrast to the cosmic battles and mysteries he faced as CosmoVigil. But it was a balance he was determined to maintain. Luther moved to the kitchen, brewing a strong pot of coffee to shake off the remnants of the night. The aroma filled the apartment, grounding him in the present. He prepared his lecture notes, reviewing the material he would cover with his students. His mind, however, kept drifting back to the visions, the unanswered questions fueling his determination to seek the truth. After a quick shower and a change into his teaching attire, Luther packed his bag, making sure to include his journal. The morning light was beginning to filter through the windows as he left his apartment, stepping into the fresh, cool air. As he walked towards TMU, the campus slowly came to life around him, and Luther felt the familiar hum of academic life. Students hurried to their classes, chatting animatedly, their laughter and energy a welcome distraction from his thoughts. He reached his office, only to find Dr. Moore, the head of his department, waiting for him. "Good morning, Luther," Dr. Moore greeted him with a smile. "I have an exciting project that I'd like you to oversee." "Good morning, Dr. Moore," Luther replied, intrigued. "What's the project about?" Dr. Moore's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "We've recently acquired a collection of ancient African scrolls. They're incredibly well preserved and could hold significant historical and cultural insights. I want you to lead the research team." Luther felt a surge of interest. The prospect of uncovering new knowledge always thrilled him, and the connection to Africa only heightened his curiosity. "I'd be honored to oversee the project," he said, his mind already racing with possibilities. Dr. Moore clapped him on the shoulder. "I knew you would be perfect for this. You'll have a team of graduate students to assist you. They're all bright and eager to learn." Luther nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility, but also the excitement of the challenge. "I'll get started right away." As he entered the designated research room, he found a group of students already gathered around the scrolls, their faces lit with curiosity. The room was filled with the scent of old parchment and the soft murmur of academic discourse. "Good morning, everyone," Luther greeted them, his voice steady and authoritative. "I'm Professor Rivers, and I'll be leading this research project. Let's dive into these scrolls and see what we can uncover." One of the students, a young woman named Maya, looked up with bright eyes. "Professor Rivers, do you think these scrolls might contain any lost knowledge about ancient African civilizations?" Luther smiled. "That's what we're here to find out, Maya. These scrolls could hold secrets that have been lost to time, and it's our job to bring them to light." Luther felt a renewed sense of purpose as the team began their work. The environment was charged with anticipation, and the students' enthusiasm was infectious. They carefully unrolled the scrolls, documenting every detail, translating the ancient texts, and discussing their findings. Throughout the day, Luther's mind occasionally drifted back to his previous night's vision. The image of Athena and the battle with the shadow wraith lingered, fueling his determination to protect his realm and uncover the mysteries of his past. As the sun set and the students packed up for the day, Luther felt a sense of accomplishment. The first day of the project had been a success, and he was eager to see where it would lead. Before leaving the university, Luther made a mental note to consult the Celestial Council again soon. The visions and revelations were becoming too frequent to ignore, and he needed more answers about his past and the looming threat of the shadow wraith. With a mixture of excitement and determination, Luther stepped out into the cool evening air, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead, both in the academic world and beyond. The next morning, Luther awoke with a sense of clarity and determination. He prepared for his classes, eager to dive deeper into the ancient scrolls with his students. As he walked through the bustling campus, the familiar hum of academic life around him was grounding and invigorating. In the research room, the team of graduate students was already hard at work. The room buzzed with excitement and curiosity, the scent of old parchment filling the air. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and the large table in the center was covered with ancient scrolls and research materials. Maya greeted him with a bright smile. "Good morning, Professor Rivers. We've made some interesting discoveries. One of the scrolls mentions a powerful guardian who fought against a great darkness. Her name was Athena." "It's an African myth," another student added, barely able to contain their excitement. Luther's heart quickened. "That's excellent, Maya. Let's focus on translating and understanding these references." He couldn't believe it. These ancient scrolls talked about his wife. He was eager to learn everything about her, hoping to get a hint of who she could be today based on her personality. Another student, James, chimed in. "Professor, some of the scrolls detail her abilities and role in protecting the realms. It's fascinating how much power she wielded." The day passed in a flurry of activity, the team working tirelessly to continue decoding the ancient texts. Luther's mind was a whirl of academic analysis and cosmic strategy. Each discovery in the scrolls seemed to resonate with his visions, creating a tapestry of history and destiny that he was determined to unravel. As evening approached, Luther gathered the team for a brief meeting. "Your work today has been outstanding. We're uncovering pieces of a much larger puzzle, and your dedication makes a significant difference. Let's keep pushing forward." The students beamed with pride and determination, their enthusiasm mirroring Luther's resolve. As they packed up for the day, Luther took a moment to reflect. The path ahead was uncertain, but he was ready to face whatever challenges lay in his way. Leaving the university, Luther felt a profound sense of connection to both his academic life and his celestial duties. He walked through the darkening campus, the stars beginning to twinkle above. The night was calm, a stark contrast to the storm of thoughts and visions within him. Feeling the need to patrol his realm, he slipped into an alley and transformed into CosmoVigil. Launching himself into the night sky, he soared through space, the stars and cosmic energies charging his body once again. As he flew, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "CosmoVigil, we need your help." It was Lyra, the guardian of the Lumina realm, a place of radiant beauty and serene landscapes. The Lumina realm was known for its peaceful existence, where the inhabitants lived in harmony with the vibrant energy that illuminated their world. "Lyra, what's happening?" CosmoVigil asked, his heart pounding with anticipation. "It's the Shadow Wraith." Lyra's voice trembled with urgency. "He's attacking planets in my realm. I've tried to stop him, but he's too powerful. I need your help." CosmoVigil's resolve hardened. "I'm on my way." He flew towards a shimmering portal that appeared before him, a gateway to the Lumina realm. The transition was swift, and he emerged into a realm of breathtaking beauty. The skies were painted with vibrant hues, and the ground below glowed with an ethereal light. However, devastation marred the beauty. Planets were in ruins, their light dimmed by the Shadow Wraith's dark energy. Lyra, clad in armor that radiated light, met him at the entrance. Her face was a mix of relief and desperation. "CosmoVigil, thank the stars you're here." "Show me where he is," CosmoVigil said, his voice filled with determination. Lyra led him to the epicenter of the destruction. As they flew, CosmoVigil could feel the dark energy growing stronger. They arrived to find the Shadow Wraith unleashing chaos on a nearby planet, his dark form towering over the landscape. "Shadow Wraith!" CosmoVigil's voice boomed across the realm. The Shadow Wraith turned, his eyes glowing with malevolent delight. "CosmoVigil," he sneered. "Come to join the party?" Without waiting for a response, he lunged at CosmoVigil. The two collided in a burst of energy, their powers clashing with a force that shook the very fabric of the realm. Lyra joined the fray, her light-based attacks complementing CosmoVigil's cosmic powers. Despite their combined efforts, the Shadow Wraith's strength was overwhelming. He laughed maniacally as he absorbed their attacks, his dark energy growing more potent. "You cannot defeat me," he taunted. "Your light is but a flicker in the face of my darkness." CosmoVigil gritted his teeth, determination burning in his eyes. We won't let you destroy this realm. The battle raged on, the sky ablaze with energy blasts and lightning-fast movements. The ground quaked beneath them, and the once serene realm of Lumina trembled under the weight of their clash. Despite their efforts, the Shadow Wraith seemed unstoppable. Suddenly, the Shadow Wraith opened a swirling black hole behind him. "This isn't over, CosmoVigil," he snarled. "I'll be back." With a sinister laugh, he flew through the black hole, disappearing into the void. The energy of the black hole slowly dissipated, leaving behind a realm in desperate need of healing. Lyra fell to her knees, exhaustion etched on her face. "He's gone. But for how long?" CosmoVigil helped her up, his expression grim. "We need to find a way to stop him permanently. This can't go on." Lyra nodded, her determination matching his. "We'll need to gather all the knowledge and strength we can. Together, we can find a way." As they surveyed the damage, CosmoVigil's thoughts returned to the Celestial Council and the visions of Athena. He knew that the battle against the Shadow Wraith was far from over, but with allies like Lyra and the strength of his cosmic powers, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 14. The Bookstore Encounter. It had been 8 weeks since CosmoVigil's clash with the Shadow Wraith. All the Guardians were on high alert, scouring the realms for any sign of the malevolent entity. Despite the looming threat, Luther's life settled into a new rhythm. His research project was thriving, and his students were fully engaged and enthusiastic. Weekends with his daughters brought him immense joy, and his new ability to forego sleep allowed him ample time to prepare for work, grade papers, and meet with students. Yet beneath the surface, Luther felt a pang of loneliness. Despite being one of the universe's most powerful forces, he yearned for companionship. The thought of Athena, now living an ordinary life, unaware of her past as a guardian, weighed heavily on him. On a quiet Saturday, seeking solace, Luther decided to visit a local bookstore. He found comfort in the embrace of literature, hoping it would distract his restless mind. The bookstore was charming, with tall wooden shelves lined with books and a warm, inviting atmosphere. The soft hum of conversation and the distinct smell of old books filled the air, creating a sense of peace and serenity. As Luther browsed the shelves, he noticed a woman with a captivating smile, neatly arranging books on a display table. Her dark, curly hair framed her face, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence. She wore a name tag that read, Jennifer. Luther felt an instant connection and couldn't help but approach her. "Excuse me," he said, trying to sound casual. "I noticed you're working on that display. Do you have any recommendations for a good book on African history?" Jennifer looked up, her eyes meeting his. His striking appearance initially took her aback, but she quickly composed herself and replied, "Of course. Let me show you some of my favorites." She led him to a section of the store filled with books on African history and culture. As they perused the titles, they engaged in a stimulating conversation about their shared passion for learning about their heritage. Luther was captivated by Jennifer's knowledge and her kind, gentle demeanor. He felt a sense of comfort and safety around her that he had never experienced so quickly with anyone else. He found himself telling her about his journey in Africa and his discoveries. Jennifer, for her part, was fascinated by his experiences and admired his unwavering dedication to uncovering the truth about his ancestry. She appreciated his deep desire to make a difference at TMU and was drawn to his sincerity. As they continued to talk, their connection grew stronger. "You know," Luther said, smiling, "I never expected to have such an engaging conversation about African history in a bookstore." Jennifer laughed softly. "You never know what you'll find in a bookstore or who you'll meet." Before they knew it, the bookstore was about to close. Luther hesitated for a moment before asking, "Would you like to continue this conversation over dinner sometime?" Feeling a spark of excitement, Jennifer agreed, and they exchanged contact information. As they said their goodbyes, both felt a sense of anticipation for what the future might hold. A few days later, Luther called Jennifer and set a date and time for a movie. The anticipation of their date filled them with excitement, and they both spent extra time preparing for the evening. Jennifer lived in a stylish apartment in the upscale neighborhood of Buckhead, and she took special care in choosing her outfit for the night. When Luther arrived at her apartment to pick her up, he was struck by how radiant she looked. "You look amazing," he said, genuinely admiring her. "Thank you," Jennifer replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. "You look pretty great yourself." They set off for dinner at a popular Atlanta restaurant, known for its delicious African cuisine. The restaurant had a warm and inviting atmosphere, with vibrant colors and traditional African artwork on display. The tantalizing smell of spices filled the air, making their mouths water in anticipation. The friendly waiter greeted them and led them to a cozy table by the window. They browsed the menu, and Luther suggested they share a platter of various African dishes to sample various flavors. The food was exquisite, spicy, flavorful, and cooked to perfection. They enjoyed the meal while engaging in stimulating conversation, and their connection grew stronger with each passing moment. After dinner, they headed to the movie theater to watch the much-anticipated film Black Panther 4. The theater was buzzing with excitement, and the energy in the room was palpable. As the movie began, they were immediately drawn into the story, marveling at the incredible visuals and the powerful portrayal of African culture. When the film ended, the audience erupted in applause and found themselves discussing the movie's themes and impact on their drive back to Jennifer's apartment. They agreed that the film was entertaining, an important representation of African heritage, and a celebration of Black excellence. As the evening came to an end, Luther walked Jennifer back to her apartment door. They both knew the night had been a resounding success. "I had a wonderful time tonight," he said, looking into her eyes. "Me too," Jennifer replied, smiling warmly. "Let's do this again soon." They shared a warm embrace and made plans to see each other again soon, eager to continue exploring their growing connection. After dropping Jennifer off, he returned to his apartment with a heart full of happiness. He couldn't stop thinking about their wonderful time together and the undeniable chemistry they shared. He decided to patrol his realm, opening his patio door and scanning the environment. No one was looking, so he took off into space. While patrolling his realm, he replayed the night's events in his mind, a smile dancing on his lips. His mind swirled with thoughts of Jennifer, Black Panther, and the protection of his realm. As Monday morning broke, Luther felt a renewed sense of purpose. Meanwhile, on the other side of Atlanta, Jennifer woke up with thoughts of Luther and their incredible connection lingering in her mind. The memory of their date filled her with warmth, and she eagerly anticipated seeing him again. Intrigued by his stories about his ancestral village, she decided to delve deeper and learn more about the place that had captured his heart. Sitting at her computer, Jennifer began her online search. She discovered the village was nestled in a remote part of Africa, steeped in history and tradition. As she dug deeper, she unearthed myths and legends that painted a picture of a village shrouded in mystery. These tales spoke of spiritual manifestations, ancient rituals, and even supernatural abilities possessed by certain villagers. One of the most captivating legends she found was about a hidden temple deep within the nearby jungle. According to the myth, the temple held powerful secrets, protected by the spirits of ancestors, and accessible only to those deemed worthy. This story, rich with intrigue, hinted at ancient wisdom and untold power. Another fascinating tale described a group known as the Keepers of the Light. These individuals were said to possess extraordinary knowledge and wisdom passed down through generations. They were the guardians of the village's spiritual heritage, and were believed to be in direct communication with celestial guardians, divine spirits who guided and protected the people. As Jennifer continued her research, she couldn't help but wonder if Luther was aware of these myths. Had he witnessed anything strange while in the village? Could he have stumbled upon something far greater than he had ever imagined? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Intrigued and excited by her findings, she made a mental note to discuss these myths and legends with him the next time they met, hoping to gain further insight into his journey and the enigmatic village that seemed to hold the key to a powerful hidden legacy. Meanwhile, Luther was at the university, overseeing the research project on the ancient African scrolls. His thoughts frequently drifted back to Jennifer and their burgeoning connection, and he pondered how much to reveal about his true identity. The research room buzzed with activity as students pored over the scrolls. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and curiosity, a reflection of the significance of their work. Luther's heart swelled with pride at his students' dedication, their enthusiasm mirroring his passion for uncovering the past. "Professor Rivers," Maya called out, her voice breaking through his thoughts. "We've found another reference to Athena. It mentions a sacred ceremony and a powerful relic." Luther's interest was piqued, and he walked over to where Maya and the others were gathered. "Let's see it," he said, leaning in to examine the delicate script on the ancient parchment. The scroll described a ceremony held under the light of a full moon, where the guardians would gather to channel their energy and protect their realm. It mentioned a relic, the Heart of Lumina, that was said to amplify their powers and connect them directly to the celestial plane. "This is incredible," Luther murmured, his mind racing. The mention of Athena and the Heart of Lumina felt like pieces of a puzzle falling into place, each discovery bringing him closer to understanding his past and his destiny. The students continued their analysis, their excitement palpable. Luther's thoughts, however, kept returning to Jennifer and the myths she might uncover. He knew he had to be careful about what he shared, but he couldn't deny their growing connection and the feeling that she might play a significant role in his journey. As evening approached, Luther gathered the team for a brief meeting. "Your work today has been outstanding," he praised. "We're piecing together an incredible story. Your dedication makes a significant difference. Let's keep pushing forward." The students beamed with pride, their enthusiasm infectious. As they packed up for the day, Luther felt a profound sense of purpose and connection to his academic life and celestial duties. He walked through the darkening campus, the stars beginning to twinkle above, the night calm yet filled with promise. Feeling the need to patrol his realm, he slipped into an alley and transformed into CosmoVigil. Launching himself into the night sky, he soared through space, the stars and cosmic energies charging his body once again. As he flew, his mind remained focused on the task at hand. The call for help from another realm's guardian echoed in his thoughts, and he knew he needed to be ready for whatever lay ahead. The cosmos awaited, and CosmoVigil was prepared to answer the call. A couple of days later, Luther and Jennifer decided to meet at a quaint little coffee shop in the heart of Atlanta. The coffee shop had a warm and cozy atmosphere with dim lighting, exposed brick walls, and soft jazz music playing in the background. The aroma of freshly ground coffee beans filled the air as patrons chatted quietly or tapped away on their laptops. The rich scent was comforting, blending perfectly with the soft murmur of conversations and the gentle clinking of cups. As they sipped their coffee, Jennifer couldn't help but bring up her recent research findings about Luther's ancestral village. "I've been reading about Ndale," she began, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "The legends and myths are fascinating. There's this story about a hidden temple deep in the jungle guarded by ancestral spirits. Have you ever heard of it?" Luther's heart skipped a beat. He felt a pang of apprehension, knowing that revealing too much could expose his secret life as CosmoVigil. "Yes, I've heard some of those stories," he replied, keeping his tone light. "Ndale is rich in history and culture. The locals have many tales to tell." Jennifer leaned in, clearly intrigued. "And what about the Keepers of the Light? They sound like something out of a fantasy novel." Luther smiled, though his mind raced to find a safe response. "The Keepers of the Light symbolizes the wisdom and traditions passed down through generations. It's a way for the villagers to honor their ancestors." Sensing his hesitation, Jennifer decided not to press further. "It sounds like a magical place," she said, her tone more relaxed. "I'd love to hear more about your experiences there someday." "Maybe one day," Luther smiled, grateful for her understanding. Despite the evasiveness on his part, they both enjoyed their coffee date, laughing and chatting about various topics unrelated to the village. As they were getting ready to part ways, Jennifer invited him to her apartment on Friday after work. "I'd love to continue our conversation in a more private setting," she said. "Would you like to come over for dinner?" Luther accepted the invitation, intrigued by the possibility of exploring their connection further and curious to see where their budding relationship might lead. "I'd love that," he said warmly. "See you on Friday." Meanwhile, Luther's life continued at TMU, and his students thrived under his guidance. He could see their progress and growth, which filled him with pride and accomplishment. In addition to his work, he maintained a strong connection with his daughters. He had a lot to juggle: his responsibilities as a professor, his duty as a guardian, and his role as a father. But he was ready for the challenge, determined to balance all aspects of his life. Friday evening arrived, and Luther found himself standing outside Jennifer's stylish apartment in the upscale neighborhood of Buckhead. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Jennifer greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to let him in. "Dinner is almost ready." The cozy apartment was tastefully decorated, reflecting Jennifer's elegant yet comfortable style. They spent the evening sharing stories and laughing, and the atmosphere was relaxed and intimate. Over dinner, Jennifer brought up her research again. But this time, she was more careful, asking questions that were less direct but still probing. "Luther, do you think there might be some truth to those old legends about the Keepers of the Light?" she asked casually. Luther paused, considering his words carefully. "I think there's always a grain of truth in legends," he replied. "They can teach us a lot about our heritage and the values that have been important to our ancestors." Jennifer nodded thoughtfully. "It's fascinating how stories can connect us to our past." As the evening progressed, Jennifer and Luther found themselves growing closer, their connection deepening with each passing moment. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and Luther felt a sense of peace and happiness that had eluded him for a long time. After dinner, they settled in for a Netflix and chill session. They curled up on the couch together, sharing a blanket as they scrolled through various titles before deciding on a movie that piqued their interest. Because it was so late, Jennifer asked Luther to stay the night. "Would you mind staying over tonight?" Jennifer asked, her voice soft and hopeful. Luther looked into her eyes, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I'd love to," he replied with a gentle smile. They fell asleep in each other's arms, a sense of comfort and warmth enveloping them. During the night, Jennifer was half awake and saw orbs floating around the bedroom above her and Luther. Unsure whether it was a dream or reality, she watched in amazement as the orbs danced gracefully above them. The following day, as Luther was preparing to leave and head home to change clothes, Jennifer mentioned the orbs she saw during the night. "Luther, I saw something strange last night," she began hesitantly. "There were these orbs, floating above us." He smiled, a mixture of amusement and curiosity in his eyes. "Orbs, huh? Maybe it was just a dream," he said, not quite ready to reveal his experiences in Africa. Jennifer nodded, though she could sense there was more to it. "Maybe," she agreed, deciding to let it go for now. "So, what do you want to do today?" Luther's smile widened. "How about we spend the day exploring Atlanta?" Jennifer's eyes lit up. "I'd love that." The Atlanta sun greeted Jennifer and Luther with a warm embrace, casting a golden glow over the city. The weather was perfect, clear blue skies and a gentle breeze that hinted at the promise of a delightful day ahead. Their fun-filled day began with a visit to the Atlanta Botanical Garden. As they strolled hand in hand through the beautifully manicured grounds, they marveled at the various flowers and plants' vibrant colors and intoxicating scents. "Look at this one," Jennifer said, pointing to a vibrant bloom. "It's a rare species from South America." Luther leaned in to admire it, his appreciation for nature growing with each word she spoke. "It's beautiful," he said, his gaze lingering on Jennifer's face. Next, they headed to the Georgia Aquarium, where they were mesmerized by the captivating underwater world. From the majestic whale sharks to the delicate seahorses, they were in awe of the diverse marine life that called the aquarium home. "I could watch these creatures all day," Jennifer said, her voice filled with wonder as they walked through the underwater tunnel. Luther nodded, feeling a profound connection to the world beneath the waves. "It's like another universe down here," he murmured. For lunch, they decided to dine at a popular local African fusion restaurant, Cola House. The rich aromas of traditional African spices filled the air, and they couldn't wait to taste the unique culinary delights the restaurant had to offer. "This reminds me of my trip to Africa," Luther said, savoring a bite of jollof rice. "The flavors are so authentic." Jennifer smiled, her eyes twinkling. "I'm glad you like it. You'll have to tell me more about your trip." In the afternoon, they explored the vibrant murals and street art that adorned the walls of Atlanta's Beltline, a former railway corridor turned multi-use trail. The colorful artwork and the lively atmosphere of the surrounding parks and cafes fueled their conversation and laughter as they walked together. "Every piece tells a story," Jennifer said, admiring a mural. "It's like a living gallery." Luther agreed, feeling inspired by the creativity around them. "Art has a way of bringing people together," he said, squeezing her hand. As the sun set, they found themselves at Centennial Olympic Park, where they discovered an outdoor concert. The energy of the live music was infectious, and they couldn't resist joining the crowd in dancing and singing along to the tunes of local Atlanta musicians. "Let's dance," Jennifer said, pulling Luther onto the makeshift dance floor. Luther laughed, his heart full. "I'd love to," he said, twirling her around. Exhausted, yet exhilarated from their adventure-packed day, Jennifer and Luther settled down at a cozy dessert cafe to enjoy a sweet treat. They shared a decadent slice of red velvet cake while sipping hot cups of coffee, basking in the warmth of their newfound connection. As the evening came to an end and the sun dipped below the horizon, Jennifer and Luther stood by her apartment door, reluctant to part ways. They lingered in a warm embrace, their hearts full of the memories they had created throughout the day. Jennifer looked up into Luther's eyes, her voice soft and filled with emotion. "This has been one of the most amazing days I've ever had." Luther's eyes glistened with sincerity as he gently cupped her face. "Me too, Jennifer. You've made me feel something I haven't felt in a long time." Their connection was undeniable, and as they shared a tender kiss, both felt a deep sense of contentment and hope for the future. On his way home, Luther parked his car behind the warehouse and, looking around to ensure no one was watching, transformed into CosmoVigil. He launched into the night sky, the stars welcoming him with their familiar glow. As he patrolled his realm, all was quiet, the universe seemingly at peace for the moment. The stars recharged his body and soul, filling him with a sense of purpose and strength. Yet, his thoughts kept drifting back to Athena. He gazed at the cosmos, whispering a silent wish. "I hope you're happy wherever you are. I will never stop searching for you." A pang of guilt tugged at his heart. His feelings for Jennifer were growing stronger, and he couldn't deny the joy she brought into his life. But the memory of Athena lingered, a constant reminder of his past love and duty. Returning to Earth, Luther went home and made some journal entries, his thoughts a mixture of emotions. He wrote about his day with Jennifer, his guilt, and his unwavering hope that Athena was safe and content. The act of writing brought him some clarity and peace, helping him sort through his complex feelings. As he closed his journal, he felt a sense of anticipation for the following day. He looked forward to seeing his daughters. Their laughter and love were always a beacon of light in his life. Despite his responsibilities, uncertainty, and weight, Luther felt renewed hope. The journey ahead was still unfolding, and he was ready to embrace whatever came next, cherishing the connections he was building along the way. Chapter 15. Tarek Strikes. The following day, Luther spent time with his daughters, their playful banter and infectious laughter filling his small apartment with warmth and joy. But beneath the surface, a sense of unease simmered, a lingering tension that he couldn't quite shake. Later that day, as the sun began to set, Luther felt a familiar pull, a cosmic tug that signaled something was amiss. He quickly made his way to his bedroom, transforming into CosmoVigil. He opened his patio door and scanned the environment. No one was looking, so he took off into space. As he patrolled his realm, the stars and cosmic energies charged his body, but his mind was restless. Suddenly, a transmission crackled to life in his communicator. It was Celeste, a fellow guardian known for her strength and wisdom. CosmoVigil. Are you there? Celeste's voice was urgent, cutting through the silence of space. I'm here, Celeste. What's happening? Luther replied, his heart quickening. We have a situation, Celeste said, her tone grave. Tarek, the galactic marauder, is attacking the planet Zephyria. He's targeting their energy core, and if he succeeds, the entire planet could be destroyed. Luther's eyes narrowed, determination flooding his veins. I'll be there as soon as I can. Hold on. With a powerful surge, he accelerated through space, the stars blurring past him. The journey was swift, and soon he found himself approaching Zephyria. The once serene planet was now a battleground, explosions lighting up its surface as Tarek's forces wreaked havoc. As Luther descended, he spotted Celeste amidst the chaos. She was a formidable sight, her armor gleaming with celestial light, her eyes focused and fierce. CosmoVigil, thank goodness you're here, Celeste called out, her relief evident. Tarek's forces are overwhelming us. We need to stop him before he reaches the energy core. Luther nodded, his resolve steeled. Let's take him down. They fought side by side, their combined powers creating a dazzling energy display. Tarek's minions were relentless, but Luther and Celeste's teamwork was unmatched. With every blast of cosmic energy, they pushed back the enemy forces, inching closer to Tarek. Finally, they found him near the energy core, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Ah, CosmoVigil, Tarek sneered. Just in time to witness my victory. Not if we have anything to say about it, Luther shot back, his voice steady and filled with determination. The battle was intense, a clash of titanic forces that shook the very ground beneath them. Tarek's advanced weaponry and sheer strength were formidable, but Luther and Celeste fought with unwavering resolve. As they exchanged blows, Tarek laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the battlefield. You cannot stop me, CosmoVigil. I will bring chaos to your realm. Luther's eyes blazed with fury. Not on my watch. With a final surge of energy, Luther and Celeste combined their powers, creating a massive blast that sent Tarek reeling. He stumbled, his grip on his weapon faltering. This isn't over, Tarek growled, opening a black hole with a wave of his hand. I'll be back. Before they could stop him, Tarek vanished into the black hole, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Luther and Celeste stood amidst the wreckage, their breaths coming in heavy gasps. We did it, Celeste said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. For now. Luther nodded, his heart still pounding. We need to stay vigilant. Tarek will return, and we'll be ready when he does. As they surveyed the damage, the people of Zephyria began to emerge from their shelters, their expressions a mix of fear and gratitude. Luther felt a renewed purpose, and his resolve to protect all realms was stronger than ever. Returning to Earth, Luther felt the weight of his responsibilities and a deep sense of fulfillment. He knew the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but with allies like Celeste and the support of the Celestial Council, he was ready to face whatever came next. As he landed behind his apartment building and transformed back into his human form, he looked up at the stars, feeling their silent support. The night was calm, a stark contrast to the storm of emotions and events he had just experienced. He made more journal entries inside his apartment, writing about the battle, his thoughts on Tarek, and his hope for Athena. The act of writing brought him clarity and peace, helping him navigate the complexities of his dual life. As he closed his journal, he felt a sense of anticipation for the following day. The journey was far from over, but he was ready to embrace whatever came next, cherishing the connections he was building along the way. The next day at TMU, Luther resumed his routine, lecturing his students and guiding them through their research projects. Despite the turmoil of the previous night, he maintained his composure, his focus unwavering. Throughout the day, memories of the encounter with Tarek lingered. The fight had been intense, and the threat of Tarek's return loomed over him like a dark cloud. However, a glimmer of hope persisted. Celeste had proven to be a formidable ally, and together they had managed to thwart Tarek's plans for now. After his last lecture, Luther visited the research lab. The room buzzed with activity, students poring over ancient scrolls and texts, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. Maya greeted him with a bright smile as he entered. "Good afternoon, Professor Rivers," she said, holding up a scroll. "We've made some incredible progress today. You have to see this." Luther approached her workstation, his curiosity piqued. "What have you found?" Maya unrolled the scroll carefully, revealing intricate symbols and illustrations. This scroll talks about Athena being a keeper of knowledge, and that she was married to another guardian. Luther's heart skipped a beat. "Athena?" he echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. Maya nodded enthusiastically. Yes, it seems she played a crucial role in preserving the wisdom of the guardians. There's also a reference to her husband, a powerful guardian. "Good job, Maya. You and the team are doing amazing work," Luther said, his mind racing. He wondered who the scroll's authors were and made a mental note to discuss this with Orion and the other council members. Nearby, 2 other students, Raj and Sarah, were engrossed in their research. Raj, a diligent student with a keen eye for detail, was analyzing the structure of the scrolls. At the same time, Sarah, with her background in ancient languages, worked on translating the more complex passages. "Professor, look at this," Raj called out, pointing to a delicate scroll section. "These symbols depict a celestial event, perhaps a prophecy." Sarah chimed in. "And I've found references to a hidden pyramid in Egypt, said to be guarded by spirits and accessible only to those deemed worthy. It might be connected to the Guardian's knowledge." Luther felt a surge of excitement. "Excellent work, both of you. Let's focus on understanding these references fully. They might hold the key to uncovering more about Athena." During his lunch break, Luther decided to call Jennifer, eager to hear her voice and share his day. He found a quiet spot on campus and dialed her number. "Hi, Jennifer. It's Luther. How are you?" "Hi, Luther. I'm good. How's your day going?" Jennifer's voice was warm and cheerful. "It's been quite the day. We've made some fascinating discoveries in the research lab. The scrolls are revealing more myths." "That sounds incredible. I can't wait to hear more about it. Maybe over dinner sometime?" Jennifer suggested. "Absolutely, I'd love that," Luther replied, feeling a flutter of excitement. "How about tomorrow evening?" "Perfect. I'll see you then," Jennifer agreed. As they chatted, Luther felt a sense of normalcy and comfort. Despite the complexities of his dual life, moments like these grounded him and gave him the strength to continue his mission. Later that evening, Luther found himself reflecting on the day's events. The progress made in the research lab and his conversation with Jennifer filled him with a renewed sense of purpose. He knew the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but he felt ready to face whatever came his way. Before heading home, Luther decided to patrol his realm. He opened his patio door and scanned the environment. Seeing no one around, he took off into space, the stars and cosmic energies again charging his body. As he soared through the universe, he replayed the day's events in his mind, a smile dancing on his lips. His thoughts swirled with images of Jennifer, the discoveries in the scrolls, and the protection of his realm. The vastness of space felt like a second home, a place where he could find solace and clarity. Returning home, he made more journal entries. The act of writing brought him clarity and peace, helping him navigate the complexities of his dual life. As he closed his journal, he felt a sense of anticipation for the following day and seeing Jennifer. Chapter 16. The Return of Athena. Luther sat in his office at TMU, the ancient scrolls spread out before him. Each discovery brought him closer to understanding his past and the destiny that lay ahead. The scrolls revealed fragments of his previous life and, most importantly, details about Athena, his wife, and his fellow guardians. He decided it was time to consult with the Celestial Council. Ensuring no one was around, he went to space, opened a shimmering portal, and stepped through, entering the grand hall of the council. CosmoVigil, Orion greeted him, his voice filled with wisdom and concern. You seek answers about Athena. Luther nodded, his heart heavy with anticipation. I need to know where she is. The visions, they're becoming more frequent. I can't shake the feeling that she's close. Orion's eyes softened. Luther, we have been monitoring the energies of the realms. We believe Athena's reincarnated spirit is on Earth, closer than you might think. Your bond with her transcends time and space, and it seems fate has brought you two together once again. Luther's mind raced. Who is she? How can I help her remember? She is the one you have felt a deep connection with, Orion replied. I believe Jennifer is Athena, reborn. Luther's breath caught in his throat. Jennifer. It all made sense now. The instant connection, the ease with which they communicated, the unspoken bond. How do I help her remember? Orion placed a hand on Luther's shoulder. It will be a journey of the heart and spirit. Take her to places of significance from your past, share your memories, and let her feel the cosmic energies. Love and patience will guide her awakening. Returning to Earth, Luther felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He had to tell Jennifer, but how? The weight of his responsibilities pressed on him, but he knew he had to help her remember. A couple of days later, Luther and Jennifer decided to meet at a quaint little coffee shop in the heart of Atlanta. The cafe had a warm and cozy atmosphere with dim lighting, exposed brick walls, and soft jazz music playing in the background. The aroma of freshly ground coffee beans filled the air as patrons chatted quietly or tapped away on their laptops. As they sipped their coffee, Jennifer couldn't help but bring up her recent research findings about Luther's ancestral village. Luther, she began, her curiosity evident. I've been reading about Ndale. The legends and myths are fascinating. I found some stories about hidden temples and celestial guardians. Do you know anything about them? Luther's face tightened slightly. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. He glanced down at his coffee, the memories flooding back. Jennifer, he began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. I have something important to tell you. It's about us and our past lives. Jennifer's eyes widened in surprise. Luther, what are you talking about? The orbs you saw were your ancestors, Luther explained. I saw similar orbs in Ndale after I found an ancient artifact. A box with a map carved on it led me to a hidden temple, the Temple of the Celestial Guardians. I placed the box inside that temple on a pillar, and it came alive, opening to reveal a crystal. When I picked up the crystal, I was surrounded by orbs, and memories of a past life flooded back. It turns out I'm a celestial guardian, and my name is CosmoVigil, and you are part of those memories. You are Athena, a celestial guardian just like me. Jennifer looked at him, her mind racing to process the revelation. "Luther, this is unbelievable. Are you serious?" Luther took a deep breath. "It's hard to believe, I know. But our connection, the way we met, it's all part of a larger cosmic design. Let me show you." He gently took her hand, and together they stepped outside. Under the night sky behind the coffee shop, he transformed into CosmoVigil. Jennifer gasped, her eyes wide with shock and awe. It all felt like a dream. Luther then picked her up and created a shield around them so she could travel with him. Next, he took off into space, opening a portal to a secluded forest with strong cosmic energies. As they walked through the ethereal landscape, Luther shared his memories, battles, and love for Athena. Jennifer listened, her heart pounding with each revelation. As they reached a clearing, the stars above them seemed to shine brighter. Luther held her close, allowing the cosmic energies to envelop them. "Feel the energy, Jennifer," he whispered. "Let it guide you." As the stardust swirled around them, Jennifer closed her eyes. Visions flooded her mind. Battles fought alongside Luther, moments of peace and love, and their ultimate sacrifice. Tears streamed down her face as the memories surfaced, her past life merging with her present self. "Luther," she whispered, her voice filled with awe and recognition. "I remember. I am Athena." Luther embraced her, his heart filled with love and relief. "We've found each other again. Together we can face any challenge." Luther knew he needed to help Jennifer transform fully. Recalling the ancient scrolls and the hidden temple in Egypt, he spoke with determination. "We need to visit the temple in Egypt. It holds the key to your transformation." Jennifer nodded, her eyes still shimmering with tears. "Let's go. I'm ready." With a firm grip on Jennifer's hand, Luther enveloped them in a shimmering energy shield and took off into the night sky. Stars and galaxies whizzed past as they soared through space, their destination set for the ancient land of Egypt. The journey was swift, and soon they descended towards the vast golden desert sands, the pyramids and ancient structures looming in the distance. They landed gracefully near a forgotten temple, half buried by time and sand. The entrance was adorned with intricate carvings and symbols, remnants of a long-lost civilization that once revered the Celestial Guardians. "This is it," Luther said, his voice filled with awe and reverence. "The Temple of the Celestial Guardians." Jennifer looked around, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. "I can feel the energy here," she whispered. "It's powerful." As they approached the entrance, they noticed a pedestal outside the temple. On it lay a crystal, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Jennifer reached out and picked it up, feeling a surge of energy course through her body. "This crystal," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "It feels like it's calling to me." Luther nodded. "It's the key. Let's go inside." They stepped into the temple, the air thick with ancient energy. The interior was breathtaking, with intricate hieroglyphs and celestial symbols covering the walls. The ceiling was adorned with a mural of the cosmos, stars and galaxies, painted in stunning detail. At the center of the temple stood a large ornate pillar, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Jennifer approached the pillar, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Here goes nothing," she said, placing the crystal on the pillar. The moment the crystal touched the pillar, the entire temple came alive. The runes on the pillar and the walls began to glow brightly, casting a warm golden light throughout the chamber. Orbs of light appeared, swirling around Jennifer in a mesmerizing dance. Luther watched in awe as the orbs enveloped Jennifer. The light grew brighter, and the energy in the room intensified. Jennifer closed her eyes, letting the cosmic energies flow through her. Visions of her past life as Athena, battles fought alongside Luther, and moments of peace and love flooded her mind. As the transformation continued, Jennifer's appearance began to change. Her clothes transformed into a form-fitting suit that radiated strength. The shimmering suit adapted to the environment, changing colors seamlessly. Like CosmoVigil's suit, her attire featured the Celestial Guardian's emblem, appearing to contain galaxies and stars. A flowing cape trailed behind her, sparkling with stardust. Her eyes glowed with a bright purple light, filled with arcane power. Luther felt a surge of pride and love as he watched Jennifer embrace her true self. The orb slowly dissipated, and Jennifer opened her eyes, fully transformed into Athena, the Celestial Guardian. "Welcome back, Athena," Luther said, his voice filled with emotion. "We've found each other again." Athena smiled, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. "Yes, we have, and together we will protect our realm and the cosmos." Luther embraced her, their bond stronger than ever. Now glowing with renewed energy, the temple seemed to pulse in agreement. The journey ahead was still uncertain, but with Athena by his side, CosmoVigil knew they were ready to face whatever challenges lay in their path. As they left the temple, the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow over the desert. They took to the skies once more, ready to return to their duties as Celestial Guardians. The cosmos awaited them, and they were prepared to protect it together. Chapter 17. The Star and Moonlight Transformation. As they flew through the clear morning sky, Luther turned to Jennifer, now Athena, with a look of urgency and determination. "Athena, for your transformation to be complete, and for you to reach your full strength, you need to spend 3 nights under the stars and moonlight." Athena nodded, a sense of determination in her glowing eyes. "I understand. Where do we begin?" "We'll start tonight," Luther said. "For now, let's head back. We have duties to attend to on Earth as well." That evening, they found a secluded spot where the night sky was unobstructed by city lights. Athena felt the cosmic energy flowing through her as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle. She closed her eyes, letting the moonlight and starlight envelop her. The experience was both overwhelming and exhilarating. Memories of her past life as Athena flooded back, and she felt a profound connection to the cosmos. The sense of unity with the universe was intense, filling her with strength and clarity. One thought kept resurfacing in her mind: the Shadow Wraith. He had been responsible for her death before. Once again, he was a threat to all realms. The determination to stop him and protect their world fueled her transformation. During the day, Jennifer balanced her job at the bookstore with her newfound responsibilities as a Celestial Guardian. The cozy shop, with its warm lighting and shelves of books, offered a stark contrast to the vastness of space and the cosmic battles she was preparing for. Her co-workers and customers noticed a change in her, an aura of confidence and serenity that seemed to surround her. One afternoon, while helping a customer, Jennifer felt a sudden surge of cosmic energy. She excused herself and stepped outside where Luther was waiting. They exchanged a knowing look, understanding that her transformation was progressing well. "It's almost complete," Luther said, his voice filled with encouragement. "One more night." On the 3rd night, they returned to their secluded spot. As the stars shone brightly and the moon cast its ethereal glow, Jennifer felt the final pieces of her transformation fall into place. Her powers were now fully awakened, and she felt an unbreakable bond with the cosmos and Luther. "How do you feel?" Luther asked, his eyes filled with pride and love. "Stronger than ever," Athena replied, her voice resonating with power, "and ready to face whatever comes our way." The following days were a blend of normalcy and celestial duty. During the day, Jennifer continued her work at the bookstore, helping customers find their next great read and managing the store's inventory. The cozy shop, with its warm lighting, exposed brick walls and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, became a sanctuary where she could momentarily escape the weight of her cosmic responsibilities. Despite the ordinary tasks of her day job, Jennifer's mind often wandered to the vast expanse of space she patrolled at night. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, she would transform into Athena, the celestial guardian. The transition from the quaint bookstore to the endless cosmos was exhilarating. She found a delicate balance between her earthly responsibilities and her cosmic role, and she reveled in the strength and purpose it brought her. Athena soared through the starry expanse during her night patrols, her gown of iridescent nebula gas shimmering with every movement. She could feel the cosmic energies coursing through her, heightening her senses and empowering her abilities. The galaxies and stars seemed to recognize her, their light guiding her as she kept a vigilant watch over their realm. While patrolling a particularly tranquil section of space one night, Athena sensed a disturbance. She focused her energy, her purple eyes glowing as she scanned the area for any sign of trouble. Suddenly, a flicker of dark energy caught her attention. She darted towards it, her heart pounding with anticipation. It was only a minor anomaly, but it reminded her that the shadow wraith could return at any moment. The sense of purpose she felt during these patrols was profound. Each night, she grew more accustomed to her powers and the responsibilities they entailed. She felt deeply connected to the cosmos and CosmoVigil, who often joined her on these patrols. Together, they formed a formidable team, their bond unbreakable and their determination unwavering. Despite the dangers lurking in the universe's shadows, Athena found solace in her dual life. By day, she was Jennifer, a kind and knowledgeable bookstore employee who helped people find joy in literature. By night, she was Athena, a powerful guardian dedicated to protecting the cosmos from dark forces. The duality of her existence gave her a sense of balance and fulfillment she had never known before. One afternoon at the bookstore, a regular customer named Mrs. Henderson, an elderly woman with a penchant for history books, struck up a conversation with Jennifer. "You seem different lately, dear," Mrs. Henderson said, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "More confident, almost like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders, but it doesn't seem to burden you." Jennifer smiled warmly, touched by the observation. "Thank you, Mrs. Henderson. I've been going through some changes, but they're good ones. I feel like I've found my purpose." Mrs. Henderson patted her hand gently. "That's wonderful to hear, dear. Keep shining that light of yours." As Jennifer continued to help customers, her thoughts often drifted to the cosmos and her nightly patrols. She felt a profound sense of duty and fulfillment, knowing that she played a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the universe. Things went remarkably well over the next few months between Luther and Jennifer. Their bond deepened, strengthened by their shared history and immense responsibility as celestial guardians. During this time, Luther noticed that his new abilities seemed to bring a sense of harmony and understanding between him and his ex-wife Jasmine. Their conversations became more open and respectful, making it easier to discuss the well-being of their daughters. When Luther had his daughters one weekend, he decided it was the perfect time to introduce them to Jennifer. He knew that their opinion of her was crucial to the future of their relationship, and Jennifer had recently expressed a desire to meet them and be a part of their lives. Luther picked up Jennifer, who then met Jasmine and his daughters, Ayana and Zola. They spent the weekend together, starting with a fun-filled day at the park. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the playground as Jennifer and the girls laughed and played. They had a picnic under a large oak tree, and Jennifer's stories captivated the girls. She was warm, caring, and genuinely interested in getting to know them. Her easygoing nature and sense of humor quickly won their affection. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Luther watched with happiness as Jennifer and his daughters bonded over a game of tag. Jennifer's laughter rang out, mixing with the giggles of Ayana and Zola, creating a symphony of joy that warmed Luther's heart. He could sense that the girls genuinely liked Jennifer and appreciated her presence. They found her funny and nice, and they felt comfortable around her. Back at Luther's apartment, they all gathered in the living room for a movie night. Jennifer and the girls built a pillow fort, their laughter filling the room as they worked together. As they settled into the cozy fort, Luther couldn't help but think about his past life with Athena. They had always talked about having kids, but never got the chance because of the Shadow Wraith. Watching Jennifer with his daughters, Luther thought to himself that the universe was giving them both a second chance. During a quiet moment, Ayana leaned over to Jennifer. "Do you like our daddy?" she asked with innocent curiosity. Jennifer smiled warmly, brushing a strand of hair from Ayana's face. "I do very much," she replied, her eyes meeting Luther's across the room. "Your daddy is very special to me." Zola chimed in. "We like you too, Jennifer. You're fun." Luther's heart swelled with happiness as he listened to the exchange. This moment felt like a piece of a larger puzzle falling into place, bringing a sense of completeness to his life. Later that evening, after the girls had fallen asleep, Luther and Jennifer sat together on the couch, reflecting on the day. "I'm so glad they like you," Luther said, his voice filled with emotion. "I was worried about how they would react." Jennifer took his hand, her touch sending a warm sensation through him. "They're wonderful girls, Luther. You've done an amazing job raising them. I'm just happy to be a part of your lives." Luther squeezed her hand, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "You make everything better, Jennifer. I feel like we're finally getting the second chance we always wanted." Jennifer nodded, her eyes shining with tears of happiness. "We are. And together, we'll make sure that nothing ever comes between us again." As they embraced, Luther felt a renewed sense of purpose. The universe had brought them back together, and with their love and determination, they would face any challenge that came their way. As Luther lay in bed that night, he thought about the journey ahead. The Shadow Wraith was still out there, and the battle to protect their realm was far from over. But with Athena by his side, he felt invincible. They would prepare and train, and when the time came, they would face the Shadow Wraith together, their bond unbreakable. The cosmos awaited their protection, and they were ready. Together, as CosmoVigil and Athena, they would ensure that their realm remained safe and that their love would endure through the ages. Chapter 18. The Rising Threat. The disturbances in the realm were growing more frequent and more severe. Luther, now fully embracing his role as CosmoVigil, could sense the dark energy of the Shadow Wraith lurking in the shadows, preparing for an all-out assault. Jennifer transformed into Athena and stood by his side, her determination mirroring his own. They both knew that the time for preparation was over. The time for action had begun. The first signs of trouble appeared as a series of tremors that shook the earth, causing panic and fear among the inhabitants. Reports of strange, shadowy figures appearing in various locations poured in, and the celestial energies seemed to be in disarray. CosmoVigil and Athena knew these were the precursors of the Shadow Wraith's return. "Luther," Jennifer said, her voice steady despite the growing tension, "we need to intensify our training. We must be ready for whatever the Shadow Wraith throws at us." Luther nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. "You're right, Jennifer, let's begin." They spent hours each night honing their skills. Luther's suit, a shimmering dark blue fabric that appeared to contain galaxies and stars, adapted to their training needs. His gauntlets channeled powerful energy blasts, and his cape could change shape and density, acting as both a shield and a weapon. Jennifer's flowing cape shifted colors with her movements, and her bright eyes glowed with arcane power. Together they pushed each other to their limits, mastering new abilities and learning to fight as a unified force again. One evening, as they sparred under the night sky, Luther noticed a faint glow in the distance. He stopped and pointed. "Jennifer, do you see that?" She nodded, her eyes narrowing. "It looks like some portal. We should investigate." They felt a surge of dark energy as they approached the glowing portal. A figure stepped through, a guardian they hadn't seen before. She was tall and regal, with an aura of strength and wisdom. "CosmoVigil, Athena," she greeted them, her voice commanding yet gentle. "I am Nyxara, guardian of the Midnight Realm. The Celestial Council has sent me to aid you. The Shadow Wraith's presence is also felt in my realm, and I believe our efforts must be united." Luther and Jennifer exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening. "Nyxara, it's an honor to meet you," Luther said. "Your help is most welcome. Together we can prepare for the Shadow Wraith's return." Nyxara nodded. "I have knowledge of the Shadow Wraith's weaknesses and strategies. We must act quickly and decisively." The three Guardians spent the next few days training together, their combined powers creating a formidable force. Nyxara's mastery of shadow manipulation complemented Luther's energy blasts and Jennifer's arcane abilities. Their bond grew stronger as they worked together, bringing them closer to their ultimate goal each day. Despite their intense training, Luther continued to balance his earthly responsibilities. At TMU, he lectured his students with the same passion and dedication as always. While in his personal life, he cherished every moment with his daughters, Ayana and Zola. The sense of normalcy grounded him, giving him strength for the battles ahead. One evening, after an intense training session, the Guardians gathered in Luther's apartment, poring over ancient scrolls that he borrowed from work that might provide clues about the Shadow Wraith's plans. The room was filled with the soft glow of candlelight, casting flickering shadows on the walls as they worked tirelessly. Nyxara unfurled an ancient and fragile scroll, her eyes scanning the intricate symbols. "This scroll mentions a prophecy," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. "It speaks of a time when the darkness will rise again, and the Guardians must unite to restore the balance." Luther leaned in, his interest piqued. "What does it say about the Shadow Wraith?" Nyxara's eyes flickered with concern. "It mentions a great battle that will test the very fabric of the cosmos. The Shadow Wraith seeks to harness the power of an ancient artifact called the Celestial Core." Jennifer's eyes widened. "The Celestial Core? I've read about that in the scrolls. It's said to be the source of all cosmic energy, capable of granting immense power to whoever controls it." Luther nodded, his mind racing. "We need to find the Celestial Core before the Shadow Wraith does. If he gets his hands on it, the entire universe could be at risk." Their investigation led them to uncover more ancient prophecies and hidden truths about their past lives. As they delved deeper, they discovered that Luther, Jennifer, and Nyxara were destined to be the Guardians who would stand against the rising darkness. Their connection was not by chance. It was a part of a grand design laid out by the cosmos. One night, as they were deciphering another scroll, a passage caught Luther's eye. "Listen to this," he said, reading aloud. "The Guardians of Light and Shadow shall find the key in the Temple of Eternity, where time and space converge." Jennifer's heart raced. "The Temple of Eternity? I've read about that too. It's a mythical place said to exist outside of our reality, where the past, present, and future are one." Nyxara nodded. "If the prophecies are true, the Temple of Eternity holds the key to stopping the Shadow Wraith. We must find it." The next morning they prepared for their journey. Luther ensured that his daughters were safe with their mother, Jasmine, explaining that he had to leave for an important work assignment for TMU. As they soared through the starry expanse, the tranquility of the cosmos enveloped them. They followed the clues from the ancient scrolls, navigating through uncharted territories and distant galaxies. The journey was difficult, filled with cosmic storms and treacherous paths, but their determination never wavered. Finally, they reached the edge of a mysterious nebula, its swirling colors a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. In the center, a grand temple stood, its architecture a blend of ancient and futuristic designs, shimmering with an ethereal glow. "This must be the Temple of Eternity," Luther said, his voice filled with awe. Jennifer nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "Let's find the Celestial Core and stop the Shadow Wraith." As they entered the temple, They were greeted by a vast hall filled with celestial artifacts and ancient symbols. The air was thick with cosmic energy, and they could feel the presence of the guardians who had come before them. Nyxara led the way, her shadow manipulation revealing hidden passages and secret chambers. The prophecies mentioned a chamber of light, where the celestial core is kept, she said, her voice echoing through the temple. After navigating through the labyrinthine corridors, they finally reached a grand chamber. In the center, a pedestal held a glowing orb, radiating with powerful energy. "The celestial core," Jennifer whispered, her eyes wide with awe. Luther stepped forward, his hand reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he saw visions of the past, present and future. He saw the Shadow Wraith's plans, the battles they would face, and the ultimate victory that awaited them. "We have the power to stop him," Luther said, his voice filled with conviction. "But we must work together." Jennifer and Nyxara joined him, their hands touching the celestial core. The energy enveloped them, binding their fates together as one. They were the guardians of light and shadow, destined to protect the cosmos from the rising darkness. As they left the temple, the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow over the nebula. They took to the skies once more, ready to face the Shadow Wraith and protect their realm. The journey ahead was daunting, but with their bond stronger than ever, they knew they were ready. "Together," Luther said, his voice filled with determination, "we will protect our realm and the cosmos." The cosmos awaited them, and they were prepared to protect it together. The final battle was on the horizon, and they were ready to face it head-on, united in their love and duty. The universe had brought them together for a reason, and they would fulfill their destiny as the guardians of light and shadow. Chapter 19. The final confrontation begins. The journey back from the Temple of Eternity was filled with renewed purpose and determination. Luther, Jennifer, and Nyxara flew through the cosmos, the celestial core safely in their possession. As they neared Earth, Luther couldn't help but feel the weight of their mission. The Shadow Wraith was a formidable foe, and the stakes had never been higher. Upon their return, they immediately contacted the Celestial Council. Orion's holographic form appeared before them, his expression serious. CosmoVigil, Athena, Nyxara. Orion greeted them, his voice steady. "We have received word that the Shadow Wraith is gathering forces in a distant realm. His intention is clear: to harness the power of the celestial core and plunge the universe into darkness." Luther nodded, his jaw set. "We're ready, Orion. We've retrieved the celestial core from the Temple of Eternity. What are our next steps?" Orion's eyes flickered with approval. "The celestial core is a powerful artifact, but must be used wisely. You will need to channel its energy to create a barrier strong enough to contain the Shadow Wraith. However, you must first weaken him by disrupting his forces." Nyxara stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with determination. "We will stop him, Orion. We will protect our realms." Jennifer, now fully embracing her identity as Athena, added, "Together we can do this. The cosmos brought us together for a reason." Orion's form shimmered with approval. "Very well. It would help if you traveled to the realm where the Shadow Wraith has gathered his forces. There, you will find the key to disrupting his power. Be cautious, and may the light guide you." With their mission clear, the three guardians prepared for the journey. They knew the road ahead would be perilous, but their bond was stronger than ever. The universe's fate rested on their shoulders, and they were ready to face the challenge. The night before their departure, Luther spent time with his daughters, Ayana and Zola. The thought of leaving them behind weighed heavily on him, but he knew this was something he had to do. "Daddy, are you going on another work trip?" Ayana asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Luther smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Yes, sweetheart, but I'll be back soon, I promise." Zola hugged him tightly. "We love you, Daddy." He held them close. Feeling their love gave him the strength he needed. "I love you too. Remember, you are my greatest treasures." The following day, the Guardians gathered at their usual meeting spot. With the celestial core in hand, they opened a portal to the distant realm where the Shadow Wraith awaited. As they stepped through the portal, they found themselves in a desolate landscape, the sky dark and foreboding. The air crackled with energy, a testament to the Shadow Wraith's growing power. "We must stay vigilant," Nyxara warned, her eyes scanning the horizon. "The Shadow Wraith will not go down easily." Jennifer nodded, her resolve unwavering. "We have the Celestial Core. We will use its power to protect the universe." Luther felt a surge of pride as he looked at his companions. They were more than just guardians. They were his family. "Let's end this together." As they moved through the desolate realm, Luther, Jennifer, and Nyxara encountered legions of dark creatures, grotesque manifestations of the Shadow Wraith's malevolent power. The landscape was bleak, with jagged rocks and swirling shadows that whispered threats into the wind. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, weighing their spirits heavily. The first wave of creatures lunged at them, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. The Guardians fought with unmatched skill and determination, their movements fluid and precise. Luther's energy blasts tore through the dark figures, disintegrating them in flashes of light. Jennifer, now fully embracing her identity as Athena, wielded her arcane powers gracefully, sending waves of cosmic energy to obliterate their enemies. Nyxara danced through the battlefield, her shadow manipulation creating barriers and striking down foes with deadly accuracy. The battles were fierce and relentless. Each victory, though hard-fought, brought them closer to their ultimate goal. The Guardians' bond grew stronger with each confrontation, their combined powers creating a formidable force against the darkness. Despite the exhaustion that threatened to overtake them, they pressed on, driven by their shared determination to protect the universe. As they fought, Luther felt a surge of emotions. The memories of his past life with Athena, their love, and their sacrifices fueled his resolve. He glanced at Jennifer, seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, and knew they were destined to face this battle together. "Stay close," he called out to his companions, his voice steady despite the chaos. "We're almost there." Jennifer nodded, her gaze fierce. "We can do this, Luther. Together." Nyxara moved beside them, her shadows forming a protective barrier. "We've come too far to turn back now." They pushed forward, their hearts pounding with fear and hope. The creatures became more relentless, their attacks more savage, but the Guardian spirits remained unbroken. Luther's energy blasts lit up the darkness. Jennifer's cosmic waves carved paths through the enemy ranks, and Nyxara's shadows provided crucial support and defense. As they advanced, they found themselves surrounded by a particularly large and menacing group of dark creatures. The Guardians exchanged a determined glance, knowing this battle would be their most challenging yet. Luther's energy crackled around him. Jennifer's eyes glowed with arcane power, and Nyxara's shadows swirled with intensity. "We end this now," Luther declared, his voice filled with conviction. The three Guardians unleashed their powers in a coordinated attack. Luther's energy blasts struck first, creating openings for Jennifer's cosmic waves to flow through. Nyxara's shadows wrapped around the creatures, immobilizing them and allowing the Guardians to strike with precision. The battle was intense, the clash of light and darkness creating a breathtaking display of power. The Guardians fought with everything they had, their bond unbreakable and their determination unwavering. The dark creatures began to fall, one by one, until only a few remained. As the last of the creatures disintegrated into the shadows, Luther, Jennifer, and Nyxara stood together, their breaths heavy, but their spirits lifted. They had fought through the darkness and emerged victorious. "We're almost there," Luther said, his voice tinged with exhaustion and hope. Jennifer placed a hand on his arm, her touch sending a comforting warmth through him. We'll finish this, Luther. For the sake of all realms, we will stop the Shadow Wraith. Nyxara nodded, her shadows dissipating as she stepped forward. Let's move. The final battle awaits. With renewed determination, the Guardians pressed on, the path ahead clear but fraught with danger. The fate of the universe rested on their shoulders, but they were ready to face the ultimate test. Together, they would overcome the darkness and ensure that light would prevail. Finally, they reached the heart of the realm, where the Shadow Wraith awaited. The air crackled with dark energy, and a swirling vortex surrounded the malevolent figure. His red eyes gleamed with a sinister light, promising destruction. "CosmoVigil Athena! Nyxara!" the Shadow Wraith hissed, his voice echoing through the void like a death knell. "You dare challenge me again?" Luther stepped forward, his energy crackling fiercely around him. His heart pounded with a mix of fear and determination. "We will stop you, Shadow Wraith. You will not destroy the universe." The Shadow Wraith laughed, a cold, chilling sound that seemed to freeze the very air. "Foolish Guardians, you cannot comprehend the power I wield. I am eternal, and your resistance is futile." Jennifer raised the celestial core, its radiant light piercing through the darkness. Her eyes, now glowing with cosmic energy, reflected her unwavering resolve. "We will defeat you. For the sake of all realms, we will prevail." The final battle had begun. The Guardians stood united, their powers combined, ready to face the ultimate test. The fate of the cosmos hung in the balance, and with the light of the celestial core, they fought with everything they had. The Shadow Wraith unleashed a torrent of dark energy, but Luther countered with a powerful blast of light, creating a brilliant explosion. Jennifer summoned cosmic waves, wrapping them around the Shadow Wraith, while Nyxara manipulated shadows to bind their enemy. "Feel the power of the Guardians," Nyxara shouted, her voice filled with determination. The Shadow Wraith snarled, struggling against their combined might. "You are mere insects compared to my power." But the Guardians pressed on, their bond strengthening their resolve. Luther's energy blasts grew more intense, Jennifer's cosmic waves more focused, and Nyxara's shadows more resilient. As the battle raged, Luther glanced at Jennifer, seeing both his past and present in her eyes, and he felt a surge of hope. "We can do this," Luther called out. "Together!" The Shadow Wraith screamed in fury, his dark energy swirling violently. "You will never defeat me!" Jennifer raised the celestial core higher, its light intensifying. "For the realms!" she cried, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The light of the celestial core clashed with the darkness of the Shadow Wraith, creating a spectacular display of cosmic forces. The Guardians pushed forward, their powers united in a final desperate attack. Luther felt a deep sense of hope, a certainty that they would overcome this darkness. "We are stronger together," he shouted, channeling all his energy into one last powerful blast. The Shadow Wraith roared in agony as the light of the celestial core enveloped him, breaking through his defenses. The vortex of dark energy began to dissipate, and the Guardians pressed their advantage, their combined might overwhelming the malevolent force. With a final, loud cry, the Shadow Wraith exploded into a burst of dark energy, which the celestial core quickly absorbed. The realm was silent, the air now clear and still. The Guardians stood together, their breaths heavy but their spirits triumphant. They had done it. They had defeated the Shadow Wraith and saved the universe from his destructive grasp. Jennifer lowered the celestial core, its light dimming but still radiant. She turned to Luther, tears of relief and joy streaming down her face. "We did it, Luther. We did it." Luther embraced her, his heart filled with love and gratitude. "Yes, we did, together." Nyxara joined them, her shadows fading as she smiled. "The cosmos is safe once more, thanks to our unity." As they looked out over the realm, the stars seemed to shine brighter, a testament to their victory. The journey was far from over, but with Athena and Nyxara by his side, CosmoVigil knew they were destined to protect the universe and ensure that light would always prevail. Chapter 20. Rebuilding the Realms. The aftermath of the battle against the Shadow Wraith left the cosmos in a fragile state. The Guardians knew their work was far from over. It was time to rebuild the realms that had been damaged during the fierce confrontations. As they set about their monumental task, the Guardians focused on restoring energy fields, healing the wounded, and repairing celestial structures. Now, fully embracing his role as CosmoVigil, Luther took charge of the restoration efforts in his realm. He soared through the starry expanse, using his cosmic energy to mend the fractures in the energy fields that sustained the life force of countless planets. The light of the celestial core, which had guided them through the battle, now illuminated the path to recovery. Hovering over a planet on the brink of collapse, Luther focused his energy on its core. The fractures began to heal, and the planet's life force pulsed stronger. He couldn't help but smile as the inhabitants looked up in awe and gratitude. Jennifer, like Athena, uses her newfound powers to heal the wounded. Her hands glowed with a soft, radiant light as she touched those in need, their injuries mending and their strength returning. The gratitude in their eyes filled her with a deep sense of fulfillment. She approached a young child, her face etched with pain. "You're going to be okay," Jennifer whispered, placing her hands on the child's arm. The glow from her hands enveloped the child, and moments later the pain faded, replaced by a look of wonder. "Thank you," the child's mother said, tears streaming down her face. "You saved my daughter." Jennifer smiled warmly. "It's my honor. We're here to help." Nyxara, with her mastery of shadow manipulation, worked to repair the celestial structures that had been damaged. Her shadows moved with precision, piecing together the remnants of ancient buildings and restoring them to their former glory. She stood before a crumbling temple, her hands weaving shadows into a solid form. "This place has seen so much history," Nyxara mused, her voice tinged with reverence. "It's an honor to restore it." As they worked tirelessly, the realms began to recover. Planets that had been on the brink of collapse flourished once more, and the inhabitants of these worlds rejoiced in the Guardians' efforts. With the immediate restoration efforts underway, the Guardians turned their attention to strengthening alliances between the realms. They knew that unity was the key to preventing future threats and ensuring the stability of the cosmos. Luther, Jennifer, and Nyxara traveled to various realms, meeting with other Guardians and leaders. They forged new alliances and reinforced existing ones, creating a unified defense network. Diplomatic missions and treaty signings became common as the Guardians worked to build a coalition that could stand against any future darkness. In one memorable meeting, Luther stood before a gathering of Guardians from different realms. "We have faced great darkness together," he said, his voice strong and clear. "But in our unity, we find strength. Let us continue to stand together, protect each other, and ensure that the light of the cosmos never fades." The Guardians' words resonated deeply, and the assembled leaders pledged their support. The alliance of realms was solidified, a beacon of hope and cooperation in the vast expanse of the universe. The Celestial Council, with Orion at its helm, played a crucial role in the rebuilding process. They provided guidance, resources, and strategic support to the Guardians. Orion's wisdom and leadership were instrumental in coordinating the restoration efforts across the realms. During a council meeting, Orion addressed the Guardians. "You have all shown immense courage and dedication. The rebuilding of our realms is a testament to your strength and unity. Let us continue to work together to restore what was lost and build a future where peace and light prevail." The Council's involvement gave the restoration efforts a sense of order and purpose. Guardians from all realms felt the support of the Celestial Council, reinforcing their resolve to protect the cosmos. As the realms stabilized, the Guardians took time to reflect on their personal journeys. Luther often found himself reminiscing about his transformation from a history professor to CosmoVigil. He marveled at the challenges he had faced and the bonds he had formed along the way. Standing on a hill overlooking a restored planet, he spoke to Jennifer, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and nostalgia. "Remember when all this started?" he asked, a wistful smile on his face. "I was just a professor trying to connect with my ancestry. Now, we're guardians of the cosmos." Jennifer nodded, her eyes reflecting the journey they had shared. "You've grown so much, Luther. From the moment you found the crystal to now, you've shown strength and courage I always knew you had." Luther smiled, gratitude filling his heart. "And you've been with me every step of the way, Jennifer. Or should I say, Athena?" Jennifer fully embraced her identity as Athena. She spent hours delving into her memories, exploring her past lives, and understanding her true potential as a guardian. The more she learned, the stronger she became. The Guardians felt a renewed sense of purpose with the realms on the path to recovery and the alliance of realms established. They knew that challenges lay ahead but were ready to face them together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the restored realm, Luther stood beside Jennifer, his heart brimming with a profound sense of fulfillment. The cosmos stretched out before them, a vast tapestry of stars and possibilities. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his journey, the battles fought, and the victories won. Turning to Jennifer, who now fully embraced her identity as Athena, he felt a surge of gratitude. Her strength, wisdom, and unwavering support were his guiding light through the darkest times. Together, they had faced the Shadow Wraith and emerged triumphant, but their mission was far from over. "Jennifer," Luther began, his voice steady and filled with emotion, "we've come so far together. From discovering our true identities to the battles we've fought and the realms we've restored, we've shown that our bond is unbreakable. You have been my anchor, a guiding star, and greatest strength." Jennifer's eyes shone with tears of pride and love as she squeezed his hand. "Luther, we are stronger together. The cosmos brought us back to each other for a reason. I believe in us and I believe in our mission." Luther nodded, his resolve firm. "The journey ahead will be challenging. There are still threats lurking in the shadows, and secrets are yet to be uncovered. But I know that we can face anything with you by my side. We will continue to protect the universe, to defend the light, and to ensure that the legacy of the Celestial Guardians thrives for generations to come." He turned his gaze to the starry expanse above, feeling the cosmic energy pulse through him. "To the people of the realms we've saved, our fellow Guardians, and the Celestial Council, I make this vow. We will remain vigilant. We will stand united. And we will never falter in our duty to protect the cosmos. Our love and determination will guide us, and the light of the celestial core will always shine brightly." Jennifer stepped closer, her presence a comforting balm to his soul. "Together, Luther, we will ensure that the light prevails. Our journey is just beginning, and I am ready to face whatever comes our way." With a final resolute nod, Luther embraced Jennifer, their hearts beating in unison. The path ahead was uncertain, but their purpose was clear. They were the guardians of the cosmos, bound by love and destiny, ready to face any challenge the universe had in store. As night's first stars twinkled, Luther felt a deep sense of peace and anticipation. The future awaited, filled with endless possibilities and adventures. Hand in hand, he and Jennifer stepped forward, ready to embrace their destiny and protect the realms they cherished so dearly. The cosmos was their canvas, and together they would paint it with the colors of hope, courage, and unyielding love. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You have just traversed the cosmos in the Celestial Chronicles, The Awakening of CosmoVigil, a tale where love, destiny, and the very balance of the universe teeter on the edge. Two souls, separated by time and space, must reunite to protect the fragile threads that hold our cosmos together. Their bravery and sacrifice saved the universe from certain doom, restoring harmony to the stars. Before you hastily depart into the mundane, allow me to entice you with more adventures that await on Marv Author's YouTube channel. Each tale is a gateway to a new world, filled with suspense, mystery, and the unknown. If you enjoyed the cosmic dance of CosmoVigil and Athena, brace yourself for our next extraordinary tale, Quantum Shifts, a tale of the violet moon. Imagine, if you will, a phenomenon where every individual on Earth experiences a sudden and bewildering swap of consciousness. It's a story of identity, intrigue, and the unexpected twists that life and the universe have in store. Thank you, dear listeners, for joining us on this cosmic journey. Stay tuned, keep your eyes on the stars, and your hearts open to the wonders that await. Until we meet again, may your dreams be filled with cosmic marvels and endless adventures. MM2.
In the quiet of the bookstore, she met a man so kind, a history professor with secrets in his mind. They talked of ancient stories, of places far and near, but little did she know her destiny was here. Jennifer, finding love so true, in Luther's arms her past shines through. Athena, guardian of the night, balancing her life with cosmic might. She felt a spark, a cosmic light, memories of a past so clear and bright. From bookstore shelves to realms afar, Jennifer knew she was a star. Jennifer, finding love so true, in Luther's arms her past shines through. Athena, guardian of the night, balancing her life with cosmic might. Through battles in ancient war, their love a beacon forevermore. She guards her realm with duty and pride, with Luther by her side. In the shadows of the night, she fights the dark, protecting worlds, igniting sparks. From the pages of the past to the skies above, her life a blend of duty and love. Jennifer, finding love so true, in Luther's arms her past shines through. Athena, guardian of the night, balancing her life with cosmic might. Together they soar through time and space, love and duty they embrace. Jennifer and Luther, hearts entwined, guardians of the cosmos forever aligned.
A thousand years and time has flown. Through the stars our love has grown. From the shadows I've come to see, Jennifer, you're my destiny. In the village I found my past, ancient crystal, the die was cast. Memories flooded, I knew the truth. You're Athena, my eternal youth. Oh Jennifer, my Athena, in this life and those before, I'll protect you, I adore you. You're the one that I live for. As CosmoVigil I will fight. fight, guarding realms through the night. But my heart belongs to you. Together we'll see this through. You're the guardian of my dreams. In your eyes, celestial beams. We were destined, love's sweet decree, bound by fate eternally. In the bookstore we found our spark. From the shadows we found its mark. Balancing duty and love's embrace. Together we'll conquer time and space. Oh Jennifer, my Athena, in this life and those before, I'll protect you, I adore you. You're the one that I live for. As CosmoVigil I will fight, guarding realms through the night. But my heart belongs to you. Together we'll see this through. In our past we faced the dark, fought with strength, left our mark. Shadow wraith couldn't break our bond. In this life our love goes on. From Atlanta to the cosmic skies, in your presence my spirit flies. I'll be your shield, your guiding light, side by side through every fight. Teaching by day, guardian by night. With you everything feels right. We'll face the dangers hand in hand. Love's legacy forever will stand. Oh Jennifer, my Athena, in this life and those before, I'll protect you, I adore you. You're the one that I live for. As CosmoVigil I will fight, guarding realms through the night. But my heart belongs to you. Together we'll see this through. So here's to us, love's eternal flame. In every life it's just the same. Jennifer, my Athena, my guiding star. No matter the distance, near or far.
When across the seas a man appeared, seeking answers his past unclear. Luther came to our sacred land with a heart that sought to understand. Ndale's whispers in the wind, ancient secrets, where does he begin? Elders saw the spark in his eyes, knew he'd find the truth in the skies. Luther, you've come home to find your roots in this village, where the old ways hold their truths are the one chosen by the stars. Ndale, you'll remember who you are. In the temple, ancient and grand, orbs of light took you by the hand. CosmoVigil, guardian reborn, 1,000 years since you've been gone. From the fields to the sacred grove, where ancestors' stories are wove. Luther walked with open heart, feeling the past in every part. The people sensed the power within, the connection to where he'd been. Elder Alma saw his glow, knew he'd find what he needed to know. Luther, you've come home to find your roots in this village, where the old ways hold their truths are the one chosen by the stars. Ndale, you'll remember who you are. In the temple, orbs did dance, a celestial cosmic trance. Ancient powers long concealed, to Luther they were revealed. As he stood, the stars aligned, memories of past lives intertwined. Ndale welcomed him back home, a guardian no longer alone. Now the village sings his name, from the past his power came. Luther once a man unknown, now his CosmoVigil, his true self shown. Elder Arma's eyes did shine, seeing him embrace his design. The guardian of Earth's realm returned, in his heart the old fires burn. Luther, you've come home to find your roots in this village, where the old ways hold their truths. You're the one chosen by the stars. Ndale, you'll remember who you are, in the temple ancient and grand. Orbs of light took you by the hand. CosmoVigil, guardian reborn, 1,000 years since you've been gone. And there are a guardian standing tall, and then Ndale, you answered the call. Your journey just begins anew, in the cosmos we're with you.
Yeah, from the line I once did rise, a guardian with noble ties. Orin was my name and pride, but the black hole took that all in stride. Pulled into the void's embrace, dark energy left its trace, transformed into the shadowed face. Now Void Reaper, I take my place. Eclipsed by shadow, lost to the night, I wield the darkness, shun the light. Cosmic power in my hand, Void Reaper, ruler of this land. Eclipsed by shadows, the fall from grace. In the darkness I find my place, red eyes gleaming, scythe in hand. Void Reaper, ruler of this land. CosmoVigil, you face me now. Once I lies, but I disavow. The light we shared is now a foe. In the void only shadows grow. The darkness whispers, calls my name. In its power I stake my claim. Eternal night, my endless game. Void Reaper, forever the same. Eclipsed by shadow, lost to the night, I wield the darkness, shun the light. Cosmic power in my hand, Void Reaper, ruler of this land. Eclipsed by shadows, the fall from grace. In the darkness I find my place, red eyes gleaming, scythe in hand. Void Reaper, ruler of this land. From the stars I fell to this, a guardian lost in the abyss. The power sweet, the darkness kissed. In shadows deep I do persist. CosmoVigil, your light may shine, but in this void the dark is mine. Our fates entwined, our paths aligned. In eternal night our destinies bind. I feel fear, I thrive on dread. The cosmos trembles at the things I've said. Yet in this darkness I am led by the void where all lights fled. Orin's name now just a ghost. Void Reaper is what matters most. A figure feared from coast to coast. In the shadows I will boast. Eclipsed by shadow, lost to the night, I wield the darkness, shun the light. Cosmic power in my hand, Void Reaper, ruler of this land. Eclipsed by shadows, the fall from grace. In the darkness I find my place, red eyes gleaming, scythe in hand. Void Reaper, ruler of this land. In the void my reign shall stay. CosmoVigil, keep the light at bay. For in the shadows I will lay. Void Reaper, night and day.
In the heart of Georgia, where the rivers flow, a man named Luther with a story to show. From a past life calling through time and space to the African village where he finds his place. Awaken CosmoVigil, the guardian of light. With Athena they'll conquer the night. In the cosmos their love shines so bright. Guardians of the universe, they'll win the fight. In Ndale's shadows, a crystal was found, unlocking memories where destinies are bound. A professor by day, a guardian by night. Luther's journey is one of power and might. Awaken CosmoVigil, the guardian of light. With Athena they'll conquer the night. In the cosmos their love shines so bright. Guardians of the universe, they'll win the fight. In the fight, in the fight. Through the trials and the pain, their spirits remain. Bound by love and duty, they'll rise again. Facing cosmic challenges, their powers align. Together they'll stand through the test of time. Awaken CosmoVigil, the guardian of light. With Athena they'll conquer the night. In the cosmos their love shines so bright. Guardians of the universe, they'll win the fight. In the fight, in the fight. From the scrolls of the ancients to the heart of the storm, their powers combine, a new world is born. With the celestial core and the light they reclaim, they'll guard every realm in the cosmos name. Awaken CosmoVigil, the guardian of light. With Athena they'll conquer the night. In the cosmos their love shines so bright. Guardians of the universe, they'll win the fight. So join this epic tale where the stars align. In the Celestial Chronicles, love and power combine. A journey through time with hearts intertwined. In the universe's dance, their legacy defined.